The Adventure of the Snowing Globe by F. Anstey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Before beginning to relate an experience which I am fully aware will seem to many so singular as to be almost, if not quite, incredible, it is perhaps as well to state that I am a solicitor of several years' standing, and that I do not regard myself, nor to the best of my knowledge and belief have I ever been regarded, as a person in whom the imaginative faculty is at all unduly prominent. It was in Christmas week of last year. I was walking home from my office in New Square, Lincoln's Inn, as my habit is, except on occasions when the state of the weather renders such an open-air exercise too imprudent, and on my way I went into a toy shop, with a view to purchasing some seasonable present for a small godchild of mine. As was only to be expected at that time of year, the shop was crowded with customers, and I had to wait until one of the assistants should be at liberty. While waiting, my attention was attracted to a toy on the counter before me. It was a glass globe about the size of a moderately large orange. Inside it was a representation of what appeared to be the facade of a castle, before which stood a figure holding by a thread a small pear-shaped airball striped red and blue. The globe was full of water containing a white sediment in solution, which, when agitated, produced the effect of a miniature snowstorm. I cannot account for such a childish proceeding, except by the circumstance that I had nothing better to occupy me at the moment, but I employed myself in shaking the globe, and watching the tiny snowflakes circulating in the fluid, till I became so engrossed as to be altogether oblivious of my surroundings. So that I was not particularly surprised when I found, as I presently did, that the flakes were falling and melting on my coat sleeve. Before me was a heavy gateway belonging to a grim castellated edifice, which I thought at first must be Holloway Jail, though how I could have wandered so far out of my way was more than I could understand. But on looking round I saw no signs of any suburban residences, and recognized that I had somehow strayed into a locality with which I was totally unacquainted, but which was evidently considerably beyond the metropolitan radius. It seemed to me that my best plan would be to knock at the gate and ask the lodge-keeper where I was and my way to the nearest railway station. But before I could carry out my intention, a wicket in one of the gates was cautiously opened by a person of ancient and venerable appearance. He did not look like an ordinary porter, but was in a peculiar livery which I took to be a seneschal's. Not that I have ever seen a seneschal, but that was my impression of him. Whoever he was, he appeared distinctly pleased to see me. "You are right welcome, fair sir," he said in a high cracked voice. "Well knew I that my hapless lady would not lack a protector in her sad plight, though she had well nigh abandoned all hope of your coming." I explained that I had not called by appointment, but was simply a stranger who found himself in the neighbourhood by the merest chance. "'Tis no matter," he replied in his old-fashioned diction, "seeing that you have come, for truly, sir, she is in sore need of anyone who is ready to undertake her cause." I said that I happened to be a member of the legal profession, and that if, as I gathered, his mistress was in any difficulty in which she desired my assistance, I was quite prepared to advise her to the best of my ability, and to act for her should her case be one which, in my opinion, required it. "That does it indeed," he said, "but I pray you stand no longer parleying without, which, since I perceive you are a bit ill protected at present," he added fussily, "may be fraught with unnecessary danger. Come within without further delay." I did not think there was any real risk of catching cold, but I did wonder why it had not occurred to me to put up my umbrella, until I discovered that my right hand was already engaged in holding a cord, to which was attached a gaudily coloured balloon that floated above my head. This was so unsuitable an appendage to any solicitor, especially to one about to offer his services in an affair which was apparently serious, that I was somewhat disconcerted for the moment. But I soon recollected having gone into a toy shop some time previously, and concluded that I must have purchased this airball as a present for my godchild. I was about to explain this to the old man, when he pulled me suddenly through the wicket gate, shutting the door so sharply that it snapped the string of the balloon. I saw it soaring up on the other side of the wall, till a whirl of snow hid it from my sight. "Trouble not for its loss," said the seneschal. "It has fulfilled its purpose in bringing you to our gates." If he really supposed that anybody was at all likely to adopt so eccentric a means of conveyance, he must, I thought, be in his dotage, and I began to have a misgiving that, by accepting his invitation to step in, I might have placed myself in a false position. However, I had gone too far to retract now, so I allowed him to conduct me to his mistress. He took me across a vast courtyard to a side entrance, and then up a winding stair along deserted corridors and through empty antechambers, until we came into a great hall, poorly lighted from above, and hung with dim tapestries. There he left me, saying that he would inform his mistress of my arrival. I had not long to wait before she entered by an opposing archway. I regret my inability, owing partly to the indifferent manner in which the apartment was lit, to describe her with anything like precision. She was quite young, not much, I should be inclined to say, over 18. She was richly but fantastically dressed in some shimmering kind of robe, and her long hair was let down and flowing loose about her shoulders, which, although I'm bound to say that the effect in her case was not unbecoming, always has, in my mind at least, a certain air of untidiness in a grown-up person, and almost made me doubt for a moment whether she was quite in her right senses. But while she was evidently in a highly emotional state, I could detect nothing in her manner of speech that indicated any actual mental aberration. Her personal appearance, too, was distinctly pleasing, and altogether I cannot remember ever to have felt so interested at first sight in any female client.
"Tell me," she cried, "is it really true? Have you indeed come to my deliverance?"
"My dear young lady," I said, perceiving that any apology for what I had feared must seem a highly irregular intrusion was unnecessary, "I have been given to understand that you have some occasion for my services, and if that is correct, I can only say that they are entirely at your disposal. Just try to compose yourself, and tell me, as clearly and concisely as you can, the material facts of your case."
"Alas, sir,"
she said, wringing her hands, which I remember noticing were of quite remarkable beauty,
"I am the unhappiest princess in the whole world."
"I trust I am as free from snobbishness as most people, but I admit to feeling some gratification in the fact that I was honoured by the confidence of a lady of so exalted a rank." "I am extremely sorry to hear it, ma'am," I said, recollecting that that was the proper way to address a princess. "But I am afraid," I added, as I prepared to take her instructions, "that I can be but of little assistance to you unless you can bring yourself to furnish me with somewhat fuller particulars."
"Surely," she said, "you cannot be ignorant that I am in the power of a wicked and tyrannous uncle."
I might have explained that I was far too busy a man to have leisure to keep up with the latest court scandals, but I refrained. "I may take it, then," I said, "that you're an orphan, and that the relative you referred to is your sole guardian." She implied by a gesture that both these inferences were correct.
"He has shut me up, a close prisoner, in this gloomy place," she declared, "and deprived me of all my attendants one by one, save the aged but faithful retainer whom you have beheld."
I replied, of course, that this was an unwarrantable abuse of his authority, and inquired whether she could assign any motive for such a proceeding on his part.
"He is determined that I shall marry his son," she explained, "whom I detest with an unutterable loathing."
"Possibly," I ventured to hint, "there is someone else who—"
"There is none," she said, "since I have never been permitted to look upon any other suitor, and here I am held in durance until I consent to this hated union, and I will die sooner. But you will save me from so terrible a fate, for what else are you here?"
"I should be incompetent indeed, madam," I assured her, "if I could not see a way out of what is really a very ordinary predicament. By attempting to force you into a marriage against your will, your guardian has obviously shown himself a totally unfit person to have you in his custody. You have the law entirely on your side."
"Unfit is he truly," she agreed, "but I care not who else is on my side so long as you will be my champion. Only, how will you achieve my rescue?"
"Under all the circumstances," I told her, "I think our best course would be to apply for a habeas corpus. You will then be brought up to the court of justice, and the judge could make any order he thought advisable. In all probability he will remove your uncle from his position, and have you made a ward of court. There is always a difficulty in getting ladies to understand even the simplest details of legal procedure, and my princess was no exception to the rule. She did not seem in the least to realize the power which every court possesses of enforcing its own decrees.
"Sir, you forget," she said, "that my uncle, who has great renown in these parts as a sorcerer and magician, will assuredly laugh any such order to scorn." "In that case, ma'am," said I, "he will render himself liable for contempt of court. Besides, should his local reputation answer your description, we have another hold on him. If we can only prove that he has been using any subtle craft, means, or device to impose on any of his Majesty's subjects, he could be prosecuted under the Vagrancy Act of 1824 as a rogue and a vagabond. He might get as much as 6 months for it." "Ah, sir," she cried, rather peevishly, I thought, We do but waste precious time in idle talk such as this, of which I comprehend scarce a word, and the hour is nigh when I must meet my uncle face to face, and should I still refuse to obey his will, his wrath will be dire indeed."
"All you have to do is refer him to me," I said. "I think I shall be able, in the course of a personal interview, to bring him to take a more reasonable view of his position. If you are expecting him shortly, perhaps I had better remain here till he arrives."
"Happily for both of us," she replied, "he is still many leagues distant from here. Can you not see that if my rescue is to be accomplished at all, it must be ere his return, or else am I all undone? Is it possible that, after coming thus far, you can tarry here doing naught?"
I took a little time for reflection before answering. "After careful consideration," I said at last, "I have come to the conclusion that, as you are evidently under grave apprehension of some personal violence from your uncle in the event of his finding you on the premises, I should be fully justified in dispensing with the usual formalities, and removing you from his custody at once. At all events, I will take that responsibility on myself, whatever risk I may incur."
"I crave your pardon for my seeming petulance," she said with a pretty humility. "I should have known right well that I might safely rely on the protection of so gallant and fearless a knight."
"You will understand, I am sure, ma'am," I said, "that I cannot, as a bachelor, offer you shelter under my own roof. What I propose, subject of course to your approval, is that I should place you under the care of an old aunt of mine at Croydon, until some other arrangement can be made. I presume it will not take you long to make your preparations for the journey."
"What need of preparation?" she cried. "Let us delay no longer, but fly this instant."
"I should recommend you take at least a dressing-bag," I said. "You will have time to pack all you may require while your retainer is fetching us a fly. Then I know of nothing to hinder us from leaving at once."
"Nothing!" she exclaimed. "Do you dread a dragon so little, then, that you can speak thus lightly?"
I could not help smiling. It was so surprising to find a princess of her age who still retained a belief in fairy tales. "I think, ma'am," I said, "that at this time of day a dragon is not an obstacle which we need take into serious consideration. You have evidently not been informed that such a monster has long since ceased to exist. In other words, it is undoubtedly extinct."
"And you have slain it!" she cried, and her eyes blazed with admiration. "I might have guessed as much. It is slain, and now even my uncle has no longer power to detain me here. For many a long month I have not dared to look from out my casements, but now I may behold the light of day once more without shrinking." She drew back some hangings as she spoke, disclosing a large oriel window, and the next moment she cowered away with a cry of abject terror. "Why have you deceived me?" she demanded with indignant reproach. "It is not extinct, it is still there. Look for yourself."
I did look. The window commanded the rear of the castle, which I had not hitherto seen, and now I saw something else so utterly unexpected that I could hardly trust the evidence of my own eyesight. Towering above the battlemented outer wall, I saw a huge horny head, poised upon a long inflexible neck, and oscillating slowly from side to side with a sinister vigilance. Although the rest of the brute was hidden by the wall, I saw quite enough to convince me that it could not well be anything else than a dragon, and a formidable one at that. I thought I understood now why the seneschal had been so anxious to get me inside, though I wished he had been rather more explicit. I stood there staring at it, but I made no remark. To tell the truth, I did not feel equal to one just then. The princess spoke first. "You seem astonished, sir," she said. "Yet you can hardly have been in ignorance that my uncle has set this ferocious monster to guard these walls and devour me should I strive to make my escape." "I can only say, ma'am," I replied, "that this is the first intimation I have had with the fact." "Still, you are wise and strong," she said. "You will surely devise some means whereby to rid me of this baleful thing." "If you will permit me to draw the curtains again," I said, "I will endeavour to think of something. Am I right in assuming that this brute is the property of your uncle?" She replied that that was so. "Then I think I see a way," I said. "Your uncle could be summoned for allowing such a dangerous animal to be at large, since it is clearly not under proper control, and if an application were made to a magistrate, under the Act of 1871, he might be ordered to destroy it at once." "You little know my uncle," she said, with a touch of scorn, "if you deem that he would destroy his sole remaining dragon at the bidding of any person whatever." "He will incur a penalty of 20 shillings a day until he does," I replied. "In any case, I can promise you that, if I can only manage to get you out of this place, you shall not be exposed to this annoyance very much longer."
"You will?" she cried. "Are you quite sure that you will succeed?"
"Practically I am," I said. "I shall apply, always supposing I can get home safely, the first thing tomorrow morning, and if I can only convince the bench that the terms of the act are wide enough to include not only dogs, but any other unmanageable quadrupeds, why, the thing is as good as done."
"Tomorrow? Tomorrow?" she repeated impatiently. "Must I tell you once more that there is no time for delay? Indeed, sir, if I am to be rescued at all, your hand alone can deliver me from this loathly worm."
I confess I considered she was taking an altogether extravagant view of the relations between solicitor and client. If, I said, it could be described with any accuracy as a worm, I should not feel the slightest hesitation about attacking it.
"Then you will?"
she said, entirely missing my point, as usual.
"Tell me you will, for my sake."
She looked so engaging whilst making this appeal that I really had not the heart to pain her by a direct refusal. "There is nothing," I said, "that is, nothing in reason, that I would not do cheerfully for your sake. But if you will only reflect, you will see at once that, in a tall hat and overcoat, and with absolutely no weapon but an umbrella, I should not stand the ghost of a chance against the dragon. I should be too hopelessly overmatched."
"You say truth," she replied, much to my satisfaction. "I could not desire any champion of mine to engage in so unequal a contest, so have no uneasiness on that score."
On this, she clapped her hands as a summons to the seneschal, who appeared so promptly that I fancy he could not have been very far from the keyhole.
"This gallant gentleman," she explained to him, "has undertaken to go forth and encounter the dragon without our walls, provided that he is fitly furnished for so deadly a fray."
I tried to protest that she had placed a construction on my remarks which they were not intended to bear, but the old man was so voluble in thanks and blessings that I could not get in a single word.
"You will conduct him to the armory," the princess continued, "and see him arrayed in harness meet for so knightly an endeavour. Sir," she added to me, "words fail me at such an hour as this. I cannot even thank you as I would, but I know you will do your utmost on my behalf. Should you fall—"
She broke off here, being evidently unable to complete her sentence, but that was unnecessary. I knew what would happen if I fell.
But fall you will not," she resumed. "Something tells me that you will return to me victorious, and then, should you demand any guerdon of me, yea," and here she blushed divinely, "even to this hand of mine, it shall not be denied to you."
Never in the whole course of my professional career had I been placed in a position of greater difficulty. My common sense told me that it was perfectly preposterous on her part to expect such services as these from one who was merely acting as her legal adviser. Even if I performed them successfully, which was, to say the least of it, doubtful, my practice would probably be injuriously affected should my connection with such an affair become known. As for the special fee she had so generously suggested, that of course was out of the question. At my time of life, marriage with a flighty young woman of 18, and a princess into the bargain, would be rather too hazardous an experiment. And yet, whether it is that, middle-aged bachelor as I am, I still have a strain of unsuspected romance and chivalry in my nature, or for some other cause that I cannot explain, somehow I found myself kissing the little hand she extended to me, and going forth without another word to make as good a fight of it as I could for her against such an infernal beast as the dragon. I cannot say that I felt cheerful over it, but anyhow I went. I followed the seneschal, who led me down by a different staircase from that I had come up, and through an enormous vaulted kitchen, untenanted by all but black beetles, which were swarming. Merely for the sake of conversation, I made some remark on their numbers and pertinacity, and inquired why no steps had apparently been taken to abate so obvious a nuisance.
"Alas, noble sir," he replied as he sadly shook his old white head, "'twas the scullion's office to clear the place of these pests, and the last minion has long since vanished from our halls." I felt inclined to ask him where they had vanished to, but I did not. I thought the answer might prove discouraging. Even as it was, I would have given something for a whisky and soda just then, but he did not offer it, and I did not like to suggest it for fear of being misunderstood.
and presently we entered the armory. Only a limited number of suits were hanging on the walls, and all of them were in a deplorably rusty and decayed condition. But the seneschal took them down one by one, and made fumbling attempts to buckle and hook me into them. Most unfortunately, not a single suit proved what I should call workmanlike, for I defy any man to fight a dragon in armor which was too tight even to move about in, with any approach to comfort. "I am afraid it's no use," I told the seneschal as I reluctantly resumed my ordinary garments. "You can see for yourself that there is nothing here that comes near my size."
"But you cannot engage in combat with the dragon in your present habiliments," he remonstrated. "That was stark madness."
I was glad that the old man had sufficient sense to see that. "I am quite of your opinion," I replied, "and believe me, my good old friend, nothing is farther from my thoughts. My idea is that if I do not ask you to expose yourself to any unnecessary risk, but if you could contrive to divert the dragon's attention by a demonstration of some sort on one side of the castle, I might manage to slip quietly out of some door on the other."
"Are you but a caitiff, then, after all," he exclaimed, "that you can abandon so lovely a lady to certain doom?"
"There is no occasion for addressing me in offensive terms," I replied. "I have no intention whatever of abandoning your mistress. You will be good enough to inform her that I shall return tomorrow without fail with a weapon that will settle this dragon's business more effectively than any of your obsolete lances and battle-axes." For I had already decided on this as the only course that was now open to me. I had a friend who spent most of the year abroad in pursuit of big game, but who chanced by good luck to be in town just then. He would, I knew, willingly lend me an express rifle and some expansive bullets, and as an ex-volunteer and marksman, I felt that the odds would then be slightly in my favour, even if I could not, as I hoped I could, persuade my friend to join me in the expedition. But the seneschal took a less sanguine view of my prospects.
"You forget, sir," he remarked lugubriously, "that in order to return hither you must first quit the shelter of these walls, which, all unarmed as you are, would be but to court instant death."
"I don't quite see that," I argued. "After all, as the dragon made no effort to prevent me from coming in, it is at least possible that it may not object to my going out."
"For aught I can say," he replied, "it may have no orders to hinder any from entrance. As to that I know not, but of this I am very sure, it suffers no one to depart hence undevoured."
"But could I not contrive to get out of its reach before it was aware that I had even started?" I suggested.
"I fear me, sir," he said despondently, "that the creature would not fail to follow up your tracks ere the snow could cover them."
"That had not occurred to me," I said. "But now you mention it, it does seem altogether unlikely. In your opinion, then, I should do better in remaining where I am?"
"Only until the enchanter return," was his reply, "as, if I mistake not, he may do at any moment, after which your stay here will assuredly be but brief."
"You can't mean," I said, "that he will have the inhumanity to turn me out to be devoured by his beastly dragon? For that is what it would come to."
"Unless, perchance, by dint of strength or cunning you are able to overcome the monster," he said, "and methought you had come hither with that very intent."
"My good man," I replied, "I have no idea why or how I came here, but it was certainly with no desire or expectation of meeting a dragon. However, I begin to see very clearly that if I can't find some way of putting an end to the brute, and promptly too, he will make an end of me. The question is, how the deuce am I to set about it?" And then, all at once, I had an inspiration. I recollected the black beetles, and something the seneschal had said about its being the scullion's duty to keep them down. I asked him what methods they had employed for this purpose, but such humble details being naturally outside his province, he was unable to inform me. So I returned to the kitchen, where I began a careful search, not without some hope of success. For a while I searched in vain, but at last, just when I had begun to despair, I found on a dusty shelf in the buttery the identical thing I had been looking for. It was an earthen vessel containing a paste, which, in spite of the fungoid growth that had collected on its surface, I instantly recognized as a composition warranted to prove fatal to every description of vermin. I called to the seneschal and asked if he could oblige me with a loaf of white bread, which he brought in evident bewilderment. I cut a slice from the middle, and was proceeding to spread the paste thickly upon it, when he grasped my arm.
"Hold!" he cried. "Would you rashly seek your death ere it is due?"
"You need not be alarmed," I told him. "This is not for myself. And now will you kindly show me a way out to some part of the roof where I can have access to the dragon?" Trembling from head to foot, he indicated a turret stair, up which, however, he did not offer to accompany me. It brought me out on the leads of what appeared to be a kind of bastion. I crept cautiously to the parapet and peeped over it, and then for the first time I had a full view of the brute which was crouching immediately below me. I know how prone the most accurate are to exaggeration in matters of this kind, but after making every allowance for my excited condition at the time, I do not think I am far out in estimating that the dimensions of the beast could not have been much, if at all, less than those of the Diplodocus carnegii, a model of which is exhibited at the Natural History Museum, while its appearance was infinitely more terrific. I do not mind admitting frankly that the sight so unmanned me for the moment that I was seized with an almost irresistible impulse to retire by the way I had come before the creature had observed me. And yet it was not without a certain beauty of its own. I should say, indeed, that it was rather an unusually handsome specimen of its class, and I was especially struck by the magnificent colouring of its scales, which surpassed that of even the largest pythons. Still, to the unaccustomed eye there must always be something about a dragon that inspires more horror than admiration, and I was in no mood just then to enjoy the spectacle. It was hunched up together with its head laid back like a fowl's between its wings, and seemed to be enjoying a short nap. I suppose I must unconsciously have given some sign of my presence, for suddenly I saw the horny films roll back like shutters from its lidless eyes, which it fixed on me with a cold glare of curiosity. And then it shambled onto its feet, and slowly elongated its neck till it brought its horrible head on a level with the battlements. I need not say that on this I promptly retreated to a spot where I judged I should be out of immediate danger. But I had sufficient presence of mind to remember the purpose for which I was there, and fixing the prepared slice on the ferrule of my umbrella, I extended it as far as my arm would reach in the creature's direction. I fancy it had not been fed very lately. The head made a lightning dart across the parapet, and a voracious snap, and the next moment both bread and umbrella had disappeared down its great red gullet. The head was then withdrawn. I could hear a hideous champing sound, as of the ribs of the umbrella being slowly crunched. After that came silence. Again I crawled to the parapet and looked down. The huge brute was licking its plated jaws with apparent gusto, as though, which was likely enough, an umbrella came as an unaccustomed snack to its jaded palate. It was peacefully engaged now in digesting this hors d'oeuvre. But my heart only sank the lower at the sight, for if an alpaca umbrella with an ebony handle could be so easily assimilated, what possible chance was there that beetle paste would produce any deleterious effect? I had been a fool to place the faintest hope on so desperate a hazard. Presently he would be coming for more, and I had nothing for him. But by and by, as I gazed in a sort of fascinated repulsion, I fancied I detected some slight symptoms of uneasiness in the reptile's demeanour. It was almost nothing at first, a restless twitch at times, a squint in its stony eyes that I had not previously noticed, but it gave me a gleam of hope. Presently I saw the great crest along its spine slowly begin to erect itself, and the filaments that fringed its jaws bristling, as it proceeded to deal a succession of vicious pecks at its distended olive-green paunch, which it evidently regarded as responsible for the disturbance. Little as I knew about dragons, a child could have seen that this one was feeling somewhat seriously indisposed. Only, was it due to the umbrella or the vermin-killer? As to that I could only attempt to speculate, and my fate, and the princess's too, hung upon which was the correct diagnosis. However, I was not kept long in suspense. Suddenly the beast uttered a kind of bellowing roar, the most appalling sound I think I ever heard, and after that I scarcely know what happened exactly. I fancy it had some kind of fit. It writhed and rolled over and over, thrashing the air with its big leathery wings, and tangling itself up to a degree that, unless I had seen it, I should have thought impossible even for a dragon. After this had gone on for some time, it untied itself and seemed calmer again, till all at once it curved into an immense arch, and remained perfectly rigid with wings outspread for nearly half a minute. Then it suddenly collapsed on its side, panting, snorting, and quivering like some monstrous automobile, after which it stretched itself out to its full length once or twice, and then lay stiff and still. Its gorgeous hues gradually faded into a dull, leaden-grey tint. All was over. The vermin-destroyer had done its work after all. I cannot say that I was much elated. I am not sure that I did not even feel a pang of self-reproach, I had slain the dragon, it was true, but by a method which I could not think would have commended itself to St. George as entirely sportsmanlike, even though the circumstances left me no other alternative. However, I had saved the princess, which was after all the main point, and there was no actual necessity for her to know more than the bare fact that the dragon was dead. I was just about to go down and inform her that she was now free to leave the castle, when I heard a whirring noise in the air, and glancing back I saw, flying towards me through the still falling snow, an elderly gentleman of forbidding aspect, who was evidently in a highly exasperated state. It was the princess's uncle. I don't know how it was, but till that moment I had never realized the extremely unprofessional proceeding into which I had been betrayed by my own impulsiveness. But I saw now, though too late, that in taking the law into my own hands and administering a poisonous drug to an animal, which, however furious it might be, was still the property of another, I had been guilty of conduct unworthy of any respectable solicitor. It was undoubtedly an actionable tort, if not a trespass, while he might even treat it as a criminal offence. So as the magician landed on the roof, his face distorted with fury, I felt that nothing would meet the case but the most ample apology. But feeling that it was better to allow the first remark to come from him, I merely raised my hat and waited to hear what he had to say. "Are you being attended to, sir?" was the remark that actually came, and both words and tone were so different from what I had expected that I could not repress a start. And then, to my utter astonishment, I discovered that the battlements and magician had all disappeared. I was back again in the toy shop, staring into the glass globe in which the snow was still languidly circling. "Like to take one of these shilling snowstorms, sir?" continued the assistant, who seemed to be addressing me. "We're selling a great variety of them just now. Very suitable and acceptable present for a child, sir, and only a shilling in that size, though we have them larger in stock." I bought the globe I had first taken up, but I have not given it to my godchild. I preferred to keep it myself. Of course, my adventure may have been merely a kind of daydream, though if so, it is rather odd that it should have taken that form, when, even at night, my dreams, on the rare occasion when I do dream, never turn upon such subjects as castles, princesses, or dragons. A scientific friend to whom I related the experience pronounces it to be an ordinary case of auto-hypnotism, induced by staring into a crystal globe for a prolonged period. But I don't know. I cannot help thinking that there is something more in it than that. I still gaze into the globe at times, when I am alone of an evening. But while I have occasionally found myself back in the snowstorm again, I have never so far succeeded in getting into the castle. Perhaps it is as well, for although I should not at all object to see something more of the princess, she has most probably, thanks to my instrumentality, long since left the premises, and I cannot say that I have any particular desire to meet the magician. End of The Adventure of the Snowing Globe by F. Anstey. Read by Georgi Stoychev.
The Apparition of Mrs. Veal by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Apparition of Mrs. Veal by Daniel Defoe. This thing is so rare in all its circumstances, and on so good authority, that my reading and conversation have not given me anything like it. It is fit to gratify the most ingenious and serious inquirer. Mrs. Bargrave is the person to whom Mrs. Veal appeared after her death. She is my intimate friend, and I can avouch for her reputation for these 15 or 16 years on my own knowledge. And I can confirm the good character she had from her youth to the time of my acquaintance. Though since this relation she is calumniated by some people that are friends of the brother of Mrs. Veal who appeared, who think the relation of this appearance to be a reflection, and endeavour what they can to blast Mrs. Bargrave's reputation, and to laugh the story out of countenance. But by the circumstances thereof, and the cheerful disposition of Mrs. Bargrave, notwithstanding the ill usage of a very wicked husband, there is not yet the least sign of dejection in her face, nor did I ever hear her let fall a desponding or murmuring expression; nay, not when actually under her husband's barbarity, which I have been a witness to, and several other persons of undoubted reputation. Now you must know Mrs. Veal was a maiden gentlewoman of about 30 years of age, and for some years past had been troubled with fits, which were perceived coming on her by her going off from her discourse very abruptly to some impertinence. She was maintained by an only brother, and kept his house in Dover. She was a very pious woman, and her brother a very sober man to all appearance. But now he does all he can to null and quash the story. Mrs. Veal was intimately acquainted with Mrs. Bargrave from her childhood. Mrs. Veal's circumstances were then mean. Her father did not take care of his children as he ought, so that they were exposed to hardships. And Mrs. Bargrave in those days had as unkind a father, though she wanted neither food nor clothing, while Mrs. Veal wanted for both, insomuch that she would often say,
"Mrs. Bargrave, you are not only the best, but the only friend I have in the world, and no circumstance of life shall ever dissolve my friendship."
They would often condole each other's adverse fortunes, and read together Drelincourt upon Death, and other good books; and so, like two Christian friends, they comforted each other under their sorrow. Some time after, Mr. Veal's friends got him a place in the Custom House at Dover, which occasioned Mrs. Veal, by little and little, to fall off from her intimacy with Mrs. Bargrave, though there was never any such thing as a quarrel. But an indifferency came on by degrees, till at last Mrs. Bargrave had not seen her in 2 years and a half, though above a 12-month of the time Mrs. Bargrave hath been absent from Dover, and this last half year has been in Canterbury, about 2 months of the time, dwelling in a house of her own. In this house, on the 8th of September, 1705, she was sitting alone in the forenoon, thinking over her unfortunate life, and arguing herself into a due resignation to Providence, though her condition seemed hard.
"And," said she, "I have been provided for hitherto, and doubt not but I shall be still, and am very satisfied that my afflictions shall end when it is most fit for me."
And then took up her sewing work, which she had no sooner done but she hears a knocking at the door. She went to see who was there, and this proved to be Mrs. Veal, her old friend, who was in a riding habit. At that moment of time the clock struck 12 at noon.
"Madam," said Mrs. Bargrave, "I am surprised to see you. You have been so long a stranger."
But told her she was glad to see her, and offered to salute her, which Mrs. Veal complied with, till their lips almost touched, and then Mrs. Veal drew her hand across her own eyes, and said, "I am not very well," and so waved it. She told Mrs. Bargrave she was going on a journey, and had a great mind to see her first.
"But," said Mrs. Bargrave, "how can you take a journey alone? I am amazed at it, because I know you have a fond brother." "Oh," said Mrs. Veal, "I gave my brother the slip, and came away, because I had so great a desire to see you before I took my journey."
So Mrs. Bargrave went in with her into another room within the first, and Mrs. Veal sat her down in an elbow chair, in which Mrs. Bargrave was sitting when she heard Mrs. Veal knock.
"Then," said Mrs. Veal, "my dear friend, I am come to renew our friendship again, and beg your pardon for my breach of it, and if you can forgive me, you are the best of women."
"Oh," says Mrs. Bargrave,
"Do not mention such a thing. I have not had an uneasy thought about it." "What did you think of me?" says Mrs. Veal.
Says Mrs. Bargrave,
"I thought you were like the rest of the world, and that prosperity had made you forget yourself and me."
Then Mrs. Veal reminded Mrs. Bargrave of the many friendly offices she did her in former days, and much of the conversation they had with each other in the times of their adversity. What books they read, what comfort in particular they received from Drelincourt's Book of Death, which was the best, she said, on the subject ever wrote. She also mentioned Dr. Sherlock, and 2 Dutch books, which were translated, wrote upon death, and several others. But Drelincourt, she said, had the clearest notions of death, and of the future state, of any who had handled that subject. Then she asked Mrs. Bargrave whether she had Drelincourt. She said, "Yes." Says Mrs. Veal, "Fetch it." And so Mrs. Bargrave goes upstairs and brings it down. Says Mrs. Veal,
"Dear Mrs. Bargrave, if the eyes of our faith were as open as the eyes of our body, we should see numbers of angels about us for our guard. The notions we have of heaven now are nothing like what it is, as Drelincourt says. Therefore, be comforted under your afflictions, and believe that the Almighty has a particular regard to you, and that your afflictions are marks of God's favour. And when they have done the business they are sent for, they shall be removed from you. And believe me, my dear friend, believe what I say to you, 1 minute of future happiness will infinitely reward you for all your sufferings. For I can never believe," and claps her hand upon her knee with great earnestness, which indeed ran through most of her discourse, "that ever God shall suffer you to spend all your days in this afflicted state. But be assured that your afflictions shall leave you, or you them, in a short time." She spake in that pathetical and heavenly manner that Mrs. Bargrave wept several times, she was so deeply affected with it. Then Mrs. Veal mentioned Dr. Kendrick's Ascetic, at the end of which he gives an account of the lives of the primitive Christians. Their pattern she recommended to our imitation, and said, "Their conversation was not like this of our age. For now," says she, "there is nothing but vain, frothy discourse, which is far different from theirs. Theirs was to edification, and to build one another up in faith, so that they were not as we are, nor are we as they are. But," said she, "we ought to do as they did. There was a hearty friendship among them. But where is it now to be found?" Says Mrs. Bargrave, "It is hard indeed to find a true friend these days." Says Mrs. Veal, "Mr. Norris has a fine copy of verses called Friendship in Perfection, which I wonderfully admire. Have you seen the book?" Says Mrs. Veal. "No," says Mrs. Bargrave, "but I have the verses of my own writing out." "Have you?" says Mrs. Veal. "Then fetch them," which she did from above stairs, and offered them to Mrs. Veal to read, who refused, and waved the thing, saying, holding down her head would make it ache, and then desiring Mrs. Bargrave to read them to her, which she did. As they were admiring friendship, Mrs. Veal said, "Dear Mrs. Bargrave, I shall love you for ever." In these verses there is twice used the word Elysian. "Ah," says Mrs. Veal, "these poets have such names for heaven." She would often draw her hand across her own eyes and say, "Mrs. Bargrave, do not you think I am mightily impaired by my fits?" "No," says Mrs. Bargrave, "I think you look as well as ever I knew you." After this discourse, which the apparition put in much finer words than Mrs. Bargrave said she could pretend to, and as much more than she can remember, for it cannot be thought that an hour and 3/4 conversation could all be retained, though the main of it she thinks she does, she said to Mrs. Bargrave she would have her write a letter to her brother, and tell him she would have him give rings to such and such, and that there was a purse of gold in her cabinet, and that she would have 2 broad pieces given to her cousin Watson. Talking at this rate, Mrs. Bargrave thought that a fit was coming upon her, and so placed herself on a chair just before her knees, to keep her from falling to the ground, if her fit should occasion it; for the elbow chair, she thought, would keep her from falling on either side. And to divert Mrs. Veal, as she thought, took hold of her gown sleeve several times and commended it. Mrs. Veal told her it was a scoured silk, and newly made up. But for all this, Mrs. Veal persisted in her request, and told Mrs. Bargrave she must not deny her, and she would have her tell her brother all their conversation when she had the opportunity. "Dear Mrs. Veal," says Mrs. Bargrave, "this seems so impertinent that I cannot tell how to comply with it. And what a mortifying story will our conversation be to a young gentleman! Why," says Mrs. Bargrave, "it is much better, methinks, to do it yourself." "No," says Mrs. Veal, "though it seems impertinent to you now, you will see more reasons for it hereafter." Mrs. Bargrave, then, to satisfy her importunity, was going to fetch a pen and ink, but Mrs. Veal said, "Let it alone now, but do it when I am gone, but you must be sure to do it," which was one of the last things she enjoined her at parting, and so she promised her. Then Mrs. Veal asked for Mrs. Bargrave's daughter. She said she was not at home. "But if you have a mind to see her," says Mrs. Bargrave, "I'll send for her." "Do," says Mrs. Veal, on which she left her, and went to a neighbour's to see her; and by the time Mrs. Bargrave was returning, Mrs. Veal was got without the door in the street, in the face of the beast market, on a Saturday, which is market day, and stood ready to part as soon as Mrs. Bargrave came to her. She asked her why she was in such haste.
She said she must be going, though perhaps she might not go her journey till Monday, and told Mrs. Bargrave she hoped she should see her again at her cousin Watson's before she went whither she was going. Then she said she would take her leave of her, and walked from Mrs. Bargrave, in her view, till a turning interrupted the sight of her, which was 1:75 in the afternoon. Mrs. Veal died the 7th of September, at 12 o'clock at noon, of her fits, and had not above 4 hours' senses before her death, in which time she received the sacrament. The next day after Mrs. Veal's appearance, being Sunday, Mrs. Bargrave was mightily indisposed with a cold and sore throat, that she could not go out that day. But on Monday morning she sends a person to Captain Watson's to know if Mrs. Veal was there. They wondered at Mrs. Bargrave's inquiry, and sent her word that she was not there, nor was expected. At this answer Mrs. Bargrave told the maid she had certainly mistook the name or made some blunder. And though she was ill, she put on her hood and went herself to Captain Watson's, though she knew none of the family, to see if Mrs. Veal was there or not. They said they wondered at her asking, for that she had not been in town. They were sure, if she had, she would have been there. Says Mrs. Bargrave, "I am sure she was with me on Saturday almost 2 hours." They said it was impossible, for they must have seen her if she had. In comes Captain Watson while they were in dispute, and said that Mrs. Veal was certainly dead, and the escutcheons were making. This strangely surprised Mrs. Bargrave, when she sent to the person immediately who had the care of them, and found it true. Then she related the whole story to Captain Watson's family, and what gown she had on, and how striped, and that Mrs. Veal told her that it was scoured. Then Mrs. Watson cried out, "You have seen her indeed, for none knew but Mrs. Veal and myself that the gown was scoured." And Mrs. Watson owned that she described the gown exactly, "for," said she, "I helped her to make it up." This Mrs. Watson blazed all about the town, and avouched the demonstration of truth of Mrs. Bargrave's seeing Mrs. Veal's apparition. And Captain Watson carried 2 gentlemen immediately to Mrs. Bargrave's house to hear the relation from her own mouth. And when it spread so fast that gentlemen and persons of quality, the judicious and sceptical part of the world, flocked in upon her, it at last became such a task that she was forced to go out of the way, for they were in general extremely satisfied of the truth of the thing, and plainly saw that Mrs. Bargrave was no hypochondriac, for she always appears with such a cheerful air and pleasing mien that she has gained the favour and esteem of all the gentry. And it is thought a great favour if they can but get the relation from her own mouth. I should have told you before that Mrs. Veal told Mrs. Bargrave that her sister and brother-in-law were just come down from London to see her. Says Mrs. Bargrave, "How came you to order matters so strangely?" "It could not be helped," said Mrs. Veal. And her brother and sister did come to see her, and entered the town of Dover just as Mrs. Veal was expiring. Mrs. Bargrave asked her whether she would drink some tea. Says Mrs. Veal, "I do not care if I do, but I'll warrant you this mad fellow," meaning Mrs. Bargrave's husband, "has broke all your trinkets." "But," says Mrs. Bargrave, "I'll get something to drink in for all that." But Mrs. Veal waved it, and said, "It is no matter, let it alone." And so it passed. All the time I sat with Mrs. Bargrave, which was some hours, she recollected fresh sayings of Mrs. Veal. And one material thing more she told Mrs. Bargrave, that old Mr. Breton allowed Mrs. Veal £10 a year, which was a secret, and unknown to Mrs. Bargrave till Mrs. Veal told her. Mrs. Bargrave never varies in her story, which puzzles those who doubt of the truth, or are unwilling to believe it. A servant in the neighbour's yard adjoining to Mrs. Bargrave's house heard her talking to somebody an hour of the time Mrs. Veal was with her. Mrs. Bargrave went out to her next neighbour's the very moment she parted with Mrs. Veal, and told her what ravishing conversation she had had with an old friend, and told the whole of it. Drelincourt's Book of Death is, since this happened, bought up strangely; and it is to be observed that, notwithstanding all the trouble and fatigue Mrs. Bargrave has undergone upon this account, she never took the value of a farthing, nor suffered her daughter to make anything of anybody, and therefore can have no interest in telling the story. But Mr. Veal does what he can to stifle the matter, and said he would see Mrs. Bargrave. But yet it is certain matter of fact that he has been at Captain Watson's since the death of his sister, and yet never went near Mrs. Bargrave; and some of his friends report her to be a liar, and that she knew of Mr. Bretton's £10 a year. But the person who pretends to say so has the reputation to be a notorious liar among persons whom I know to be of undoubted credit. Now Mr. Veal is more of a gentleman than to say she lies, but says a bad husband has crazed her. But she needs only present herself, and it will effectually confute that pretence. Mr. Veal says he asked his sister on her deathbed whether she had a mind to dispose of anything, and she said no. Now the things which Mrs. Veal's apparition would have disposed of were so trifling, and nothing of justice aimed at in the disposal, that the design of it appears to me to be only in order to make Mrs. Bargrave satisfy the world of the reality thereof as to what she had seen and heard, and to secure her reputation among the reasonable and understanding part of mankind. And then, again, Mr. Veal owns that there was a purse of gold, but it was not found in her cabinet, but in a comb box. This looks improbable, for that Mrs. Watson owned that Mrs. Veal was so very careful of the key of her cabinet that she would trust nobody with it, and if so, no doubt she would not trust her gold out of it. And Mrs. Veal's often drawing her hands over her eyes, and asking Mrs. Bargrave whether her fits had not impaired her, looks to me as if she did it on purpose to remind Mrs. Bargrave of her fits, to prepare her not to think it strange that she should put her upon writing to her brother, to dispose of rings and gold which looked so much like a dying person's request. And it took, accordingly, with Mrs. Bargrave, as the effect of her fits coming upon her, and was one of the many instances of her wonderful love to her and care of her, that she should not be affrighted, which, indeed, appears in her whole management, particularly in her coming to her in the daytime, waving the salutation, and when she was alone, and then the manner of her parting, to prevent a second attempt to salute her. Now, why Mr. Veal should think this relation a reflection, as it is plain he does, by his endeavouring to stifle it, I cannot imagine. Because the generality believe her to be a good spirit, her discourse was so heavenly. Her two great errands were, to comfort Mrs. Bargrave in her affliction, and to ask her forgiveness for her breach of friendship, and with a pious discourse to engage her. So that, after all, to suppose that Mrs. Bargrave could hatch such an invention as this, from Friday noon to Saturday noon, supposing that she knew of Mrs. Veal's death the very first moment, without jumbling circumstances, and without any interest, too, she must be more witty, fortunate, and wicked, too, than any indifferent person, I dare say, will allow. I asked Mrs. Bargrave several times if she was sure she felt the gown. She answered modestly, "If my senses be to be relied upon, I am sure of it." I asked her if she heard a sound when she clapped her hand upon her knee. She said she did not remember she did, but said she appeared to be as much a substance as I did, who talked with her. "And I may," said she, "be as soon persuaded that your apparition is talking to me now, as that I did not really see her. For I was under no manner of fear, and received her as a friend, and parted with her as such. I would not," says she, "give 1 farthing to make any one believe it. I have no interest in it. Nothing but trouble is entailed upon me for a long time, for aught I know, and, had it not come to light by accident, it would never have been made public." But now she says she will make her own private use of it, and keep herself out of the way as much as she can, and so she has done since. She says she had a gentleman who came 30 miles to her to hear the relation, and that she had told it to a roomful of people at the time. Several particular gentlemen have had the story from Mrs. Bargrave's own mouth. This thing has very much affected me, and I am as well satisfied as I am of the best grounded matter of fact. And why we should dispute matter of fact, because we cannot solve things of which we can have no certain or demonstrative notions, seems strange to me. Mrs. Bargrave's authority and sincerity alone would have been undoubted in any other case. End of The Apparition of Mrs. Veal, by Daniel Defoe. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
A Burgling Incident, by Arthur Morrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Burgling Incident, published in the Melbourne Argus on the 27th of May, 1905. Snorky, as described by Mr. Arthur Morrison in Pall Mall magazine, tells a very interesting tale of his experiences as a burglar. At the time he is interviewed, he is anxious to be provided with means to pay a holiday excursion to the country, so as to be out of the way when two of his former pals get their discharge from jail. "Ginger Bates will be out in a day or two, and Joe Kelly too, both together." Ginger Bates and Joe Kelly had experienced the misfortune, some months more than 2 years back, to be sentenced to 3 years' penal servitude. By the ordinary operation of the prison system, with prudence and good luck, they must soon be released. "What's this, then?" I said. "You haven't been narking, have you?" "Me? Narking?" Snorky glared indignantly, and, in fact, the sin of the informer was the sole transgression of which I could never have really suspected him. "No, I ain't been narking. I ain't been narking, but I don't want to see Ginger Bates and Joe Kelly when they come out. Not both on 'em together, anyhow. After a week or two they'll split out after other things, and it won't matter so much, but when they first come out they'll be together, and the first thing they'll do, they'll ask after me. I don't want to be at home just then." "Why?" "Ginger Bates and Joe Kelly have got their eye on a nice place in the country for a bust," Snorky proceeded, meaning thereby that his two friends had in view a burglary at a country house. "It was a nice medium sort of place, not too big, but well worth doing, and they got me to go down and take the measure of it for a few days, them not wanting to show theirselves in the neighbourhood, of course. So they gives me a quid for extras and a few sheets of glass in a glazier's frame with a lump of putty and a knife on it, and I umps a lot and starts. Of course, I was to take my whack when they'd done the job. Nothing better than a glazier's caper if you want to run the rule over a likely place. Buying bottles and bones does pretty well sometimes, but you don't get the same chances. It was pretty nigh 2 hours' run out on the Rattler, and then a 4-mile walk. Very good weather, and I put in a day or two doing it easy in the sun. It was a first-rate place, quite nobby. I had a good look at it from outside the garden wall, and I asked a few questions at the pub and what not. After that I went in by the back way, with my glass on my back, and I had luck straight away, for I see a pantry window broke, so I had a good look round first, and then I went along, very humble and civil to everybody, and got the job to mend that window. More luck. They let me do the window, me offering to do it cheap, and so I sets to work steady enough, with a slavey coming to pipe me round the corner every now and then to see as I didn't pinch nothing. And of course I didn't. I behaved most industrious and honest, and you might have made a picture of me, facsimilar, to go in front of a bloomin' tract, and done it credit too. But while the slavey was a piping me, I was a piping the pantry. What-oh! I was a piping the pantry with my little eye, and was more bloomin' luck, for if ever I see a wedge kip in all my natural puff, I see one fine and large under the shelf in that bloomin' pantry. The luck I had all through that job was just heavenly. Heavenly might not have been the appropriate word in the strictly moral view, but since by the wedge kip Snorky indicated the plate basket of the unsuspecting householder, I understood him well enough. It was just heavenly. I never had such luck before nor since. So I finished the job very slow, and took my money very humble, and a glass of beer as they sent out for me, and prattled away to the village and sent off a little screed by the post for Ginger and Joe to come along tomorrow night and do the job peaceful and pleasant. You'd see a new putty I put in peel out on your finger, and it only meant taking out the pane and opening the catch to do the job. Well, I put up cheap at the smallest pub, and in the morning I went out for a walk. Being a glazier, you know, 'twouldn't have done for me not to go on the tramp like as if it was after a job. So off I went along the road, and it was about the hottest stroll ever I took. It was a hot day, without any extras, but you don't know what a hot day's like till you tramp in it with the sun on your back and 2 or 3 thicknesses of window glass for it to shine through. I took the loneliest road out of the village, not wanting to be called on for another job, and not wanting to be seen more than I could help. The next stage of Snorky's story, though fully and picturesquely told by Mr. Morrison, must be disposed of in a few sentences. After a long tramp, Snorky came to a lonely inn and a travelling house van, one of the cabins mounted on wheels which are used nowadays in England by persons who wish to go touring without putting up at inns en route. The tourist on this occasion was an eccentric gentleman, driven by an old man totally deaf. After the van had passed the inn, Snorky followed it up, and to his surprise came upon the tourist at a lonely spot, stark naked. The tourist had got down to take a bath in a portable bath, which he carried in the van. While he was enjoying himself, the deaf driver had driven off absent-mindedly with the tourist's clothes. An arrangement was come to by which Snorky should lend the tourist his coat, run after the house van, stop it, and make it return. Snorky, almost breathless with a long-distance trot, caught up the van and jumped into it by the back door. Once within, temptation proved too much for him. He possessed himself of the tourist's best clothes, also his watch, chain, cash, and a handy kit-bag. Dropping out of the van, he found a retired spot off the lane, put on the tourist's suit, hung his own on the hedge, and waited a good while he saw the tourist come lamely along with bare feet, sore from walking. Snorky felt sure that the tourist, on seeing the garments on the hedge, would make use of them. So, with a light mind, as he had by this time completed his own toilet and made himself look like a swell, he departed. I got off as soon as I could to the place where I put in the pantry window, and I took the window out again just after dusk, and did the show for half the wedge in the kipsy spoons and forks in me pockets, and the rest in the kit bag. That was my new idea, you see. And then I come through the shrubbery and out the front way, and at the gate I met the very slavey as was piping me when I put in the pantry window. She looked pretty hard, so I puts on a voice like a marquis and says, "Good evening," I says, very sniffy and condescending as I went past. And she says, "Good evening, sir," and lets me go. Oh, I can do it saucy, I tell ye, when I've got him on. I went all out for the station and caught a train snug. I see Ginger Bates and Joe Kelly coming off the train as I got there, but I dodged 'em all right, and did the wedge in the next day for 30 quid and 25 bob for a photo camera. Ought to have been more. So I pulled off a merry little double event. I never had such a day's luck as I had that day, all through. It was heavenly. And that is all you know of the affair? I asked.
All that's got to do with me,
replied the unblushing Snorky.
But as off with the van, his troubles wasn't over. He was in the papers next day, locked up for housebreaking. It seems they missed the stuff out of the plate basket soon after I'd gone, and the slavey that piped me going out gave a description of me in the nobbly tweed suit, and someone remembered seeing just such a bloke go past in a carry van. It may have fetched novelty for the halfpenny papers. Gentleman burglar in a travelling van, especially when he was found disguised as a glazier in my old clovers, and his frame of glass discovered concealed in a ditch. That did it pretty plain for him, you see. He turned up first like a glazier and reconnoitred, and then he come along dossed up to clear out the stuff. Plain enough. It was quite a catch for a bit, but it didn't last. The Rozzers had to let him go. But they didn't let Ginger Bates and Joe Kelly go, though. Not them. Them two unfortunate speculators prowled about looking for me for some time, and about 12 o'clock at night they sailed in to do the job without me. Well, you see, by then it was a bit late for that place. The people was up all night listening for burglars everywhere, and there was 2 policemen there on watch as well. So Ginger Bates and Joe Kelly was collared holus bolus,
and thereby prevented raining unproper claims to stand with what I'd scraped up myself. And now they've been wearing knickerbockers theirselves for more'n 2 years, and as soon as they've done their time, well, there's no knowing but what they may make a matter of professional jealousy. What-oh! The End. End of A Burgling Incident by Arthur Morrison. Read by Algy Pug.
The Card Sharp by Richard Harding Davis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I had looked forward to spending Christmas with some people in Suffolk, and everyone in London assured me that at their house there would be the kind of a Christmas house party you hear about but see only in the illustrated Christmas numbers. They promised mistletoe, snapdragon, and Sir Roger de Coverley. On Christmas morning we would walk to church, after luncheon we would shoot, after dinner we would eat plum pudding floating in a blazing brandy, dance with the servants, and listening to the waits, singing, "God rest you, merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay." To a lone American bachelor stranded in London it sounded fine, and in my gratitude I had already shipped to my hostess, for her children, of whose age, number, and sex I was ignorant, half of Gamage's dolls, skis, and cricket bats, and those crackers that, when you pull them, sometimes explode. But it was not to be. Most inconsiderately, my wealthiest patient gained sufficient courage to consent to an operation, and in all New York would permit no one to lay violent hands upon him save myself. By cable I advised postponement. Having lived in lawful harmony with his appendix for 50 years, I thought for 1 week longer he might safely maintain the status quo, but his cable in reply was an ultimatum. So on Christmas Eve, instead of Hallam Hall and a Yule log, I was in a gale plunging and pitching off the coast of Ireland, and the only log on board was the one the captain kept to himself. I sat in the smoking room, depressed and cross, and it must have been on the principle that misery loves company that I foregathered with Talbot, or rather that Talbot foregathered with me. Certainly, under happier conditions and in haunts of men more crowded, the open-faced manner in which he forced himself upon me would have put me on my guard. But either out of deference to the holiday spirit, as manifested in the fictitious gaiety of our few fellow passengers, or because the young man in a knowing, impertinent way was most amusing, I listened to him from dinner-time until midnight, when the chief officer, hung with snow and icicles, was blown in from the deck and wished all a Merry Christmas. Even after they unmasked Talbot, I had neither the heart nor the inclination to turn him down. Indeed, had not some of the passengers testified that I belonged to a different profession, the smoking-room crowd would have quarantined me as his accomplice. On the first night I met him, I was not certain whether he was English or giving an imitation. All the outward and visible signs were English, but he told me that though he had been educated at Oxford and since then had spent most of his years in India playing polo, he was an American. He seemed to have spent much time, and according to himself much money, at the French watering places and on the Riviera. I felt sure that it was in France I had already seen him, but where I could not recall. He was hard to place. Of people at home and in London well worth knowing he talked glibly, but in speaking of them he made several slips. It was his taking the trouble to cover up the slips that first made me wonder if his talking about himself was not mere vanity, but had some special object. I felt he was presenting letters of introduction in order that later he might ask a favour. Whether he was leading me to an immediate loan, or in New York would ask for a card to a club, or an introduction to a banker, I could not tell. But in forcing himself upon me, except in self-interest, I could think of no other motive. The next evening I discovered the motive. He was in the smoking room playing solitaire, and at once I recalled that it was at Aix les Bains I had first seen him, and that he held a bank at baccarat. When he asked me to sit down, I said, "I saw you last summer at Aix les Bains." His eyes fell to the pack in his hands and apparently searched it for some particular card. "What was I doing?" he asked. "Dealing baccarat at the Casino des Fleurs." With obvious relief he laughed. "Oh, yes," he assented. "Jolly place, eh? But I lost a pot of money there. I'm a rotten hand at cards, can't win, and can't leave them alone." As though for this weakness, so frankly confessed, he begged me to excuse him, he smiled appealingly. "Poker, bridge, chemin de fer, I like 'em all," he rattled on, "but they don't like me, so I stick to solitaire. It's dull, but cheap." He shuffled the cards clumsily. As though making conversation, he asked, "You care for cards yourself?" I told him truthfully I did not know the difference between a club and a spade and had no curiosity to learn. At this, when he found he had been wasting time on me, I expected him to show some sign of annoyance, even of irritation. But his disappointment struck far deeper. As though I had hurt him physically, he shut his eyes, and when again he opened them, I saw in them distress. For that moment, I believe, of my presence, he was utterly unconscious. His hands lay idle upon the table like a man facing a crisis. He stared before him. Quite improperly, I felt sorry for him. In me, he thought he had found a victim, and that the loss of the few dollars he might have won should so deeply disturb him showed his need was great. Almost at once he abandoned me, and I went on deck. When I returned an hour later to the smoking room, he was deep in a game of poker. As I passed, he hailed me gaily. "Don't scold now," he laughed. "You know I can't keep away from it." From his manner, those at the table might have supposed we were friends of long and happy companionship. I stopped behind his chair, but he thought I had passed, and in reply to one of the players, answered, "Known him for years. He's set me right many a time. When I broke my right femur chasing, he got me back in the saddle in 6 weeks. All my people swear by him." One of the players smiled up at me, and Talbot turned. But his eyes met mine with perfect serenity. He even held up his cards for me to see. "What would you draw?" he asked. His audacity so astonished me that in silence I could only stare at him and walk on. When on deck he met me, he was not even apologetic. Instead, as though we were partners in crime, he chuckled delightedly. "Sorry," he said. "Had to do it. They weren't very keen at my taking a hand, so I had to use your name. But I'm all right now," he assured me. "They think you vouched for me, and tonight they're going to raise the limit. I've convinced them I'm an easy mark." "And I take it you are not," I said stiffly. He considered this unworthy of an answer and only smiled. Then the smile died, and again in his eyes I saw distress, infinite weariness, and fear. As though his thoughts drove him to seek protection, he came closer. "I'm in bed, Doctor," he said. His voice was frightened, bewildered, like that of a child. "I can't sleep. Nerves all on the loose. I don't think straight. I hear voices and no one around. I hear knockings at the door, and when I open it, no one there. If I don't keep fit, I can't work. And this trip, I got to make expenses. You couldn't help me, could you? Couldn't give me something to keep my head straight?" The need of my keeping his head straight that he might the easier rob our fellow passengers raised a pretty question of ethics. I meanly dodged it. I told him professional etiquette required I should leave him to the ship's surgeon. "But I don't know him," he protested. Mindful of the use he had made of my name, I objected strenuously. "Well, you certainly don't know me." My resentment obviously puzzled him. "I know who you are," he returned. "You and I—" With a deprecatory gesture, as though good taste forbade him saying who we were, he stopped. "But the ship's surgeon," he protested. "He's an awful bounder, besides." he added quite simply. "He's watching me." "As a doctor?" I asked, "or watching you play cards?" "Play cards," the young man answered. "I'm afraid he was ship surgeon on the P&O I came home on. There was trouble on that voyage, and I fancy he remembers me." His confidences were becoming a nuisance. "But you mustn't tell me that," I protested. "I can't have you making trouble on this ship, too. How do you know I won't go straight from here to the captain?" As though the suggestion greatly entertained him, he laughed. He made a mock obeisance. "I claim the seal of your profession," he said. "Nonsense," I retorted. "It's a professional secret that your nerves are out of hand, but that you are a card sharp is not. Don't mix me up with a priest." For a moment, Talbot, as though fearing he had gone too far, looked at me sharply. He bit his lower lip and frowned. "I've got to make expenses," he muttered. "And besides, all card games are games of chance, and a card sharp is one of the chances. Anyway," he repeated, as though disposing of all argument, "I got to make expenses." After dinner, when I came to the smoking room, the poker party sat waiting, and one of them asked me if I knew where they could find my friend. I should have said then that Talbot was a steamer acquaintance only, but I hate a row, and I let the chance pass. "We want to give him his revenge," one of them volunteered. "He's losing, then?" I asked. The man chuckled complacently. "The only loser," he said. "I wouldn't worry," I advised. "He'll come for his revenge." That night, after I had turned in, he knocked at my door. I switched on the lights and saw him standing at the foot of my berth. I saw also that with difficulty he was holding himself in hand. "I'm scared," he stammered. "Scared." I wrote out a requisition on the surgeon for a sleeping potion and sent it to him by the steward, giving the man to understand I wanted it for myself. Uninvited, Talbot had seated himself on the sofa. His eyes were closed, and as though he were cold, he was shivering and hugging himself in his arms. "Have you been drinking?" I asked. In surprise, he opened his eyes. "I can't drink," he answered simply. "It's nerves and worry. I'm tired." He relaxed against the cushions. His arms fell heavily at his sides. The fingers lay open. "God," he whispered, "how tired I am." In spite of his tan, and certainly he had led the out-of-door life, his face showed white. For the moment he looked old, worn, finished. "They're crowding me," the boy whispered. "They're always crowding me." His voice was querulous, uncomprehending, like that of a child complaining of something beyond his experience. "I can't remember when they haven't been crowding me. Moving me on, you understand? Always moving me on. Moved me out of India, then Cairo, and they closed Paris, and now they've shut me out of London. I opened a club there, very quiet, very exclusive, smart neighbourhood too, a flat in Berkeley Street, roulette and chemin de fer. I think it was my valet sold me out. Anyway, they came in and took us all to Bow Street, so I plunged on this. It's my last chance." "This trip?" "No, my family in New York. Haven't seen them in 10 years. They paid me to live abroad. I'm gambling on them, gambling on their taking me back. I'm coming home as the prodigal son, tired of filling my belly with the husks that the swine do eat. Reform character, repentance and all that. Want to follow the straight and narrow, and they'll kill the fatted calf." He laughed sardonically. "Like hell they will. They'd rather see me killed." It seemed to me, if he wished his family to believe he were returning repentant, his course in the smoking room would not help to reassure them. I suggested as much. "If you get into trouble, as you call it," I said, "and they send a wireless to the police to be at the wharf, your people would hardly—" "I know," he interrupted, "but I got to chance that. I got to make enough to go on with until I see my family." "If they won't see you," I asked, "what then?" He shrugged his shoulders and sighed lightly, almost with relief. as though for him the prospect held no terror. "Well, then it's good night, nurse," he said, "and I won't be a bother to anybody any more." I told him his nerves were talking and talking rot, and I gave him the sleeping draught and sent him to bed. It was not until after luncheon the next day, when he made his first appearance on deck, that I again saw my patient. He was once more a healthy picture of a young Englishman of leisure, keen, smart, and fit, ready for any exercise or sport. The particular sport at which he was so expert I asked him to avoid. "Can't be done," he assured me. "I'm the loser, and we dock tomorrow morning, so tonight I've got to make my killing." It was the others who made the killing. I came into the smoking room about 9 o'clock. Talbot alone was seated. The others were on their feet, and behind them, in a wider semicircle, were passengers, the smoking room stewards, and the ship's purser. Talbot sat with his back against the bulkhead, his hands in the pockets of his dinner coat. From the corner of his mouth his long cigarette holder was cocked at an impudent angle. There was a tumult of angry voices, and the eyes of all were turned upon him. Outwardly, at least, he met them with complete indifference. The voice of one of my countrymen, a noisy pest named Smedberg, was raised in excited accusation. "When the ship's surgeon first met you," he cried, "you called yourself Lord Ridley." "I call myself anything I jolly well like," returned Talbot. "If I choose to dodge reporters, that's my pigeon. I don't have to give my name to every meddling busybody." "You'll give it to the police, all right," chortled Mr. Smedberg. In the confident, bullying tone of the man who knows the crowd is with him, he shouted, "And in the meantime you'll keep out of this smoking room." The chorus of assent was unanimous. It could not be disregarded. Talbot rose and with fastidious concern brushed the cigarette ashes from his sleeve. As he moved toward the door, he called back, "Only too delighted to keep out. A crowd in this room makes a gentleman feel lonely." But he was not to escape with the last word. His prosecutor pointed his finger at him. "And the next time you take the name of Adolph Meyer," he shouted, "make sure first he hasn't a friend on board, someone to protect him from sharpers and swindlers." Talbot turned savagely and then shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, go to the devil," he called, and walked out into the night. The purser was standing at my side, and catching my eye, shook his head. "Bad business," he exclaimed. "What happened?" I asked. "I'm told they caught him dealing from the wrong end of the pack," he said. "I understand they suspected him from the first. Seems our surgeon recognized him, and tonight they had outsiders watching him. The outsiders claim they saw him slip himself an ace from the bottom of the pack. It's a pity. He's a nice-looking lad." I asked what the excited Smedberg had meant by telling Talbot not to call himself Meyer. "They accused him of travelling under a false name," explained the purser, "and he told them he did it to dodge the ship's news reporters. Then he said he really was a brother of Adolph Meyer, the banker, but it seems Smedberg is a friend of Meyer's, and he called him hard. It was a silly-ass thing to do," protested the purser. "Everybody knows Meyer hasn't a brother, and if he hadn't made that break, he might have got away with the other one. But now this Smedberg is going to wireless ahead to Mr. Meyer and to the police." "Has he no other way of spending his money?" I asked. "He's a confounded nuisance," growled the purser. "He wants to show us he knows Adolph Meyer wants to put Meyer under his obligation. It means a scene on the wharf and newspaper talk, and," he added with disgust, "those smoking room rows never helped any line." I went in search of Talbot, partly because I knew he was on the verge of collapse, partly, as I frankly admit to myself, because I was sorry the young man had come to grief. I searched the snow-swept decks, and then, after threading my way through faintly lit tunnels, I knocked at his cabin. The sound of his voice gave me a distinct feeling of relief, but he would not admit me. Through the closed door he declared he was all right, wanted no medical advice, and asked only to resume the sleep he claimed I had broken. I left him, not without uneasiness, and the next morning the sight of him still in the flesh was a genuine thrill. I found him walking the deck, carrying himself nonchalantly and trying to appear unconscious of the glances, amused, contemptuous, hostile, that were turned toward him. He would have passed me without speaking, but I took his arm and led him to the rail. We had long passed quarantine, and a convoy of tugs were butting us into the dock. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "Doesn't depend on me," he said. "Depends on Smedberg. He's a busy little body." The boy wanted me to think him unconcerned, but beneath the flippancy I saw the nerves jerking. Then quite simply he began to tell me. He spoke in a low, even monotone, dispassionately, as though for him the incident no longer was of interest. "They were watching me," he said. "But I knew they were, and besides, no matter how close they watched, I could have done what they said I did, and they'd never have seen it. But I didn't." My skepticism must have been obvious, for he shook his head. "I didn't," he repeated stubbornly. "I didn't have to. I was playing in luck, wonderful luck, sheer dumb luck. I couldn't help winning. But because I was winning, and because they were watching, I was careful not to win on my own deal. I laid down or played to lose. It was the cards they gave me I won with. And when they jumped on me, I told them that. I could have proved it if they'd listened. But they were all up in the air, shouting and spitting at me. They believed what they wanted to believe. They didn't want the facts." It may have been credulous of me, but I felt the boy was telling the truth, and I was deeply sorry he had not stuck to it. So, rather harshly, I said, "They didn't want you to tell them you were a brother to Adolf Meyer, either. Why did you think you could get away with anything like that?" Talbot did not answer. "Why?" I insisted. The boy laughed impudently. "How the devil was I to know he hadn't a brother?" he protested. "It was a good name, and he's a Jew, and 2 of the 6 who were in the game are Jews. You know how they stick together. I thought they might stick by me." "But you," I retorted impatiently, "are not a Jew." "I am not," said Talbot, "but I've often said I was. It's helped lots of times. If I'd told you my name was Cohen or Selmsky or Meyer instead of Craig Talbot, you'd have thought I was a Jew." He smiled and turned his face toward me. As though furnishing a description to the police, he began to enumerate. "Hair, dark and curly. Eyes, poppy. Lips, full. Nose, Roman or Hebraic, according to taste. You see?" He shrugged his shoulders. "But it didn't work," he concluded. "I picked the wrong Jew." His face grew serious. "Do you suppose that Smedberg person has wirelessed the banker?" I told him I was afraid he had already sent the message. "And what will Meyer do?" he asked. "Will he drop it or make a fuss? What sort is he?" Briefly, I described Adolf Meyer. I explained him as the richest Hebrew in New York, given to charity, to philanthropy, to the betterment of his own race. "Then maybe," cried Talbot hopefully, "he won't make a row and my family won't hear of it." He drew a quick breath of relief, as though a burden had been lifted. His shoulders straightened. And then suddenly, harshly, in open panic, he exclaimed aloud. "Look!" he whispered. "There, at the end of the wharf. The little Jew in furs." I followed the direction of his eyes. Below us on the dock, protected by 2 obvious members of the strong-arm squad, the great banker, philanthropist, and Hebrew, Adolf Meyer, was waiting. We were so close that I could read his face. It was stern, set, the face of a man intent upon his duty, unrelenting. Without question, of a bad business Mr. Smedberg had made the worst. I turned to speak to Talbot and found him gone. His silent slipping away filled me with alarm. I fought against a growing fear. How many minutes I searched for him I do not know. It seemed like hours. His cabin, where first I sought him, was empty and dismantled, and by that I was reminded that if, for any desperate purpose, Talbot was seeking to conceal himself, there were now hundreds of other empty, dismantled cabins in which he might hide. To my inquiries, no one gave heed. In the confusion of departure, no one had observed him. No one was in a humor to seek him out. The passengers were pressing to the gangway, the stewards concerned only in counting their tips. From deck to deck, down lane after lane of the great floating village, I raced blindly, peering into half-open doors, pushing through groups of men, pursuing someone in the distance who appeared to be the man I sought, only to find he was unknown to me. When I returned to the gangway, the last of the passengers was leaving it. I was about to follow to seek Talbot in the customs shed when a white-faced steward touched my sleeve. Before he spoke, his look told me why I was wanted. "The ship's surgeon, sir," he stammered. "I ask you, please to hurry to the sick bay. A passenger has shot himself." On the bed, propped up by pillows, young Talbot, with glazed, shocked eyes, stared at me. His shirt had been cut away, his chest lay bare. Against his left shoulder the doctor pressed a tiny sponge which quickly darkened. I must have exclaimed aloud, for the doctor turned his eyes. "It was he sent for you," he said, "but he doesn't need you. Fortunately, he's a damned bad shot." The boy's eyes opened wearily. Before we could prevent it, he spoke. "I was so tired," he whispered. "Always moving me on. I was so tired." Behind me came heavy footsteps, and though with my arm I tried to bar them out, the two detectives pushed into the doorway. They shoved me to one side, and through the passage made for him came the Jew in the sable coat, Mr. Adolph Meyer. For an instant the little great man stood with wide, owl-like eyes staring at the face on the pillow. Then he sank softly to his knees. In both his hands he caught the hand of the card-sharp. "Heine," he begged, "don't you know me? It is your brother Adolph, your little brother Adolph." End of The Card Sharp by Richard Harding Davis.
A Dark Brown Dog by Stephen Crane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by michaelrpiazza. A Dark Brown Dog. A child was standing on a street corner. He leaned with one shoulder against a high board fence and swayed the other to and fro, the while kicking carelessly at the gravel. Sunshine beat upon the cobbles, and a lazy summer wind raised yellow dust which trailed in clouds down the avenue. Clattering trucks moved with indistinctness through it. The child stood dreamily gazing. After a time, a little dark brown dog came trotting with an intent air down the sidewalk. A short rope was dragging from his neck. Occasionally he trod upon the end of it and stumbled. He stopped opposite the child, and the two regarded each other. The dog hesitated for a moment, but presently he made some little advances with his tail. The child put out his hand and called him. In an apologetic manner the dog came close, and the two had an interchange of friendly pattings and waggles. The dog became more enthusiastic with each moment of the interview, until with his gleeful caperings he threatened to overturn the child, whereupon the child lifted his hand and struck the dog a blow upon the head. The thing seemed to overpower and astonish the little dark brown dog, and wounded him to the heart. He sank down in despair at the child's feet. When the blow was repeated, together with an admonition in childish sentences, he turned over upon his back, and held his paws in a peculiar manner. At the same time, with his ears and his eyes, he offered a small prayer to the child. He looked so comical on his back, and holding his paws peculiarly, that the child was greatly amused, and gave him little taps repeatedly to keep him so. But the little dark brown dog took this chastisement in the most serious way, and no doubt considered that he had committed some grave crime, for he wriggled contritely, and showed his repentance in every way that was in his power. He pleaded with the child and petitioned him, and offered more prayers. At last the child grew weary of this amusement, and turned toward home. The dog was praying at the time. He lay on his back and turned his eyes upon the retreating form. Presently he struggled to his feet and started after the child. The latter wandered in a perfunctory way toward his home, stopping at times to investigate various matters. During one of these pauses, he discovered the little brown dog, who was following him with the air of a footpad. The child beat his pursuer with a small stick he had found. The dog laid down and prayed until the child had finished and resumed his journey. Then he scrambled erect and took up the pursuit again. On the way to his home, the child turned many times and beat the dog, proclaiming with childish gestures that he had held him in contempt as an unimportant dog, with no value save for a moment. For being this quality of animal, the dog apologized and eloquently expressed regret. But he continued stealthily to follow the child. His manner grew so very guilty that he slunk like an assassin. When the child reached his doorstep, the dog was industriously ambling a few yards in the rear. He became so agitated with shame when he again confronted the child that he forgot the dragging rope. He tripped upon it and fell forward. The child sat down on the step, and the two had another interview. During it, the dog greatly exerted himself to please the child. He performed a few gambols with such abandon that the child suddenly saw him to be a valuable thing. He made a swift, avaricious charge and seized the rope. He dragged his captive into a hall and up many long stairways in a dark tenement. The dog made willing efforts, but he could not hobble very skillfully up the stairs, because he was very small and soft. And at last the pace of the engrossed child grew so energetic that the dog became panic-stricken. In his mind he was being dragged toward a grim unknown. His eyes grew with the terror of it. He began to wiggle his head frantically and to brace his legs. The child redoubled his exertions. They had a battle on the stairs. The child was victorious, because he was completely absorbed in his purpose, and because the dog was very small. He dragged his acquirement to the door of his home, and finally, with triumph, across the threshold. No one was in. The child sat down on the floor and made overtures to the dog. These the dog instantly accepted. He beamed with affection upon his new friend. In a short time they were firm and abiding comrades. When the child's family appeared, they made a great row. The dog was examined and commented upon and called names. Scorn was leveled at him from all eyes, so that he became much embarrassed and drooped like a scorched plant. But the child went sturdily to the center of the floor, and at the top of his voice championed the dog. It happened that he was roaring protestations with his arms clasped about the dog's neck when the father of the family came in from work. The parent demanded to know what the blazes they were making the kid howl for. It was explained in many words that the infernal kid wanted to introduce a disreputable dog into the family. A family council was held. On this depended the dog's fate, but he in no way heeded, being busily engaged in chewing on the end of the child's dress. The affair was quickly ended. The father of the family, it appears, was in a particularly savage temper that evening, and when he perceived that it would amaze and anger everybody if such a dog were allowed to remain, he decided that it should be so. The child, crying softly, took his friend off to a retired part of the room to hobnob with him, while the father quelled a fierce rebellion of his wife. So it came to pass that the dog was a member of the household. He and the child were associated together at all times, save when the child slept. The child became a guardian and a friend. If the large folk kicked the dog and threw things at him, the child made loud and violent objections. Once when the child had run, protesting loud, with tears raining down his face, and his arms outstretched to protect his friend, he had been struck in the head with a very large saucepan from the hand of his father, enraged at some seeming lack of courtesy in the dog. Ever after, the family were careful how they threw things at the dog. Moreover, the latter grew very skillful in avoiding missiles and feet. In a small room containing a stove, a table, a bureau, and some chairs, he would display strategic ability of high order, dodging, feinting, and scuttling about among the furniture. He could force 3 or 4 people armed with brooms, sticks, and handfuls of coal to use all their ingenuity to get in a blow. And even when they did, it was seldom that they could do him a serious injury or leave any imprint. But when the child was present, these scenes did not occur. It came to be recognized that if the dog was molested, the child would burst into sobs, and as the child, when started, was very riotous and practically unquenchable, the dog had therein a safeguard. However, the child could not always be near. At night when he was asleep, his dark brown friend would raise from some black corner a wild, wailful cry, a song of infinite lowliness and despair, that would go shuddering and sobbing among the buildings of the block and cause people to swear. At these times the singer would often be chased all over the kitchen, and hit with a great variety of articles. Sometimes, too, the child himself used to beat the dog, although it is not known that he ever had what could be truly called a just cause. The dog always accepted these thrashings with an air of admitted guilt. He was too much of a dog to try to look to be a martyr or to plot revenge. He received the blows with deep humility, and furthermore he forgave his friend the moment the child had finished, and was ready to caress the child's hand with his little red tongue. When misfortune came upon the child, and his troubles overwhelmed him, he would often crawl under the table and lay his small distressed head on the dog's back. The dog was ever sympathetic. It is not to be supposed that at such times he took occasion to refer to the unjust beatings his friend, when provoked, had administered to him. He did not achieve any notable degree of intimacy with the other members of the family. He had no confidence in them, and the fear that he would express at their casual approach often exasperated them exceedingly. They used to gain a certain satisfaction in underfeeding him, but finally his friend the child grew to watch the matter with some care, and when he forgot it, the dog was often successful, in secret for himself. So the dog prospered. He developed a large bark, which came wondrously from such a small rug of a dog. He ceased to howl persistently at night. Sometimes, indeed, in his sleep, he would utter little yells, as from pain, but that occurred, no doubt, when in his dreams he encountered huge, flaming dogs who threatened him direfully. His devotion to the child grew until it was a sublime thing. He wagged at his approach, he sank down in despair at his departure. He could detect the sound of the child's step among all the noises of the neighborhood. It was like a calling voice to him. The scene of their companionship was a kingdom governed by this terrible potentate, the child, but neither criticism nor rebellion ever lived for an instant in the heart of the one subject. Down in the mystic, hidden fields of his little dog soul bloomed flowers of love and fidelity and perfect faith. The child was in the habit of going on many expeditions to observe strange things in the vicinity. On these occasions his friend usually jogged aimfully along behind. Perhaps, though, he went ahead. This necessitated his turning around every quarter minute to make sure the child was coming. He was filled with a large idea of the importance of these journeys. He would carry himself with such an air. He was proud to be the retainer of so great a monarch. One day, however, the father of the family got quite exceptionally drunk. He came home and held carnival with the cooking utensils, the furniture, and his wife. He was in the midst of this recreation when the child, followed by the dark brown dog, entered the room. They were returning from their voyages. The child's practiced eye instantly noted his father's state. He dived under the table, where experience had taught him was a rather safe place. The dog, lacking skill in such matters, was, of course, unaware of the true condition of affairs. He looked with interested eyes at his friend's sudden dive. He interpreted it to mean joyous gambol. He started to patter across the floor to join him. He was the picture of a little dark brown dog en route to a friend. The head of the family saw him at this moment. He gave a huge howl of joy, and knocked the dog down with a heavy coffee pot. The dog, yelling in supreme astonishment and fear, writhed to his feet and ran for cover. The man kicked out with a ponderous foot. It caused the dog to swerve as if caught in a tide. A second blow of the coffee pot laid him upon the floor. Here the child, uttering loud cries, came valiantly forth like a knight. The father of the family paid no attention to these calls of the child, but advanced with glee upon the dog. Upon being knocked down twice in swift succession, the latter apparently gave up all hope of escape. He rolled over on his back and held his paws in a peculiar manner. At the same time, with his eyes and his ears, he offered up a small prayer. But the father was in a mood for having fun, and it occurred to him that it would be a fine thing to throw the dog out the window. So he reached down, and grabbing the animal by a leg, lifted him squirming up. He swung him 2 or 3 times hilariously about his head, and then flung him with great accuracy through the window. The soaring dog created a surprise in the block. A woman watering plants in an opposite window gave an involuntary shout and dropped a flower pot. A man in another window leaned perilously out to watch the flight of the dog. A woman who had been hanging out clothes in a yard began to caper wildly. Her mouth was filled with clothespins, but her arms gave vent to a sort of exclamation. In appearance she was like a gagged prisoner. Children ran, whooping. The dark brown body crashed in a heap on the roof of a shed 5 stories below. From thence it rolled to the pavement of an alleyway. The child in the room far above burst into a long, dirge-like cry, and toddled hastily out of the room. It took him a long time to reach the alley, because his size compelled him to go downstairs backward, 1 step at a time, and holding with both hands to the step above. When they came for him later, they found him seated by the body of his dark brown friend.
End of A Dark Brown Dog by Stephen Crane. Read for LibriVox.org by michaelrpiazza.
A Faraway Melody by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Faraway Melody by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. The clothesline was wound securely around the trunks of 4 gnarled, crooked, old apple trees, which stood promiscuously about the yard back of the cottage. It was tree blossoming time, but these were too aged and sapless to blossom freely, and there was only a white bough here and there shaking itself triumphantly from among the rest, which had only their new green leaves. There was a branch occasionally which had not even these, but pierced the tender green and the flossy white in hard gray nakedness. All over the yard the grass was young and green and short, and had not yet gotten any feathery heads. Once in a while there was a dandelion set closely down among it. The cottage was low, of a dark red color, with white facings around the windows, which had no blinds, only green paper curtains. The back door was in the center of the house, and opened directly into the green yard, with hardly a pretense of a step, only a flat oval stone before it. Through this door, stepping cautiously on the stone, came presently 2 tall, lank women in chocolate-colored calico gowns, with a basket of clothes between them. They set the basket underneath a line on the grass, with a little clothespin bag beside it, and then proceeded methodically to hang out the clothes. Everything of a kind went together, and the best things on the outside line, which could be seen from the street in front of the cottage. The 2 women were curiously alike. They were about the same height, and moved in the same way. Even their faces were so similar in feature and expression that it might have been a difficult matter to distinguish between them. All the difference, and that would have been scarcely apparent to an ordinary observer, was a difference of degree, if it might be so expressed. In one face the features were both bolder and sharper in outline, the eyes were a trifle larger and brighter, and the whole expression more animated and decided than in the other. One woman's scanty drab hair was a shade darker than the other's, and the negative fairness of complexion, which generally accompanies drab hair, was in one relieved by a slight tinge of warm red on the cheeks. This slightly intensified woman had been commonly considered the more attractive of the two, though in reality there was very little to choose between the personal appearance of these twin sisters, Priscilla and Mary Brown. They moved about the clothesline, pinning the sweet white linen on securely, their thick, white-stockinged ankles showing beneath their limp calicoes as they stepped, and their large feet in cloth slippers flattening down the short green grass. Their sleeves were rolled up, displaying their long, thin, muscular arms, which were sharply pointed at the elbows. They were homely women. They were 50 and over now, but they never could have been pretty in their teens. Their features were too irredeemably irregular for that. No youthful freshness of complexion or expression could have possibly done away with the impression that they gave. Their plainness had probably only been enhanced by the contrast, and these women, to people generally, seemed better looking than when they were young. There was an honesty and patience in both faces that showed all the plainer for their homeliness. One, the sister with the darker hair, moved a little quicker than the other, and lifted the wet clothes from the basket to the line more frequently. She was the first to speak, too, after they had been hanging out the clothes for some little time in silence. She stopped as she did so, with a wet pillow-case in her hand, and looked up reflectively at the flowering apple boughs overhead and the blue sky showing between, while the sweet spring wind ruffled her scanty hair a little. "I wonder, Mary," said she, "if it would seem so very queer to die a mornin' like this. Say, don't you believe there's apple branches a hangin' over them walls made out of precious stones like these, only there ain't any dead limbs among 'em, and they're all covered thick with flowers? And I wonder if it would seem such an awful change to go from this air into the air of the New Jerusalem." Just then a robin hidden somewhere in the trees began to sing. "I s'pose," she went on, "that there's angels instead of robins, though, and they don't roost up in trees to sing, but stand on the ground, with lilies growin' round their feet, maybe, up to their knees, or on the gold stones in the street, and play on their harps to go with the singin'." The other sister gave a scared, awed look at her. "Lord, don't talk that way, sister," said she. "What has got into you lately? You make me crawl all over, talking so much about dyin'. You feel well, don't you?" "Lor, yes," replied the other, laughing, and picking up a clothespin for her pillow case. "I feel well enough, and I don't know what has got me to talking so much about dyin' lately, or thinking about it. I guess it's the spring weather. Perhaps flowers growin' make anybody think of wings sproutin' kinder nat'rally. I won't talk so much about it if it bothers you, and I don't know but it's sort of nat'ral it should. Did you get the potatoes before we came out, sister?" with an awkward and kindly effort to change the subject. "No," replied the other, stooping over the clothes basket. There was such a film of tears in her dull blue eyes that she could not distinguish one article from another. "Well, I guess you had better go in and get 'em. Then they ain't worth anything, this time of year, unless they soak a while, and I'll finish hanging out the clothes while you do it." "Well, p'raps I'd better," the other woman replied, straightening herself up from the clothes basket. Then she went into the house without another word, but down in the damp cellar, a minute later, she sobbed over the potato barrel as if her heart would break. Her sister's remarks had filled her with a vague apprehension and grief which she could not throw off, and there was something little singular about it. Both these women had always been of a deeply religious cast of mind. They had studied the Bible faithfully, if not understandingly, and their religion had strongly tinctured their daily life. They knew almost as much about the Old Testament prophets as they did about their neighbors, and that was saying a good deal of two single women in a New England country town. Still, this religious element in their natures could hardly have been termed spirituality. It deviated from that as much as anything of religion, which is in one way spirituality itself, could. Both sisters were eminently practical in all affairs of life, down to their very dreams, and Priscilla especially so. She had dealt in religion with the bare facts of sin and repentance, future punishment and reward. She had dwelt very little, probably, upon the poetic splendors of the eternal city, and talked about them still less. Indeed, she had always been reticent about her religious convictions, and had said very little about them even to her sister. The two women, with God in their thoughts every moment, seldom had spoken his name to each other. For Priscilla to talk in the strain that she had today, and for a week or two previous, off and on, was from its extreme deviation from her usual custom, certainly startling. Poor Mary, sobbing over the potato barrel, thought it was a sign of approaching death. She had a few superstitious like grafts upon her practical, commonplace character. She wiped her eyes finally, and went upstairs with her tin basin of potatoes, which were carefully washed and put to soak by the time her sister came in with the empty basket. At 12 exactly, the two sat down to dinner in the clean kitchen, which was one of the two rooms the cottage boasted. The narrow entry ran from the front door to the back. On one side was the kitchen and living room, on the other the room where the sisters slept. There were two small unfinished lofts overhead, reached by a step-ladder through a little scuttle in the entry ceiling, and that was all. The sisters had earned the cottage and paid for it years before by working as tailoresses. They had, besides, quite a snug little sum in the bank, which they had saved out of their hard earnings. There was no need for Priscilla and Mary to work so hard, people said, but work hard they did, and work hard they would as long as they lived. The mere habit of work had become as necessary to them as breathing. Just as soon as they had finished their meal and cleared away the dishes, they put on some clean starched purple prints, which were their afternoon dresses, and seated themselves with their work at the two front windows. The house faced southwest, so the sunlight streamed through both. It was a very warm day for the season, and the windows were open. Close to them, in the yard outside, stood great clumps of lilac bushes. They grew on the other side of the front door, too. A little later the low cottage would look half buried in them. The shadows of their leaves made a dancing network over the freshly washed yellow floor. The two sisters sat there and sewed on some coarse vests all the afternoon. Neither made a remark often. The room, with its glossy little cooking stove, its 8-day clock on the mantel, its chintz-cushioned rocking chairs, and the dancing shadows of the lilac leaves on its yellow floor, looked pleasant and peaceful. Just before 6 o'clock a neighbor dropped in with her cream pitcher to borrow some milk for tea, and she sat down for a minute's chat after she had got it filled. They had been talking a few moments on neighborhood topics, when all of a sudden Priscilla let her work fall and raised her hand. "Hush!" whispered she. The other two stopped talking and listened, staring at her wonderingly, but they could hear nothing. "What is it, Miss Priscilla?" asked the neighbor with round blue eyes. She was a pretty young thing, who had not been married long. "Hush! Don't speak! Don't you hear that beautiful music?" Her ear was inclined towards the open window, her hand still raised warningly, and her eyes fixed on the opposite wall beyond them. Mary turned visibly paler than her usual dull paleness, and shuddered. "I don't hear any music," she said. "Do you, Miss Moore?" "No," replied the caller, her simple little face beginning to put on a scared look from a vague sense of a mystery she could not fathom. Mary Brown rose and went to the door, and looked eagerly up and down the street. "There ain't no organ man in sight anywhere," said she, returning, "and I can't hear any music, and Miss Moore can't, and we're both sharp enough o' hearing. You're just imaginin' it, sister." I never imagined anything in my life," returned the other, "and it ain't likely I'm going to begin now. It's the beautifulest music. It comes from over the orchard there. Can't you hear it? But it seems to me it's growing a little fainter like now. I guess it's moving off, perhaps." Mary Brown set her lips hard. The grief and anxiety she had felt lately turned suddenly to unreasoning anger against the cause of it. Through her very love she fired with quick wrath at the beloved object. Still she did not say much, only, "I guess it must be moving off," with a laugh which had an unpleasant ring in it. After the neighbor had gone, however, she said more, standing before her sister with her arms folded squarely across her bosom. "Now, Priscilla Brown," she exclaimed, "I think it's about time to put a stop to this. I've heard about enough of it. What do you suppose Miss Moore thought of you? Next thing it'll be all over town that you're getting spiritual notions. Today it's music that nobody else can hear, and yesterday you smelled roses, and there ain't one in blossom this time o' year, and all the time you're talking about dying. For my part, I don't see why you ain't as likely to live as I am. You're uncommon hearty on victuals. You ate a pretty good dinner today for a dying person." "I didn't say I was going to die," replied Priscilla meekly. The two sisters seemed suddenly to have changed natures. "And I'll try not to talk so, if it plagues you. I told you I wouldn't this morning, but the music kinder took me by surprise like, and I thought maybe you and Miss Moore could hear it. I can just hear it a little bit now, like the dying away of a bell." "There you go again!" cried the other sharply. "Do, for mercy's sake, stop, Priscilla. There ain't no music." "Well, I won't talk any more about it," she answered patiently, and she rose and began setting the table for tea, while Mary sat down and resumed her sewing, drawing the thread through the cloth with quick, uneven jerks. That night the pretty girl neighbor was aroused from her sleep by a distressed voice at her bedroom window, crying, "Miss Moore! Miss Moore!" She spoke to her husband, who opened the window. "What's wanted?" he asked, peering out into the darkness. "Priscilla's sick," moaned the distressed voice. "Awful sick. She fainted and I can't bring her to. Go for the doctor. Quick, quick, quick!" The voice ended in a shriek on the last word, and the speaker turned and ran back to the cottage, where, on the bed, lay a pale, gaunt woman, who had not stirred since she left it. Immovable through all her sister's agony, she lay there, her features shaping themselves out more and more from the shadows, the bedclothes that covered her limbs taking on an awful rigidity. "She must have died in her sleep," the doctor said when he came, "without a struggle." When Mary Brown really understood that her sister was dead, she left her to the kindly ministrations of the good women who are always ready at such times in a country place, and went and sat by the kitchen window in the chair which her sister had occupied that afternoon. There the women found her when the last offices had been done for the dead. "Come home with me to night," one said. "Miss Green will stay with her," with a turn of her head towards the opposite room, and an emphasis on the pronoun which distinguished it at once from one applied to a living person. "No," said Mary Brown, "I'm a goin' to set here and listen." She had the window wide open, leaning her head out into the chilly night air. The women looked at each other. One tapped her head, another nodded hers. "Poor thing," said a third. "You see," went on Mary Brown, still speaking with her head leaned out of the window, "I was cross with her this afternoon because she talked about hearing music. I was cross and spoke up sharp to her because I loved her, but I don't think she knew. I didn't want to think she was going to die, but she was. And she heard the music. It was true. And now I'm a goin' to sit here and listen till I hear it too, and then I'll know she ain't laid up what I said agin me, and that I'm a goin' to die too." They found it impossible to reason with her. There she sat till morning, with a pitying woman beside her, listening all in vain for unearthly melody. Next day they sent for a widowed niece of the sisters, who came at once, bringing her little boy with her. She was a kindly young woman, and took up her abode in the little cottage, and did the best she could for her poor aunt, who, it soon became evident, would never be quite herself again. There she would sit at the kitchen window and listen, day after day. She took a great fancy to her niece's little boy, and used often to hold him in her lap as she sat there. Once in a while she would ask him if he heard any music. "An innocent little thing like him might hear quicker than a hard, unbelieving old woman like me," she told his mother once. She lived so for nearly a year after her sister died. It was evident that she failed gradually and surely, though there was no apparent disease. It seemed to trouble her exceedingly that she never heard the music she listened for. She had an idea that she could not die unless she did, and her whole soul seemed filled with longing to join her beloved twin sister, to be assured of her forgiveness. This sister love was all she had ever felt, besides her love of God in any strong degree. All the passionate devotion of which this homely, commonplace woman was capable was centered in that, and the unsatisfied strength of it was killing her. The weaker she grew, the more earnestly she listened. She was too feeble to sit up, but she would not consent to lie in bed, and made them bolster her up with pillows in a rocking chair by the window. At last she died, in the spring, a week or two before her sister had the preceding year. The season was a little more advanced this year, and the apple trees were blossomed out further than they were then. She died about 10 o'clock in the morning. The day before, her niece had been called into the room by a shrill cry of rapture from her. "I've heard it! I've heard it!" she cried. "A faint sound of music, like the dying away of a bell." End of Faraway Melody, by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman.
The Fox Skin, by Gudmundur G. Hagalin, translated by Meckin Swainson Perkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. The Fox Skin. "No need to take care now about fastening the door," Arni of Bali said to himself as he wrapped the string around the nail driven into the doorpost of the outlying sheep cot. Then he turned around, took out his handkerchief, and putting it to his nose, blew vigorously. This done, he folded the handkerchief together again, wiped his mouth and nose, and took out his snuff horn. "What fine balmy weather," thought Arni. "That miserable fox won't come near sheepcots or houses now. Blast its hide! Yes, it had caused him many a wakeful night. All the neighbouring farmers would have the fool's luck to catch a fox every single winter, all but him. He couldn't even wound a vixen, and had in all his life never caught any kind of fox. Wouldn't it be fun to bring home a dark brown pelt, one with fine overhair? Yes, wouldn't that be fun?" Arni shook his head in delight, cleared his throat vigorously, and took a pinch of snuff. Bending his steps homeward, he tottered along with his body half stooped, as was his habit, and his hands behind his back. When he looked up, he did not straighten out, but bent his neck back so his head lay between his shoulder blades. Then his red-rimmed eyes looked as if they were about to pop out of his head. His dark red beard rose up as though striving to free itself from its roots, and his empurpled nose and scarlet cheekbones protruded. "Pretty good underfoot," thought Arni. At least it was easy to go between the sheepcotes and the house. Everything pretty quiet just now. The sheep took care of themselves during the day, and grazing was plentiful along the seashore and on the hillsides. No reason why he might not now and then lie in wait somewhat into the night in the hope of catching a fox. He wasn't too tired for that, but he had given up all that sort of thing. It brought only vexation and trouble. Besides, he had told everybody that he did not think it worth his while to waste his time on such things and perhaps catch his death to boot. The Lord knew that was mere pretence. 80 crowns for a beautiful dark brown fox skin was a tidy sum, but a man had to think up something to say for himself, the way they all harped on fox hunting. Bjarni of Fell caught a white vixen night before last, or Einar of Brecka caught a brown dog fox yesterday, or if a man stepped over to a neighbour's for a moment, any hunting? Anyone shot a fox? Our Gisli here caught a greyish brown one last evening. Such incessant twaddle. Arni's breath came short. Wasn't it enough if a man made an honest living? Yet work or achievement which brought no joy was unblessed. At this point Samur darted up. Arni thought the dog had deserted him and rushed off home. Now, what in the world ailed the creature? Shame on you for a pesky cur. Can't you be still a minute, you brute? Must I beat you? Asked Arni, making threatening gestures at Samur, a large black-spotted dog with ugly shaggy hair. But Samur darted away, ran off whimpering. He would pause now and then and look back at his master, until finally he disappeared behind a big boulder. What's got into the beast? He can't have found a fox trail, can he? Arni walked straight to the rock where Samur had disappeared. Then, slowing down his pace, he tiptoed as if he expected to find a fox hidden there. Yes, there was Samur. There he lay in front of a hole, whimpering and wagging his tail. Shame on you, Samur! Arni lay down prone on the snow and stretched his arm into the hole. But all of a sudden he jerked his hand back, his heart beating as if it would tear itself out of his breast. He had so plainly felt something furry inside the hole, and he was badly mistaken if a strong fox odour did not come out of it. Was the fox alive, or was it dead? Might it bite him fatally? But that made no difference. Now that he had a good chance of taking a fox, it was do or die. He stood up straight and stretched every muscle and pulled the mitten on his right hand carefully up over his wrist. Then he knelt down, thrust his hand in the hole, set his teeth and screwed up his face. Yes, now he had caught hold of it and was pulling it carefully out. Well, not so bad. A dark brown tail, a glossy body, and what fine over hair. For once Arni of Bali had some luck. The fox was dead. It had been shot in the belly and just crept in there to die. Sly devil, poor beast, blessed creature. Arni ended by feeling quite tenderly towards the fox. He hardly knew how to give utterance to his joy. Good old Samur, my own precious dog, let me pat you, said Arni, rubbing the dog's cheek with his own. They could shout themselves blue in the face. It was no trick to kill all you wanted of these little devils if you just had the powder and shot and were willing to waste your time on it. But here Arni's face fell. He did not even have his gun with him. It stood all covered with rust at home out in the shed. Just his luck. And how could he claim to have shot a fox without a gun? Get out of here, Samur! Shame on you, you rascal! And Arni booted Samur so hard that the dog yelped. But in direst need help is at hand. He could wait for the cover of darkness. Not even his wife should know but that he had shot the fox. Wouldn't she stare at him? She had always defied him and tried to belittle him. No, she should not learn the truth, she least of all. He would not tell a soul. Now Samur, he knew how to hold his tongue, faithful creature. Arni sat down on the rock with the fox on his knees and started singing to pass the time, allowing his good cheer to ring out as far as his voice would carry. My fine Sunday cap has been carried away by a furious gale, and I'll wear it no more to the chapel to pray, in the wind and the hail. He chanted this ballad over and over again until he was tired, then sat still, smiling and stroking the fox skin. He had learnt the song when he was a child from his mother, who had sung it all day long one spring while she was shearing the sheep, and he could not think of any other for the moment. It wasn't in fact a bad song. There were many good rhymesters in Iceland. He began singing again, rocking his body back and forth vehemently and stroking the fox skin the while. And Samur, who sat in front of him, cocked his head first on one side, then on the other, and gave him a knowing look. At last the dog stretched out his neck, raised his muzzle into the air, and howled, using every variation of key known to him. At this Arni stopped short and stared at him, then bending his head slightly to one side to study him, he roared with laughter. What an extraordinary dog! Yes, really extraordinary. In the little kitchen at Bali, Groa, the mistress, crouched before the stove and poked the fire with such vigour that both ashes and embers flew out on the floor. She was preparing to heat a mouthful of porridge for supper for her old man and the brats. She stood up, rubbed her eyes, and swore. The horrid smoke that always came from that rattletrap of a stove, and that wretched old fool of a husband was not man enough to fix it. Oh no, he wasn't handy enough for that. He went at every blessed thing as if his fingers were all thumbs. And where could he be loafing tonight? Not home yet. Serve him right if she locked the house and allowed him to stay in the sheepcotes or wherever it was he was dawdling. There now, those infernal brats were at the spinning wheel. Groa jumped up, darted into the passage and went to the stairs. Will you leave that spinning wheel be, you young devils? If you break the flyer or the upright, your little old mother will be after you. A dead calm ensued, so Groa returned to the kitchen and taking a loaf of pot bread from the cupboard, cut a few slices and spread them with dripping. Now a scratching sound was heard at the door, and Arni entered. Good evening to all, said he with urbanity as he set down the gun behind the kitchen door. Here's that gun. It has certainly paid for itself, poor old thing. His wife did not reply to his greeting, but she eyed him askance with a look that was anything but loving. Been fooling around with that gun? Why the blazes couldn't you have come home and brought me a bit of peat from the pit? A fine hunter you are. I might as well have married the devil. And his wife turned from him with a sneer. You're in a nice temper now, my dear. But just take a look at this, said Arni, throwing down the brown fox on the kitchen floor. At first Groa stared at her husband as if she had never seen him before. Then she shook her head and smiled sarcastically. You found it dead, I'll wager. Arni started. His face turned red and his eyes protruded. You would say that. You don't let me forget what a superior woman I married. Found it dead. And Arni plumped down on the wood box. His wife laughed. I'll wager I hit the nail on the head that time. Arni jumped to his feet. That confounded old witch should not spoil his pleasure. You're as stark raving mad as you always have been, but I don't care what you say. Kids, come and look at the fox your father has shot." 3 days later they had a visitor. Arni stood outside and stared at him. For a wonder, somebody had at last found his way to Arni's. Days and nights had passed, but nobody had come. They always came when they weren't wanted. And now came John of Lon, that overbearing fellow. But now he could see that Arni of Bali was also a man among men.
"Howdy, Arni, you poor fish," said John, fixing his steely grey eyes on Arni.
"How are you, you old snake?" answered Arni, smiling contemptuously. What monstrous eyes John had when he looked at a person.
"Has something special happened? You're somehow so puffed up today," said John with a sarcastic smile.
"Darn him," muttered Arni. Was he going to act just like Groa? In that case, Arni had at least a trump card in reserve.
"Did you say something?" inquired June, sticking a quid of tobacco into his mouth. "Or wasn't it meant for my ears? Oh, well, I don't care for your mutterings, you poor wretch. But now go ask your wife to give me a little drink of sour whey."
Arni turned round slowly and lazily. Wasn't the old fellow going to notice the skin? It wasn't so small that it couldn't be seen. There it hung on the wall, right in the sunlight, combed and beautifully glossy.
"That's quite a nice fox skin. Whose is it?" asked June, walking over to the wall.
Arni turned round. He could feel his heart beating fast. "Mine," he said with what calm he could muster.
"What is the idea of you buying a fox skin, you poor beggar?"
"Buying?" Arni sighed. "You think I can't shoot me a fox?"
"You!" June laughed. "That's a downright lie, my dear Arni."
"A lie? You'd best not tell people they lie unless you know more about it. A scoundrel like you, I say, a scoundrel like you," replied Arni, swelling. "I think you'd better be getting in and see her. You know her pretty well, I believe." June looked at the farmer of Bali with his steely eyes.
"For whom are you keeping the skin, Arni?"
"No one," said Arni
crossly. Then, after some hesitation, "The Lord gave it to me." "All right, Arni. Miracles never cease. That is plain enough after this, and no question about it. That's an 80-crown skin, however you came by it. But now let's go in and see Groa. As you say, I know her pretty well. She was a smart girl, your poor wretch. Too bad I was married and had to throw her to a creature like you."
Arni grinned and, trotting to the door of the house, called, "Groa, a visitor to see you." The woman came to the door. A smile played about her lips, smouldering embers glowed in her blue eyes, and the sunlight lighted up the unkempt braids of golden hair which fell down about her pale cheeks. But Arni for once was satisfied. At last Jon was properly impressed. The affair between Groa and Jon was something that could not be helped. Jon surely regretted having lost that girl. Yes, indeed. And she had her good points. She was smart, and 100 crowns a year, besides everything else that was brought them from Lon, was pretty good compensation. Yes, many a man had married less well than Arni of Bali, and the children were his, most of them anyway. Nobody need tell him anything else. The fox skin became Arni of Bali's most cherished possession. Every day when the weather was clear he would hang it well smoothed and combed on the outside wall, and when he left home he carefully put it away in a safe place. The skin became famous throughout the district, and many of the younger men made special trips to Bali to examine it. Arni would beam with joy and strut around with a knowing, self-satisfied expression on his face, and would tell of the patience, the agility, and the marksmanship he had to put into killing this monstrously clever fox. It certainly wasn't hard to kill all you wanted of these devils if you just had the powder and shot and were willing to give your time to it, he would say, as he turned the skin so that the sunlight shone full on the glossy pelt. Then one day that fall, Arni came home from tending the sheep, which had just been brought down from the mountain pastures. He hung the skin out and went into the kitchen, where Groa was busy washing, sat down on a box by the wall on the other side of the room, let his head rest on his hands and looked wise. For a while there was silence. At last Groa looked up from her wash tub and gave Arni a piercing glance. "Have you got your eye on a cow to replace the grey-spotted one we killed last spring?" "Cow?" asked Arni, scratching his head. "Cow? Yes, so you say, my good woman." "So I say? Do you think the milk from Dumba alone goes very far in feeding such a flock of children as we have? You haven't gone and squandered the money we got for Skjalda?" asked Groa, looking harder still at her husband. "Don't be foolish, woman. The money lies untouched at the factor's, but he wouldn't pay much for the meat and hide of Skjalda, not anywhere near enough to buy a good milking cow. He said the English on the trawlers don't set much store by cow's meat. The summer has been only so, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of uses for that money I've been able to scrape together. Of course, a cow is a good thing to buy, an enjoyable luxury, if only you have plenty of money." "If you can't scrape together the money for a cow, we must cut expenses somehow. Perhaps you could stop stuffing your nostrils with that dirty snuff. And you ought at any rate to be able to sell that fancy fox skin you play with so childishly." "Is that so?" "Yes, you play with that wretched fox skin just exactly like any crazy youngster." "Wretched, is it? Take care what you say, woman. Wretched skin! A fine judge of such matters you are." And standing up, Arni paced the kitchen floor. "An 80-crown skin, and you call it wretched. John of Lond didn't call it any names. You'll believe at least what he says." "Now, don't get puffed up. You ought to be thankful to get what you can for the skin. It will help in buying the cow." "The cow? Let me tell you, woman, that I'm not going to buy a cow for the skin. You can take it from me that you will never get a cow for that skin, or anything else, in fact. The farmer at Lon can shell out whatever is needed for buying the cow. That's the least he can do for you." Groa stopped her washing, stared for a few seconds at Arni, and then with a quick movement walked up to him, brandishing a bit of wet linen. "Will you tell me what you're going to do with the skin?" she asked almost in a whisper. Arni shrank back. The way to the door was cut off. He raised his arm in self-defense and retreated as far as possible into the corner. "I'm going to sell it. Now be reasonable, Groa. I'm going to sell it." "And what are you going to buy for it?" his wife hissed, boring into him with her eyes. "A cow. I'm going to buy a cow for it." "You lie! You know you're not going to sell it. You're going to play with it. Know your children hungering for milk and play with the skin." "My children? No, God be praised, they're not yours," said Groa, allowing the blows to rain on Arni. "But now I'll keep the skin for you." And like an arrow she shot out of the door, all out of breath and trembling. For a few seconds Arni stood still. His eyes seemed bursting out of their sockets, and the hair in his beard stood on end. In a flash he rushed over the kitchen floor and out of the house. Groa had just taken the skin down off the nail on the wall. Now she brandished it and looked at Arni with fury in her gaze. But he did not wait. He rushed at her, gave her such a shove that she fell, and, snatching the skin from her, ran. A safe distance away, he turned and stood panting for several seconds. At last, exhausted and trembling with rage, he hissed: "I'll tell you, Groa. I'll have my way about this. The skin is the only thing that is all my own, and no one shall take it from me." Arni fled then. He took his heels and ran away as fast as he could up the slopes. Far in the innermost corner of the outlying sheepcot at Bali, to which the sun rays never reach, Arni built himself a little cupboard. This cupboard is kept carefully locked, and Arni carries the key on a string which hangs around his neck. Arni now has become quite prosperous. For a long time it was thought that he must keep money in the cupboard, but last spring an acquaintance of his stopped at the outlying sheepcot on his way from the village. The man had some liquor with him and gave Arni a taste. At last the visitor was allowed to see what the cupboard contained. A carefully combed and smoothed dark brown fox skin. Arni was visibly moved by the unveiling of his secret. Staring at the ceiling, he licked his whiskers and sighed deeply. "It seems to me, Gisli," he said to his friend, "that I'd rather lose all my use than this skin. For it was the thing which once made me say, 'Thus far and no farther.' And since then I seem to own something right here in my breast which not even Jon of Lon can take away from me. I think I'm now beginning to understand what is meant in the scriptures by the treasure which neither moth nor rust can corrupt." Arni's red-rimmed eyes were moist. For a while he stood there thinking. But all of a sudden he shook his head and, turning to his acquaintance, said, "Let's see the bottle. A man seems to feel warmer inside if he gets a little drop." And Arni shook himself as if the mental strain of his philosophizing had occasioned in him a slight chill. End of The Foxskin by Gudmundur J. Hagalin. Read by Lars, Rolander.
Hearts and Crosses by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Baldy Woods reached for the bottle and got it. Whenever Baldy went for anything, he usually... But this is not Baldy's story. He poured out a third drink that was larger by a finger than the first and second. Baldy was in consultation, and the consultee is worthy of his hire. "I'd be king if I was you," said Baldy, so positively that his holster creaked and his spurs rattled. Webb Yeager pushed back his flat-brimmed Stetson and made further disorder in his straw-colored hair. The tonsorial recourse being without avail, he followed the liquid example of the more resourceful Baldy. "If a man marries a queen, it oughtn't to make him a two-spot," declared Webb, epitomizing his grievances. "Sure not," said Baldy, sympathetic, still thirsty, and genuinely solicitous concerning the relative value of the cards. "By rights, you're a king. If I was you, I'd call for a new deal. The cards have been stacked on you. I'll tell you what you are, Webb Yeager." "What?" asked Webb, with a hopeful look in his pale blue eyes. "You're a prince consort." "Go easy," said Webb. "I never blackguarded you none." "It's a title," explained Baldy. "Up among the picture cards, but it don't take no tricks. I'll tell you, Webb, it's a brand they got for certain animals in Europe. Say that you or me or one of them Dutch dukes marries in a royal family, well, by and by our wife gets to be queen. Are we king? Not in a million years. At the coronation ceremonies, we marched between Little Casino and the 9th Grand Custodian of the Royal Hall Bedchamber. The only use we are is to appear in photographs and accept the responsibility for the heir apparent. That ain't any square deal. Yes, sir, Webb, you're a prince consort. If I was you, I'd start a interregnum or a habeas corpus or something, and I'd be king if I had to turn from the bottom of the deck." Baldy emptied his glass to the ratification of his Warwick pose. "Baldy," said Webb solemnly, "me and you punched cows in the same outfit for years. We've been running on the same range and riding the same trails since we was boys. I wouldn't talk about my family affairs to nobody but you. You was a line rider on the Nopalito ranch when I married Santa McAllister. I was foreman then, but what am I now? I don't amount to a knot in a stake rope. When old McAllister was the cattle king of West Texas," continued Baldy with satanic sweetness, "you was some tallow. You had as much say on the ranch as he did." "I did," admitted Webb, "up to the time he found out I was trying to get my rope over Santa's head. Then he kept me out on the range as far from the ranch house as he could. When the old man died, they commenced to call Santa the Cattle Queen. I'm boss of the cattle, that's all. She tends to all the business. She handles all the money. I can't sell even a beef steer to a party of campers myself. Santa's the queen, and I'm Mr. Nobody." "I'd be king if I was you," repeated Baldy Woods, the royalist. "When a man marries a queen, he ought to grade up with her, on the hoof, dressed, dried, corned, any old way from the chaparral to the packing house. Lots of folks thinks it's funny, Webb, that you don't have the say-so on the Nopalito. I ain't reflecting none on Miss Yeager. She's the finest little lady between the Rio Grande and next Christmas. But a man ought to be boss of his own camp." The smooth brown face of Yeager lengthened to a mask of wounded melancholy. With that expression in his rumpled yellow hair and guileless blue eyes, he might have been likened to a schoolboy whose leadership had been usurped by a youngster of superior strength. But his active and sinewy 72 inches and his girded revolvers forbade the comparison. "What was that you called me, Baldy?" he asked. "What kind of a concert was it?" "A consort," corrected Baldy. "A prince consort. It's a kind of short card pseudonym. You come in sort of between Jack High and a 4-card flush." Webb Yeager sighed and gathered the strap of his Winchester scabbard from the floor. "I'm riding back to the ranch today," he said half-heartedly. "I gotta start a bunch of beeves for San Antone in the morning." "I'm your company as far as Dry Lake," announced Baldy. "I got a roundup camp on the San Marcos cutting out 2-year-olds. The two compañeros mounted their ponies and trotted away from the little railroad settlement where they had foregathered in the thirsty morning. At Dry Lake, where their routes diverged, they reined up for a parting cigarette. For miles they had ridden in silence, save for the soft drum of the ponies' hoofs on the matted mesquite grass, and the rattle of the chaparral against their wooden stirrups. But in Texas discourse is seldom continuous. You may fill in a mile, a meal, and a murder between your paragraphs without detriment to your thesis. So, without apology, Webb offered an addendum to the conversation that had begun 10 miles away. "You remember yourself, Baldy, there was a time when Santa wasn't quite so independent. You remember the days when old McAllister was keeping us apart, and how she used to send me the sign that she wanted to see me. Old man Mac promised to make me look like a colander if I ever come in gunshot of the ranch. You remember the sign she used to send, Baldy? The heart with the cross inside of it." "Me?" cried Baldy with intoxicated archness. "You old sugar-stealing coyote, don't I remember? Why, you dead-blame old long-horned turtle-dove, the boys in camp was all cognoscious about them hieroglyphs. The gizzard and crossbones, we used to call 'em. We used to see 'em on truck that was sent out from the ranch. They was marked in charcoal on sacks of flour and in lead pencil on the newspapers. I see one of 'em once chalked on the back of a new cook that old man McAllister sent out from the ranch. Danged if I didn't." "Santa's father," explained Webb gently, "got her to promise that she wouldn't write to me or send me any word. That heart and cross sign was her scheme. Whenever she wanted to see me in particular, she managed to put that mark on something at the ranch that she knew I'd see. and I never laid eyes on it but what I burnt the wind for the ranch the same night. I used to see her in that coma mott back of the little horse corral. We knowed it, chanted Baldy, but we never let on. We was all for you. We knowed why you always kept that fast paint in camp, and when we see that gizzard and crossbones figured out on the truck from the ranch, we knowed old Pinto was gonna eat up Miles that night instead of grass. You remember Scurry, that educated horse wrangler we had, the college fella that Tanglefoot drove to the range? Whenever Scurry saw that come meet your honey brand on anything from the ranch, he'd wave his hand like that and say, "Our friend Lee Andrews will again swim the Hell's Point tonight." The last time Santa sent me to sign, said Webb, was once when she was sick. I noticed it as soon as I hit camp, and I galloped Pinto 40 miles that night. She wasn't at the coma mott. I went to the house, and old McAllister met me at the door. "Did you come here to get killed?" says he. "I'll disoblige you for once. I just started a Mexican to bring you. Santa wants you. Go in that room and see her, and then come out here and see me." Santa was lying in bed, pretty sick, but she gives out a kind of a smile, and her hand and mine lock horns, and I sets down by the bed, mud and spurs and chaps and all. "I've heard you riding across the grass for hours, Webb," she says. "I was sure you'd come. You see that sign?" she whispers. "The minute I hit camp," says I. "'Twas marked on the bag of potatoes and onions. They're always together," says she, soft-like, "always together in life." "Well, they go well together," I says, "in a stew." "I mean hearts and crosses," says Santa. "Our sign. To love and to suffer, that's what they mean." And there was old Doc Musgrove amusing himself with whiskey and a palm leaf fan, and by Santa goes to sleep, and Doc feels her forehead, and he says to me, "You're not such a bad febrifuge, but you'd better slide out now, for the diagnosis don't call for you in regular doses. The little lady'll be all right when she wakes up." I seen old McAllister outside. "She's asleep," says I. "And now you can start in with your colander work. Take your time, for I left my gun on my saddle horn." Old Mac laughs, and he says to me, "Pumping lead into the best ranch boss in West Texas don't seem to me good business policy. I don't know where I could get as good a one. It's the son-in-law idea, Webb, that makes me admire for to use you as a target. You ain't my idea for a member of the family. But I can use you on the Nopalito if you'll keep outside of a radius with the ranch house in the middle of it. You go upstairs and lay down on a cot, and when you get some sleep, we'll talk it over." Baldy Woods pulled down his hat and uncurled his leg from his saddle horn. Webb shortened his rein, and his pony danced, anxious to be off. The two men shook hands with Western ceremony. "Adios, Baldy," said Webb. "I'm glad I seen you and had this talk." With a pounding rush that sounded like the rise of a covey of quail, the riders sped away toward different points of the compass. 100 yards on his route, Baldy reined in on the top of a bare knoll and emitted a yell. He swayed on his horse. Had he been on foot, the earth would have risen and conquered him, but in the saddle he was a master of equilibrium, and laughed at whiskey, and despised the center of gravity. Webb turned in his saddle at the signal. "If I was you," came Baldy's strident and perverting tones, "I'd be king." At 8 o'clock on the following morning, Bud Turner rolled from his saddle in front of the Nopalito ranch house and stumbled with whizzing rowels toward the gallery. Bud was in charge of the bunch of beef cattle that was to strike the trail that morning for San Antonio. Mrs. Yeager was on the gallery watering a cluster of hyacinths growing in a red earthenware jar. King McAllister had bequeathed to his daughter many of his strong characteristics. His resolution, his gay courage, his contumacious self-reliance, his pride as a reigning monarch of hoofs and horns. Allegro and fortissimo had been McAllister's temp and tone. In Santa they survived. transposed to the feminine key. Substantially, she preserved the image of the mother who had been summoned to wander in other and less finite green pastures long before the waxing herds of kine had conferred royalty upon the house. She had her mother's slim, strong figure and grave, soft prettiness that relieved in her the severity of the imperious McAllister eye and the McAllister air of royal independence. Webb stood on one end of the gallery, giving orders to 2 or 3 sub-bosses of various camps and outfits who had ridden in for instructions. "Morning," said Bud briefly. "Where do you want them beeves to go in town? To Barber's, as usual?" Now, to answer that had been the prerogative of the Queen. All the reins of business, buying, selling, and banking, had been held by her capable fingers. The handling of cattle had been entrusted fully to her husband. In the days of King McAllister, Santa had been his secretary and helper, and she had continued her work with wisdom and profit. But before she could reply, the Prince Consort spake up with calm decision. "You drive that bunch to Zimmerman and Nesbitt's pens. I spoke to Zimmerman about it some time ago." Bud turned on his high boot heels. "Wait," called Santa quickly. She looked at her husband with surprise in her steady gray eyes. "Why, what do you mean, Webb?" she asked, with a small wrinkle gathering between her brows. "I never deal with Zimmerman and Nesbitt. Barber has handled every head of stock from this ranch and that market for 5 years. I'm not going to take the business out of his hands." She faced Bud Turner. "Deliver those cattle to Barber," she concluded positively. Bud gazed impatiently at the water jar hanging on the gallery. He stood on his other leg and chewed a mesquite leaf. "I want this bunch of beeves to go to Zimmerman and Nesbitt," said Webb, with a frosty light in his blue eyes. "Nonsense," said Santa impatiently. "You'd better start on, Bud, so as to noon at the Little Elm water hole. Tell Barber we'll have another load of culls ready in about a month." Bud allowed a hesitating eye to steal upward and meet Webb's. Webb saw apology in his look and fancied he saw commiseration. "You deliver them cattle," he said grimly. "To Barber?" finished Santa sharply. "Let that settle it. Is there anything else you're waiting for, Bud?" "No'm," said Bud, but before going he lingered while a cow's tail could have switched thrice. For man is man's ally, and even the Philistines must have blushed when they took Samson in the way they did. "You hear the boss," cried Webb sardonically. He took off his hat and bowed until it touched the floor before his wife. "Webb," said Santa rebukingly, "you're acting mighty foolish today." "Court fool, your majesty," said Webb in his slow tones, which had changed their quality. "What else can you expect? Let me tell you, I was a man before I married a cattle queen. What am I now? The laughing stock of the camps. I'll be a man again." Santa looked at him closely. "Don't be unreasonable, Webb," she said calmly. "You haven't been slighted in any way. Do I ever interfere with your management of the cattle? I know the business side of the ranch much better than you do. I learned it from Dad. Be sensible." "Kingdoms and queendoms," said Webb, "don't suit me unless I'm in the pictures too. I punch the cattle and you wear the crown. All right. I'd rather be High Lord Chancellor of a cow camp than the 8th spot in a Queen High flush. It's your ranch, and Barber gets the beeves." Webb's horse was tied to the rack. He walked into the house and brought out his roll of blankets that he never took with him except on long rides, and his slicker and his longest stake rope of plaited rawhide. These he began to tie deliberately upon his saddle. Santa, a little pale, followed him. Webb swung up into the saddle. His serious, smooth face was without expression except for a stubborn light that smoldered in his eyes. "There's a herd of cows and calves," said he, "near the Hondo water hole on the Frio that ought to be moved away from timber. Lobos have killed 3 of the calves. I forgot to leave orders. You better tell Sims to attend to it." Santa laid a hand on the horse's bridle and looked her husband in the eye. "Are you going to leave me, Webb?" she said quietly. I am going to be a man again, he answered. I wish you success in a praiseworthy attempt, she said, with a sudden coldness. She turned and walked directly into the house. Webb Yeager rode to the southeast as straight as the topography of West Texas permitted, and when he reached the horizon he might have ridden on into blue space as far as knowledge of him on the Nopalito went. And the days, with Sundays at their head, formed into hebdomadal squads, and the weeks, captained by the full moon, closed ranks into menstrual companies crying Tempus Fugit on their banners, and the months marched on toward the vast campground of the years. But Webb Yeager came no more to the dominions of his queen. One day a being named Bartholomew, a sheepman, and therefore of little account, from the lower Rio Grande country, rode in sight of the Nopalito ranch house, and felt hunger assail him. Ex-consuetudine, he was soon seated at the midday dining table of that hospitable kingdom. Talk like water gushed from him. He might have been smitten with Aaron's rod. That is your gentle shepherd when an audience is vouchsafed him, whose ears are not overgrown with wool. Mrs. Yeager, he babbled, I see a man the other day on the Rancho Seco down in Hidalgo County by your name. Webb Yeager was his. He'd just been engaged as a manager. He was a tall, light-haired man, not saying much. Perhaps he was some kin of yours, do you think? A husband, said Santa cordially. The Seco has done well. Mr. Yeager is one of the best stockmen in the West. The dropping out of a prince consort rarely disorganizes a monarchy. Queen Santa had appointed as mayordomo of the ranch a trusty subject named Ramsay, who had been one of her father's faithful vassals, and there was scarcely a ripple on the Nopalito ranch, save when the Gulf breeze created undulations in the grass of its wide acres. For several years the Nopalito had been making experiments with an English breed of cattle that looked down with aristocratic contempt upon the Texas Longhorns. The experiments were found satisfactory, and a pasture had been set aside for the Blue Bloods. The fame of them had gone forth into the chaparral and pear as far as men ride in saddles. Other ranches woke up, rubbed their eyes, and looked with new dissatisfaction upon the Longhorns. As a consequence, one day a sunburned, capable, silk-kerchiefed, nonchalant youth, garnished with revolvers and attended by 3 Mexican vaqueros, alighted at the Nopalito ranch and presented the following businesslike epistle to the queen thereof. Mrs. Yeager, the Nopalito ranch. Dear Madam, I am instructed by the owners of the Rancho Seco to purchase 100 head of 2- and 3-year-old cows of the Sussex breed owned by you. If you can fill the order, please deliver the cattle to the bearer, and a check will be forwarded to you at once. Respectfully, Webster Yeager, manager the Rancho Seco. Business is business, even. Very scantily did it escape being written, especially in a kingdom. That night the 100 head of cattle were driven up from the pasture and penned in a corral near the ranch house for delivery in the morning. When night closed down and the house was still, did Santa Yeager throw herself down, clasping the formal note to her bosom, weeping, and calling out a name that pride, either in one way or the other, had kept from her lips many a day? Or did she file the letter in her business way, retaining her royal balance and strength? Wonder if you will, but royalty is sacred, and there is a veil. But this much you shall learn. At midnight Santa slipped softly out of the ranch house, clothed in something dark and plain. She paused for a moment under the live oak trees. The prairies were somewhat dim, and the moonlight was pale orange, diluted with particles of an impalpable flying mist. But the mock-bird whistled on every bough of vantage, leagues of flowers scented the air, and a kindergarten of little shadowy rabbits leaped and played in an open space near by. Santa turned her face to the southeast, and threw 3 kisses thitherward, for there was none to see. Then she sped silently to the blacksmith shop 50 yards away, and what she did there can only be surmised. But the forge glowed red, and there was a faint hammering such as Cupid might make when he sharpens his arrow points. Later she came forth with a queer-shaped, handled thing in one hand and a portable furnace, such as are seen in branding camps, in the other. To the corral where the Sussex cattle were penned, she sped with these things swiftly in the moonlight. She opened the gate and slipped inside the corral. The Sussex cattle were mostly a dark red, but among this bunch was one that was milky white, notable among the others. And now Santa took from her shoulder something that we had not seen before, a rope lasso. She freed the loop of it, coiling the length in her left hand, and plunged into the thick of the cattle. The white cow was her object. She swung the lasso, which caught one horn and slipped off. The next throw encircled the forefeet, and the animal fell heavily. Santa made for it like a panther, but it scrambled up and dashed against her, knocking her over like a blade of grass. Again she made her cast, while the aroused cattle milled around the four sides of the corral in a plunging mass. This throw was fair. The white cow came to earth again, and before it could rise, Santa had made the lasso fast around a post of the corral with a swift and simple knot, and had leaped upon the cow again with the rawhide hobbles. In 1 minute the feet of the animal were tied, no record-breaking deed, and Santa leaned against the corral for the same space of time, panting and lax. And then she ran swiftly to her furnace at the gate and brought the branding iron, queerly shaped and white-hot. The bellow of the outraged white cow, as the iron was applied, should have stirred the slumbering auricular nerves and consciences of the nearby subjects of the Nopalito, but it did not. And it was amid the deepest nocturnal silence that Santa ran like a lapwing back to the ranch house, and there fell upon a cot and sobbed as though queens had hearts as simple ranchmen's wives have, and as though she would gladly make kings of prince consorts, should they ride back again from over the hills and far away. In the morning, the capable, revolvered youth and his vaqueros set forth, driving the bunch of Sussex cattle across the prairies to the Rancho Seco. 90 miles it was, a 6 days' journey, grazing and watering the animals on the way. The beasts arrived at Rancho Seco one evening at dusk, and were received and counted by the foreman of the ranch. The next morning at 8 o'clock, a horseman loped out of the brush to the Nopalito ranch house. He dismounted stiffly and strode with whizzing spurs to the house. His horse gave a great sigh and swayed, foam-streaked, with down-drooping head and closed eyes. But waste not your pity upon Belshazzar, the flea-bitten sorrel. Today in Nopalito horse pasture he survives, pampered, beloved, unridden, cherished record-holder of long-distance rides. The horseman stumbled into the house. 2 arms fell around his neck, and someone cried out in the voice of a woman and queen alike, "Webb! Oh, Webb!" "I was a skunk," said Webb Yeager. "Hush!" said Santa. "Did you see it?" "I saw it," said Webb. What they meant, God knows, and you shall, if you rightly read the primer of events. "Be the cattle queen," said Webb, "and overlook it if you can. I was a mangy, sheep-stealing coyote."
"Hush!" said Santa again, laying her fingers upon his mouth. "There's no queen here. Do you know who I am? I am Santa Yeager, First Lady of the Bedchamber. Come here." She dragged him from the gallery into the room to the right. There stood a cradle with an infant in it, a red, ribald, unintelligible, babbling, beautiful infant, sputtering at life in an unseemly manner. "There's no queen on this ranch," said Santa again. "Look at the king. He's got your eyes, Webb. Down on your knees and look at his highness." But jingling rowels sounded on the gallery, and Bud Turner stumbled there again with the same query that he had brought lacking a few days, a year ago. "Morning. Them beeves has just turned out on the trail. Shall I drive 'em to Barber's or—" He saw Webb and stopped, open-mouthed.
shrieked the king in his cradle, beating the air with his fists. "You heard your boss, Bud," said Webb Yeager with a broad grin, just as he had said a year ago. And that is all, except that when old man Quinn, owner of the Rancho Seco, went out to look over the herd of Sussex cattle that he had bought from the Nopalito ranch, he asked his new manager, "What's that Nopalito ranch brand, Wilson?" "X-Y," said Wilson. "I thought so," said Quinn. "Well, look at that white heifer there. She's got another brand. Heart with a cross inside of it. What brand is that?" End of Hearts and Crosses by O. Henry.
The Mysterious Bride by James Hogg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A great number of people nowadays are beginning broadly to insinuate that there are no such things as ghosts or spiritual beings visible to mortal sight. Even Sir Walter Scott is turned renegade, and, with his stories made up of half and half, like Nathaniel Gow's Toddy, is trying to throw cold water on the most certain, though most impalpable phenomena of human nature. The bodies are daft. Heaven mend their wits. Before they had ventured to assert such things, I wish they had been where I have often been, or in particular where the Laird of Birkendelly was on St. Lawrence's Eve in the year 1777, and sundry times subsequent to that. Be it known then to every reader of this relation of facts that happened in my own remembrance, that the road from Birkendelly to the great muckle village of Balmawhapple, commonly called the Muckle Town, in opposition to the little town that stood on the other side of the burn, that road, I say, lay between two thorn hedges, so well kept by the laird's hedger, so close and so high that a rabbit could not have escaped from the highway into any of the adjoining fields. Along this road was the laird riding on the eve of St. Lawrence, in a careless, indifferent manner, with his hat to one side and his cane dancing a hornpipe before him. He was, moreover, chanting a song to himself, and I have heard people tell what song it was, too. There was once a certain, or rather uncertain, bard, yclept Robert Burns, who made a number of good songs, but this that the laird sang was an amorous song of great antiquity, which, like all the said bard's best songs, was sung 150 years before he was born. It began thus: I am the Laird of Windy Was, I came nae here without a cause, and I hae gotten 40 fa's in coming o'er the Nojo. The night it is baith wind and weet, the morn it will be snae and sleet. My shoon are frozen to my feet. O rise and let me in, Joe, let me in this ae night, etc. This song was the laird singing, while at the same time he was smudging and laughing at the catastrophe, when, ere ever aware, he beheld, a short way before him, an uncommonly elegant and beautiful girl walking in the same direction with him. "Ay," said the laird to himself, "here is something very attractive indeed. Where the deuce can she have sprung from? She must have risen out of the earth, for I never saw her till this breath. Well, I declare I have not seen such a female figure. I wish I had such an assignation with her as the Laird of Windy Was had with his sweetheart." As the laird was half thinking, half speaking this to himself, the enchanting creature looked back at him with a motion of intelligence, that she knew what he was half saying, half thinking, and then vanished over the summit of the rising ground before him, called the Birky Brow. "I go your ways," said the laird. "I see by you you'll not be hard to overtake. You cannot get off the road, and I'll have a chat with you before you make the Deer's Den." The laird jogged on. He did not sing the Laird of Windyways any more, for he felt a stifling about his heart. But he often repeated to himself, "She's a very fine woman, a very fine woman indeed, and to be walking here by herself, I cannot comprehend it." When he reached the summit of the Birky Brow, he did not see her, although he had a longer view of the road than before. He thought this very singular, and began to suspect that she wanted to escape him, although apparently rather lingering on him before. "I shall have another look at her, however," thought the Laird, and off he set at a flying trot. No, he came first to one turn, then another. There was nothing of the young lady to be seen. "Unless she takes wings and fly away, I shall be up with her," quoth the Laird, and off he set at the full gallop. In the middle of his career he met with Mr. M'Murdy of Owlton, who hailed him with, "Hillo, Birkendelly, where the deuce are you flying at that rate?" "I was riding after a woman," said the Laird with great simplicity, reining in his steed. "Then I am sure no woman on earth can long escape you, unless she be in an air balloon." "I don't know that. Is she far gone?" "In which way do you mean?" "In this." "Ah ha ha! He he he!" nickered M'Murdy, misconstruing the Laird's meaning. "What do you laugh at, my dear sir? Do you know her, then?" "Ho ho ho! He he he! How should I, or how can I know her, Birkendelly, unless you inform me who she is?" "Why, that is the very thing I want to know of you. I mean the young lady whom you met just now." "You are raving, Birkendelly. I met no young lady, nor is there a single person on the road I have come by, while you know that for a mile and a half forward your way she could not get out of it." "I know that," said the Laird, biting his lip and looking greatly puzzled. "But confound me if I understand this, for I was within speech of her just now on top of the Birky Brow there, and when I think of it, she could not have been even thus far as yet. She had on a pure white gauze frock, a small green bonnet and feathers, and a green veil, which, flung back over her left shoulder, hung below her waist, and was altogether such an engaging figure that no man could have passed her on the road without taking some note of her. Are you not making game of me? Did you not really meet her?" "On my word of truth and honour, I did not. Come ride back with me, and we shall meet her still, depend on it. She has given you the go-by on the road. Let us go. I am only to call at the mill about some barley for the distillery, and will return with you to the big town." Birkendelly returned with his friend. The sun was not yet set, yet M'Murdy could not help observing that the Laird looked thoughtful and confused, and not a word could he speak about anything save this lovely apparition with the white frock and the green veil. And lo, when they reached the top of Birky Brow, there was the maiden again before them, and exactly at the same spot where the Laird first saw her before, only walking in the contrary direction. "Well, this is the most extraordinary thing that I ever knew," exclaimed the Laird. "What is it, sir?" said M'Murdy. "How that young lady could have eluded me," returned the Laird. "See, here she is still." "I beg your pardon, sir, I don't see her. Where is she?" "There, on the other side of the angle, but you are short-sighted. See, there she is ascending the other eminence in her white frock and green veil, as I told you. What a lovely creature!" "Well, well, we have her fairly before us now, and shall see what she is like at all events," said M'Murdy. Between the Birky Brow and this other slight eminence there is an obtuse angle of the road at the part where it is lowest, and in passing this, the two friends necessarily lost sight of the object of their curiosity. They pushed on at a quick pace, cleared the low angle. The maiden was not there. They rode full speed to the top of the eminence, from whence a long extent of road was visible before them. There was no human creature in view. M'Murdy laughed aloud, but the Laird turned pale as death and bit his lip. His friend asked him good humouredly why he was so much affected. He said because he could not comprehend the meaning of this singular apparition or illusion, and it troubled him the more as he now remembered a dream of the same nature which he had, and which terminated in a dreadful manner. "Why, man, you are dreaming still," said M'Murdy. "But never mind, it is quite common for men of your complexion to dream of beautiful maidens with white frocks and green veils, bonnets, feathers, and slender waists. It is a lovely image, the creation of your own sanguine imagination, and you may worship it without any blame. Were her shoes black or green? And her stockings, did you note them? The symmetry of the limbs, I am sure you did. Good-bye, I see you are not disposed to leave the spot. Perhaps she will appear to you again." So saying, McMurdo rode on toward the mill, and Birkendelly, after musing for some time, turned his beast's head slowly round, and began to move toward the great muckle village. The laird's feelings were now in terrible commotion. He was taken beyond measure with the beauty and elegance of the figure he had seen, but he remembered, with a mixture of admiration and horror, that a dream of the same enchanting object had haunted his slumbers all the days of his life. Yet, how singular that he should never have recollected the circumstances till now. But farther, with the dream there were connected some painful circumstances, which, though terrible in their issue, he could not recollect so as to form them into any degree of arrangement. As he was considering deeply of these things, and riding slowly down the declivity, neither dancing his cane nor singing "The Laird of Windyways," he lifted up his eyes, and there was the girl on the same spot where he saw her first, walking deliberately up the Birky Brow. The sun was down, but it was the month of August and a fine evening, and the Laird, seized with an unconquerable desire to see and speak with that incomparable creature, could restrain himself no longer, but shouted out to her to stop till he came up. She beckoned acquiescence, and slackened her pace into a slow movement. The Laird turned the corner quickly, but when he had rounded it the maiden was still there, though on the summit of the brow. She turned round, and with an ineffable smile and curtsy saluted him, and again moved slowly on. She vanished gradually beyond the summit, and while the green feathers were still nodding in view, and so nigh that the Laird could have touched them with a fishing rod, he reached the top of the brow himself. There was no living soul there, nor onward, as far as his view reached. He now trembled in every limb, and, without knowing what he did, rode straight on to the big town, not daring well to return and see what he had seen for 3 several times, and certain he would see it again when the shades of evening were deepening. He deemed it proper and prudent to decline the pursuit of such a phantom any farther. He alighted at the Queen's Head, called for some brandy and water, quite forgot what was his errand to the great muckle town that afternoon, there being nothing visible to his mental sight but lovely images, with white gauze frocks and green veils. His friend McMurdo joined him. They drank deep, bantered, reasoned, got angry, reasoned themselves calm again, and still all would not do. The Laird was conscious that he had seen the beautiful apparition, and moreover that she was the very maiden, or the resemblance of her, who in the irrevocable decrees of Providence was destined to be his. It was in vain that McMurdo reasoned of impressions on the imagination, and of fancy moulding in the mind, light visions on the passing wind. Vain also was a story that he told him of a relation of his own, who was greatly harassed by the apparition of an officer in a red uniform that haunted him day and night, and had very nigh put him quite distracted several times, till at length his physician found out the nature of this illusion so well that he knew, from the state of his pulse, to an hour when the ghost of the officer would appear, and by bleeding, low diet, and emollients, contrived to keep the apparition away altogether. The Laird admitted the singularity of this incident, but not that it was one in point; for the one, he said, was imaginary, the other real, and that no conclusions could convince him in opposition to the authority of his own senses. He accepted of an invitation to spend a few days with McMurdo and his family, and they all acknowledged afterward that the Laird was very much like one bewitched. As soon as he reached home he went straight to the Birky Brow, certain of seeing once more the angelic phantom, but she was not there. He took each of his former positions again and again, but the desired vision would in no wise make its appearance. He tried every day and every hour of the day, all with the same effect, till he grew absolutely desperate, and had the audacity to kneel on the spot and entreat of heaven to see her. Yes, he called on heaven to see her once more, whatever she was, whether a being of earth, heaven, or hell. He was now in such a state of excitement that he could not exist. He grew listless, impatient, and sickly, took to his bed and sent for Macmurdy and the doctor; and the issue of the consultation was that Birkendelly consented to leave the country for a season, on a visit to his only sister in Ireland, whither we must accompany him for a short space. His sister was married to Captain Brian Younger of Scoresby, and they two lived in a cottage on the estate, and the captain's parents and sisters at Scoresby Hall. Great was the stir and preparation when the gallant young Laird of Birkendelly arrived at the cottage, it never being doubted that he came to forward a second bond of connection with the family, which still contained 7 dashing sisters, all unmarried, and all alike willing to change that solitary and helpless state for the envied one of matrimony, a state highly popular among the young women of Ireland. Some of the Misses Bryan now had reached the years of womanhood, several of them scarcely, but these small disqualifications made no difference in the estimation of the young ladies themselves. Each and all of them brushed up for the competition with high hopes and unflinching resolutions. True, the elder ones tried to check the younger in their good-natured, forthright Irish way, but they retorted and persisted in their superior pretensions. Then there was such shopping in the county town. It was so boundless that the credit of the Hall was finally exhausted, and the old squire was driven to remark that,
"Och, and to be sure it was a dreadful and terrible concussion to be put upon the equipment of 7 daughters all at the same moment, as if the young gentleman could marry them all. Och, then, poor dear soul, he would be after finding that one was sufficient, if not one too many, and therefore there was no occasion, none at all, and that there was not for any of them to rig out more than one."
It was hinted that the Laird had some reason for complaint at this time, but as the lady sided with her daughters, he had no chance. One of the items of his account was 37 buckling combs, then greatly in vogue. There were black combs, pale combs, yellow combs, and gilt ones, all to suit or set off various complexions, and if other articles bore any proportion at all to these, it had been better for the Laird and all his family that Birkendelly had never set foot in Ireland. The plan was all concocted. There was to be a grand dinner at the Hall, at which the damsels were to appear in all their finery. A ball to follow, and note to be taken of the young ladies was their guest's choice, and measures taken accordingly. The dinner and ball took place. And what a pity I may not describe that entertainment, the dresses and the dancers, for they were all exquisite in their way, and outre beyond measure. But such details only serve to derange a winter evening's tale such as this. Birkendelly, having at this time but one model for his choice among womankind, all that ever he did while in the presence of ladies was to look out for some resemblance to her, the angel of his fancy, and it so happened that in one of old Brian's daughters, named Luna, or more familiarly Loony, he perceived, or thought he perceived, some imaginary similarity in form and air to the lovely apparition. This was the sole reason why he was incapable of taking his eyes off from her the whole of that night, and this incident settled the point, not only with the old people, but even the young ladies were forced, after every exertion on their own parts, to
yield the point to their sister Loony, who certainly was not the most genteelest nor mist handsomest of that good-looking family.
The next day Lady Luna was dispatched off to the cottage in grand style, there to live hand in glove with her supposed lover. There was no standing all this. There were the two parocked together like a ewe and a lamb, early and late, and though the Laird really appeared to have, and probably had, some delight in her company, it was only in contemplating that certain indefinable air of resemblance which she bore to the sole image impressed on his heart. He bought her a white gauze frock, a green bonnet and feather, with a veil, which she was obliged to wear thrown over her left shoulder, and every day after, 6 times a day, was she obliged to walk over a certain eminence at a certain distance before her lover. She was delighted to oblige him, but still, when he came up, he looked disappointed, and never said,
"Luna, I love you. When are we to be married?"
No, he never said any such thing, for all her looks and expressions of fondest love, for alas, in all this dalliance he was only feeding a mysterious flame that preyed upon his vitals, and proved too severe for the powers either of reason or religion to extinguish. Still time flew lighter and lighter by, his health was restored, the bloom of his cheek returned, and the frank and simple confidence of Luna had a certain charm with it that reconciled him to his sister's Irish economy. But a strange incident now happened to him which deranged all his immediate plans. He was returning from angling one evening, a little before sunset, when he saw Lady Luna awaiting him on his way home. But instead of brushing up to meet him as usual, she turned, and walked up the rising ground before him. "Poor sweet girl, how condescending she is," said he to himself, "and how like she is in reality to the angelic being whose form and features are so deeply impressed on my heart. I now see it is no fond or fancied resemblance. It is real, real, real. How I long to clasp her in my arms and tell her how I love her, for, after all, that is the girl that is to be mine, and the former a vision to impress this the more on my heart." He posted up the ascent to overtake her. When at the top, she turned, smiled, and curtsied. Good heavens! It was the identical lady of his fondest adoration herself, but lovelier, far lovelier than ever. He expected every moment that she would vanish, as was her wont. But she did not. She awaited him, and received his embraces with open arms. She was a being of real flesh and blood, courteous, elegant, and affectionate. He kissed her hand. He kissed her glowing cheek, and blessed all the powers of love who had thus restored her to him again, after undergoing pangs of love such as man never suffered. "But, dearest heart, here we are standing in the middle of the highway," said he. "Suffer me to conduct you to my sister's house, where you shall have an apartment with a child of nature having some slight resemblance to yourself." She smiled and said, "No, I will not sleep with Lady Luna to-night. Will you please look round you and see where you are?" He did so, and behold, they were standing on the Birky Brow, on the only spot where he had ever seen her. She smiled at his embarrassed look, and asked if he did not remember aught of his coming over from Ireland. He said he thought he did remember something of it, but love with him had long absorbed every other sense. He then asked her to his own house, which she declined, saying that she could only meet him on that spot till after their marriage, which could not be before St. Lawrence's Eve come 3 years. "And now," said she, "we must part. My name is Jane Ogilvy, and you were betrothed to me before you were born. But I am come to release you this evening, if you have the slightest objection." He declared he had none, and kneeling swore the most solemn oath to be hers for ever, and to meet her there on St. Lawrence's Eve next, and every St. Lawrence's Eve, until that blessed day on which she had consented to make him happy by becoming his own for ever. She then asked him affectionately to change rings with her, in pledge of their faith and troth, in which he joyfully acquiesced, for she could not have then asked any conditions which, in the fullness of his heart's love, he would not have granted. And after one fond and affectionate kiss, and repeating all their engagements over again, they parted. Birkendelly's heart was now melted within him, and all his senses overpowered by one overwhelming passion. On leaving his fair and kind one, he got bewildered, and could not find the road to his own house, believing sometimes that he was going there, and sometimes to his sister's, till at length he came, as he thought, upon the Liffey at its junction with Loch Allen, and there, in attempting to call for a boat, he awoke from a profound sleep, and found himself lying in his bed within his sister's house, and the day sky just breaking. If he was puzzled to account for some things in the course of his dream, he was much more puzzled to account for them now that he was wide awake. He was sensible that he had met his love, had embraced, kissed, and exchanged vows and rings with her, and in token of the truth and reality of all these, her emerald ring was on his finger, and his own away. So there was no doubt that they had met, by what means it was beyond the power of man to calculate. There was then living with Mrs. Bryan an old Scotswoman, commonly styled Lucky Black. She had nursed Birkendelly's mother, and been dry nurse to himself and sister, and having more than a mother's attachment for the latter, when she was married, old Lucky left her country to spend the last of her days in the house of her beloved young lady. When the Laird entered the breakfast parlour that morning, she was sitting in her black velvet hood, as usual, reading The Fourfold State of Man; and being paralytic and somewhat deaf, she seldom regarded those who went or came. But chancing to hear him say something about the 9th of August, she quitted reading, turned round her head to listen, and then asked in a hoarse, tremulous voice,
"What's that he's saying? What's the unlucky callant saying about the 9th of August? Ay, to be sure it is St. Lawrence's Eve, although the 10th be his day. It's o'er true for him and a' his kin, poor man. Ay, what was he saying then?"
The men smiled at her incoherent earnestness, but the lady, with true feminine condescension, informed her in a loud voice that Alan had an engagement in Scotland on St. Lawrence's Eve. She then started up, extended her shrivelled hands, that shook like the aspen, and panted out, "Ay, ay, Lord preserve us! What an engagement has he on St. Lawrence's Eve! Bind him, shackle him with bands of steel and of brass and of iron. Oh, may he whose blessed will was pleased to leave him an orphan sae soon, preserve him from the fate which I tremble to think on." She then tottered round the table, as with supernatural energy, and seizing the Laird's right hand, she drew it close to her unstable eyes, and then perceiving the emerald ring chased in blood, she threw up her arms with a jerk, opened her skinny jaws with a fearful gape, and uttering a shriek that made all the house yell and every one within it tremble, she fell back lifeless and rigid on the floor. The gentlemen both fled, out of sheer terror, but a woman never deserts her friends in extremity. The lady called her maids about her, had her old nurse conveyed to bed, where every means were used to restore animation. But alas, life was extinct. The vital spark had fled forever, which filled all their hearts with grief, disappointment, and horror, as some dreadful tale of mystery was now sealed up from their knowledge, which, in all likelihood, no other could reveal. But to say the truth, the Laird did not seem greatly disposed to probe it to the bottom. Not all the arguments of Captain Brian and his lady, nor the simple entreaties of Lady Luna, could induce Birkendelly to put off his engagement to meet his love on the Birky Brow on the evening of the 9th of August. But he promised soon to return, pretending that some business of the utmost importance called him away. Before he went, however, he asked his sister if ever she had heard of such a lady in Scotland as Jane Ogilvy. Mrs. Brian repeated the name many times to herself, and said that name undoubtedly was once familiar to her, although she thought not for good, but at that moment she did not recollect one single individual of the name. He then showed her the emerald ring that had been the death of Lady Black, but the moment the lady looked at it, she made a grasp at it to take it off by force, which she had very nearly effected.
"Oh, burn it, cried she. "It is not a right ring, burn it." "My dear sister, what fault is in the ring?" said he. "It is a very pretty ring, and one that I set great value by." "Oh, for heaven's sake, burn it and renounce the giver!" cried she. "If you have any regard for your peace here or your soul's welfare hereafter, burn that ring. If you saw with your own eyes, you would easily perceive that that is not a ring befitting a Christian to wear."
This speech confounded Birkendelly a good deal. He retired by himself and examined the ring, and could see nothing in it unbecoming a Christian to wear. It was a chased gold ring with a bright emerald, which last had a red foil, in some lights giving it a purple gleam, and inside was engraven "Elegit," much defaced, but that his sister could not see, therefore he could not comprehend her vehement injunctions concerning it. But that it might no more give her offence, or any other, he sewed it within his vest, opposite his heart, judging that there was something in it which his eyes were withholden from discerning. Thus he left Ireland with his mind in great confusion, groping his way, as it were, in a hole of mystery, yet with the passion that preyed on his heart and vitals more intense than ever. He seems to have had an impression all his life that some mysterious fate awaited him, which the correspondence of his dreams and day visions tended to confirm. And though he gave himself wholly up to the sway of one overpowering passion, it was not without some yearnings of soul, manifestations of terror, and so much earthly shame that he never more mentioned his love or his engagements to any human being, not even to his friend M'Murdy, whose company he forthwith shunned. It is on this account that I am unable to relate what passed between the lovers thenceforward. It is certain they met at the Birky Brow that St. Lawrence's Eve, for they were seen in company together. But of the engagements, vows, or dalliance that passed between them I can say nothing, nor of all their future meetings until the beginning of August 1781, when the Laird began decidedly to make preparations for his approaching marriage. Yet not as if he and his betrothed had been to reside at Birkendelly, all his provisions rather bespeaking a meditated journey. On the morning of the 9th he wrote to his sister, and then, arraying himself in his new wedding suit, and putting the emerald ring on his finger, he appeared all impatience, until toward evening, when he sallied out on horseback to his appointment. It seems that his mysterious inamorata had met him, for he was seen riding through the big town before sunset, with a young lady behind him, dressed in white and green, and the villagers affirmed that they were riding at the rate of 50 miles an hour. They were seen to pass a cottage called Moskilt, 10 miles farther on, where there was no highway, at the same tremendous speed, and I could never hear that they were any more seen until the following morning, when Birkendelly's fine bay horse was found lying dead at his own stable door, and shortly after his master was likewise discovered lying, a blackened corpse, on the Birky Brow, at the very spot where the mysterious but lovely dame had always appeared to him. There was neither wound, bruise, nor dislocation in his whole frame, but his skin was of a livid colour, and his features terribly distorted. This woeful catastrophe struck the neighbourhood with great consternation, so that nothing else was talked of. Every ancient tradition and modern incident were raked together, compared, and combined, and certainly a most rare concatenation of misfortunes was elicited. It was authenticated that his father had died on the same spot that day 20 years, and his grandfather that day 40 years. The former, as was supposed, by a fall from his horse when in liquor, and the latter nobody knew how. And now this Allen was the last of his race, for Mrs. Bryan had no children. It was, moreover, now remembered by many, and among the rest by the Reverend Joseph Taylor, that he had frequently observed a young lady in white and green sauntering about the spot on a St. Lawrence's Eve. When Captain Bryan and his lady arrived to take possession of the premises, they instituted a strict inquiry into every circumstance, but nothing further than what was related to them by Mr. M'Murdy could be learned of this mysterious bride, besides what the Laird's own letter bore. It ran thus: "Dearest sister, I shall before this time tomorrow be the most happy or most miserable of mankind, having solemnly engaged myself this night to wed a young and beautiful lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom it seems I was betrothed before I was born. Our correspondence has been of a most private and mysterious nature, but my troth is pledged and my resolution fixed. We set out on a far journey to the place of her abode on the nuptial eve, so that it will be long before I see you again. Yours till death, Alan George Sanderson, Birkendelly, August 8, 1781." That very same year an old woman named Marion Haw was returned upon that, her native parish, from Glasgow. She had led a migratory life with her son, who was what he called a bell hanger, but in fact a tinker of the worst grade, for many years, and was at last returned to the muckle town in a state of great destitution. She gave the parishioners a history of the mysterious bride, so plausibly correct, but withal so romantic that everybody said of it, as is often said of my narratives, with the same narrow-minded prejudice and injustice, that it was a made story. There were, however, some strong testimonies of its veracity. She said the first Alan Sanderson who married the great heiress of Birkendelly was previously engaged to a beautiful young lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom he gave anything but fair play, and, as she believed, either murdered her or caused her to be murdered in the midst of a thicket of birch and broom, at a spot which she mentioned. and she had good reason for believing so, as she had seen the red blood and the new grave when she was a little girl, and ran home and mentioned it to her grandfather, who charged her, as she valued her life, never to mention that again, as it was only the nombles and hide of a deer which he himself had buried there. But when, 20 years subsequent to that, the wicked and unhappy Alan Sanderson was found dead on that very spot, and lying across the green mound, then nearly level with the surface, which she had once seen a new grave, she then for the first time never thought of a divine providence, and she added, "For my grandfather, Niddy Ha, he deed too. There's naebody kens how, nor ever shall." As they were quite incapable of conceiving from Marian's description anything of the spot, Mr. M'Murdy caused her to be taken out to the Birky Brow in a cart, accompanied by Mr. Taylor and some hundreds of the town's folks. But whenever she saw it, she said, "Ah, Birkies, the hale kintra's altered now. There was nae road here then. It gaed straight o'er the top of the hill. And let me see, there's the thorn where the cushats bigot, and there's the auld birk that I once fell offen, my left shoe sticking in the cleft. I can tell ye, Birkies, either the deer's grave or Bonnie Jane Ogilvy's is no 2 yards off the place where that horse's hind feet are standing. Say ye may hawk and see if there be ony remains." The minister and M'Murdy and all the people stared at one another, for they had purposely caused the horse to stand still on the very spot where both the father and son had been found dead. They digged, and deep below the road they found part of the slender bones and skull of a young female, which they deposited decently in the churchyard. The family of the Sandersons is extinct. The mysterious bride appears no more on the eve of St. Lawrence, and the wicked people of the great Muckle village have got a lesson on divine justice written to them in lines of blood. End of The Mysterious Bride by James Hogg. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com.
The Occasional Garden by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Occasional Garden by Saki. "Don't talk to me about town gardens," said Eleanor Rapsley. "Which means, of course, that I want you to listen to me for an hour or so while I talk about nothing else. 'What a nice-sized garden you've got,' people said to us when we first moved here. What I suppose they meant to say was, what a nice-sized site for a garden we'd got. As a matter of fact, the size is all against it. It's too large to be ignored altogether and treated as a yard, and it's too small to keep giraffes in. You see, if we could keep giraffes, or reindeer, or some other species of browsing animal there, we could explain the general absence of vegetation by a reference to the fauna of the garden. You can't have wapiti and Darwin tulips, you know, so we didn't put down any bulbs last year. As it is, we haven't got the wapiti, and the Darwin tulips haven't survived the fact that most of the cats of the neighborhood hold a parliament in the centre of the tulip bed. That rather forlorn-looking strip that we intended to be a border of alternating geranium and spirea has been utilized by the cat parliament as a division lobby. Snap divisions seem to have been rather frequent of late, far more frequent than the geranium blooms are likely to be. I shouldn't object so much to ordinary cats, but I do complain of having a congress of vegetarian cats in my garden. They must be vegetarians, my dear, because whatever ravages they may commit among the sweet pea seedlings, they never seem to touch the sparrows. There are always just as many adult sparrows in the garden on Saturday as there were on Monday, not to mention newly fledged additions. There seems to have been an irreconcilable difference of opinion between sparrows and Providence since the beginning of time, as to whether a crocus looks best standing upright with its roots in the earth, or in a recumbent posture with its stem neatly severed. The sparrows always have the last word in the matter, at least in our garden they do. I fancy that Providence must have originally intended to bring in an amending act, or whatever it's called, providing either for a less destructive sparrow or a more indestructible crocus. The one consoling point about our garden is that it's not visible from the drawing-room or the smoking-room. So, unless people are dining or lunching with us, they can't spy out the nakedness of the land. That is why I am so furious with Gwenda Pottington, who has practically forced herself on me for lunch on Wednesday next. She heard me offer the Paulcote girl lunch if she was up shopping on that day, and of course she asked if she might come too. She is only coming to gloat over my bedraggled and flowerless borders, and to sing the praises of her own detestably over-cultivated garden. I'm sick of being told that it's the envy of the neighborhood. It's like everything else that belongs to her, her car, her dinner parties, even her headaches. They are all superlative. No one else had anything like them. When her eldest child was confirmed, it was such a sensational event, according to her account of it, that one almost expected questions to be asked about it in the House of Commons. And now she's coming on purpose to stare at my few miserable pansies and the gaps in my sweet pea border, and to give me a glowing full-length description of the rare and sumptuous blooms in her rose garden. "My dear Eleanor," said the Baroness, "you would save yourself all this heart-burning and a lot of gardener's bills, not to mention sparrow anxieties, simply by paying an annual subscription to the OOSA." "I never heard of it," said Eleanor. "What is it?" "The Occasional Oasis Supply Association," said the Baroness. "It exists to meet cases exactly like yours. Cases of backyards that are of no practical use for gardening purposes, but are required to blossom into decorative scenic backgrounds at stated intervals, when a luncheon or dinner party is contemplated. Supposing, for instance, you have people coming to lunch at 1:30. You just ring up the association at about 10 o'clock the same morning, and say lunch garden. That is all the trouble you have to take. By 12:45 your yard is carpeted with a strip of velvety turf, with a hedge of lilac or red may or whatever happens to be in season, as a background, 1 or 2 cherry trees in blossom, and clumps of heavily flowered rhododendrons filling in the odd corners. In the foreground you have a blaze of carnations or Shirley poppies or tiger lilies in full bloom. As soon as the lunch is over and your guests have departed, the garden departs also, and all the cats in Christendom can sit in council in your yard without causing you a moment's anxiety. If you have a bishop or an antiquary or something of that sort coming to lunch, you just mention the fact when you are ordering the garden, and you get an old-fashioned pleasaunce, with clipped yew hedges, and a sundial and hollyhocks, and perhaps a mulberry tree, and borders of sweet williams and Canterbury bells, and an old-fashioned beehive or two tucked away in a corner. Those are the ordinary lines of supply that the Oasis Association undertakes, but by paying a few guineas a year extra, you are entitled to its emergency EON service. What on earth is an EON service? It's just a conventional signal to indicate special cases, like the incursion of Gwenda Pottington. It means you've got someone coming to lunch or dinner whose garden is alleged to be the envy of the neighborhood. "Yes?" exclaimed Eleanor with some excitement. "And what happens then?" "Oh, something that sounds like a miracle out of the Arabian Nights. Your backyard becomes voluptuous with pomegranate and almond trees, lemon groves and hedges of flowering cactus, dazzling banks of azaleas, marble-basined fountains, in which chestnut and white pond herons step daintily amid exotic water-lilies, while golden pheasants strut about on alabaster terraces. The whole effect rather suggests the idea that Providence and Norman Wilkinson have dropped mutual jealousies and collaborated to produce a background for an open-air Russian ballet. In point of fact, it is merely the background to your luncheon party. If there is any kick left in Gwenda Poddington, or whoever your EON guest of the moment may be, just mention carelessly that your climbing putella is the only one in England, since the one at Chatsworth died last winter. There isn't such a thing as a climbing putella, but Gwenda Poddington and her kind don't usually know one flower from another without prompting. "Quick," said Eleanor, "the address of the association." Gwenda Poddington did not enjoy her lunch. It was a simple yet elegant meal, excellently cooked and daintily served, but the piquant sauce of her own conversation was notably lacking. She had prepared a long succession of eulogistic comments on the wonders of her town garden, with its unrivalled effects of horticultural magnificence, and behold, her theme was shut in on every side by the luxuriant hedge of Siberian berberis that formed a glowing background to Eleanor's bewildering fragment of fairyland. The pomegranate and lemon trees, the terraced fountain, where golden carp slithered and wriggled amid the roots of gorgeous-hued irises, the banked masses of exotic blooms, the pagoda-like enclosure, where Japanese sand-badgers disported themselves, all these contributed to take away Gwenda's appetite and moderate her desire to talk about gardening matters. "I can't say I admire the climbing putella," she observed shortly. "And anyway, it's not the only one of its kind in England. I happen to know of one in Hampshire. How gardening is going out of fashion! I suppose people haven't the time for it nowadays." Altogether it was quite one of Eleanor's most successful luncheon parties. It was distinctly an unforeseen catastrophe that Gwenda should have burst in on the household 4 days later at lunch-time and made her way unbidden into the dining-room. "I thought I must tell you that my Elaine has had a water-colour sketch accepted by the Latent Talent Art Guild. It's to be exhibited at their summer exhibition at the Hackney Gallery. It will be the sensation of the moment in the art world. Hullo! What on earth has happened to your garden? It's not there." "Suffragettes," said Eleanor promptly. "Didn't you hear about it? Oh, they broke in and made hay of the whole thing in about 10 minutes. I was so heartbroken at the havoc that I had the whole place cleaned out. I shall have it laid out again on rather more elaborate lines." "That," she said to the Baroness afterwards, "is what I call having an emergency brain." End of The Occasional Garden by Saki. An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross-timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards, laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway, supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed, He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support, that is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest, a formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these two men to know what was occurring at the centre of the bridge. They merely blockaded the two ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into the forest for 100 yards, then, curving, was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The other bank of the stream was open ground. A gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and the fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line, at parade rest, the butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of four at the centre of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels, facing the banks of the stream, might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears, to the collar of his well-fitting frock-coat. He wore a moustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark grey, and had a kindly expression, which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the two private soldiers stepped aside, and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart 1 pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the two ends of the same plank, which spanned 3 of the cross-ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a 4th. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between 2 ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. striking through the thought of his dear ones was sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct, metallic percussion, like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or near by. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death-knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their great infrequency the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving I could evade the bullets, and, swimming vigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods, and get away home. My home, thank God, is yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. 2. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave-owner, and like other slave-owners a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with that gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in war-time. Meanwhile he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake, if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who, in good faith, and without too much qualification, assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a grey-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroads," said the man, "and we are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and put a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains, will be summarily hanged. I saw the order." "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles." "And is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." "Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "What could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It is now dry, and would burn like tinder." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. 3. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness, and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later, it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fibre of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification, and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire, heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion. Encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance, he swung through unthinkable acts of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then, all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken, and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him, and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river! The idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness, and saw above him a gleam of light. But how distant, how inaccessible! He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface, knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that is not so bad. But I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. That is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavour! Bravo! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water-snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" He thought he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly. His brain was on fire. His heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out of his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish. But his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously, with quick downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were, indeed, preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face, and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves, and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the grey spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colours in all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragon-flies' wings, the strokes of the water-spiders' legs, like oars which had lifted their boat, all these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly around, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. The movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a grey eye, and remembered having read that grey eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking at the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice and a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him, and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquillity in the men, with what accurately measured interval fell these cruel words: "Company, attention, shoulder arms, ready, aim, fire!" Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine, as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's error a second time. It is easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort, and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken an hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. "They will not do that again," he thought. "The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun." Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forests, the now distant bridge, fort, and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colours only, circular, horizontal streaks of colour. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex, and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In a few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among the trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of aeolian harps. He did not wish to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and a rattle of grape-shot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up to the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he travelled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untravelled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point, like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, showed great golden stars, looking unfamiliar, and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it, found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untravelled avenue! He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he was merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have travelled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands waiting with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forward with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of the neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him, with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of An Occurrence at the Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce.
The Pearl of Toledo by Prosper Mérimée. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Who can tell me when the sun is most beautiful, at rising or at setting? Who can tell me whether of the olive or the almond is the most beautiful of trees? Who can tell me whether Andalusia or Valencia sends forth the bravest knight? What man can tell me who is the fairest of women? I will tell you who is the fairest of women. She is Aurora de Vargas, the Pearl of Toledo. Swarthy Tuzani has called for his lance. He has called for his buckler. His lance he grasps in his strong right hand. His buckler hangs from his neck. He goes down to his stable and considers well his 40 good steeds. In due order he considers them all, and he says, Berha is the fleetest and trustiest of all. On her strong back will I carry away the Pearl of Toledo. As mine will I bear her away, or by Allah, Cordova shall see me no more. So he sets forth, and he rides on his way, till at length he reaches Toledo, and he meets an old man hard by Zucatin. Old man with the snowy beard, carry this letter to Don Gutierrez de Saldana. If he is a man, he will come and meet me in single combat, near to the fountain of Almami. The Pearl of Toledo must belong to one of us two. The old man has taken the letter. He has taken and carried it to the Count de Saldana, as he sat playing chess with the Pearl of Toledo. The Count has read the letter. He has read the parchment, and with his closed fist does he smite the table so mightily that all the chessmen have fallen to the ground. Then he rises and calls for his lance and his good steed, and all trembling does the Pearl of Toledo arise, for she has perceived and understood that he is going forth to combat. My lord Gutierrez de Saldana, go not hence, I pray, go not hence, but play still this game with me. No longer will I play at chess. I will play at the game of lances by the fountain of Almami. And the tears of Aurora availed not to stay him, for naught stays a knight who goes forth to combat. Then the Pearl of Toledo took her mantle, and mounting upon her mule she went her way to the fountain of Almami. All about the fountain is the grass crimson, crimson too the waters of the fountain. But it is not the blood of a Christian that stains the green sward, that stains the waters of the fountain. The swarthy Tuzani lies there with his face to the sky. The lance of Don Gutierrez is splintered in his breast. All his life-blood spends itself, drop by drop. His faithful steed Berha looks down upon him weeping, for she cannot heal the wound of her master. The Pearl of Toledo alights from her mule. Take heart, good sir, for you will live yet to wed some fair Moorish maiden. My hand has cunning to heal the wound made by my knight. O pearl so white, O pearl so fair, draw forth from my breast the splinter of lance which rends it. The cold of the steel chills me and freezes my heart. In all confidence she approached him, but he, with a last effort, gathered together his failing strength, and with a saber-sharp blade gashed the face so fair, so tender. End of The Pearl of Toledo by Prosper Mérimée.
The Philosopher in the Apple Orchard by Anthony Hope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was a charmingly mild and balmy day. The sun shone beyond the orchard, and the shade was cool inside. A light breeze stirred the boughs of the old apple tree under which the philosopher sat. None of these things did the philosopher notice, unless it might be when the wind blew about the leaves of the large volume on his knees, and he had to find his place again. Then he would exclaim against the wind, shuffle the leaves till he got the right page, and settle to his reading. The book was a treatise on ontology. It was written by another philosopher, a friend of this philosopher's. It bristled with fallacies, and this philosopher was discovering them all, and noting them on the flyleaf at the end. He was not going to review the book, as some might have thought from his behavior, or even to answer it in a work of his own. It was just that he found a pleasure in stripping any poor fallacy naked and crucifying it. Presently a girl in a white frock came into the orchard. She picked up an apple, bit it, and found it ripe. Holding it in her hand, she walked up to where the philosopher sat and looked at him. He did not stir. She took a bite out of the apple, munched it, and swallowed it. The philosopher crucified a fallacy on the flyleaf. The girl flung the apple away. "Mr. Jerningham," said she, "are you very busy?" The philosopher, pencil in hand, looked up. "No, Miss May," said he, "not very." "Because I want your opinion." "In one moment," said the philosopher, apologetically. He turned back to the flyleaf, and began to nail the last fallacy a little tighter to the cross. The girl regarded him, first with amused impatience, then with a vexed frown, finally with a wistful regret. He was so very old for his age, she thought. He could not be much beyond 30. His hair was thick and full of waves, his eyes bright and clear, his complexion not yet divested of all youth's relics. "Now, Miss May, I'm at your service," said the philosopher, with a lingering look at his impaled fallacy, and he closed the book, keeping it, however, on his knee. The girl sat down just opposite him. "It's a very important thing I want to ask you," she began, tugging at a tuft of grass, "and it's very difficult, and you mustn't tell anyone I asked you. At least, I'd rather you didn't." "I shall not speak of it. Indeed, I shall probably not remember it," said the philosopher. "And you mustn't look at me, please, while I'm asking you." "I don't think I was looking at you, but if I was, I beg your pardon," said the philosopher, apologetically. She pulled the tuft of grass right out of the ground, and flung it from her with all her force. "Suppose a man," she began. "No, that's not right." "You can take any hypothesis you please," observed the philosopher, "but you must verify it afterward, of course." "Oh, do let me go on. Suppose a girl, Mr. Jerningham. I wish you wouldn't nod." "It was only to show that I followed you." "Oh, of course you follow me, as you call it. Suppose a girl had 2 lovers. You're nodding again. Or, I ought to say, suppose there were 2 men who might be in love with a girl." "Only 2?" asked the philosopher. "You see, any number of men might be in love with—"
"Oh, can we leave the rest out?" said Miss May with a sudden dimple. "They don't matter."
"Very well," said the philosopher. "If they are irrelevant, we will put them aside."
"Suppose, then, that one of these men was, awfully in love with the girl, and proposed, you know."
"A moment," said the philosopher, opening a notebook. "Let me take down his proposition. What was it?"
"Why, proposed to her, asked her to marry him," said the girl with a stare.
Dear me, how stupid of me. I forgot that special use of the word. Yes?
The girl likes him pretty well, and her people approve of him, and all that, you know.
That simplifies the problem, said the philosopher, nodding again.
But she's not in love with him, you know. She doesn't really care for him, much. Do you understand?
Perfectly. It is a most natural state of mind.
Well then, suppose that there's another man. What are you writing?
I only put down B, like that, pleaded the philosopher, meekly exhibiting his notebook. She looked at him in a sort of helpless exasperation, with just a smile somewhere in the background of it.
Oh, you really are, she exclaimed. But let me go on. The other man is a friend of that girl's. He's very clever, oh, fearfully clever, and he's rather handsome. You needn't put that down.
It is certainly not very material, admitted the philosopher, and he crossed out handsome. Clever he left.
And the girl is most awfully. She admires him tremendously. She thinks him just the greatest man that ever lived, you know. And she...
The girl paused. I'm following, said the philosopher, with pencil poised.
She'd think it better than the whole world if she could be anything to him, you know.
You mean become his wife?
Well, of course I do. At least, I suppose I do.
You spoke rather vaguely, you know. The girl cast one glance at the philosopher as she replied.
Well, yes, I did mean become his wife.
Yes. Well?
But, continued the girl, starting on another tuft of grass, he doesn't think much of those things. He likes her. I think he likes her.
Well, doesn't dislike her, suggested the philosophy. Shall we call him indifferent?
I don't know. Yes, rather indifferent. I don't think he thinks about it, you know. But she's pretty. You needn't put that down.
I was not about to do so, observed the philosopher.
She thinks life with him would be just heaven, and she thinks she would make him awfully happy. She would be so proud of him, you see.
I see. Yes?
And I don't know how to put it, quite. She thinks that if he ever thought about it at all, he might care for her, because he doesn't care for anybody else, and she's pretty.
You said that before.
Oh dear, I dare say I did. And most men care for somebody, don't they? Some girl, I mean.
Most men, no doubt, conceded the philosopher.
Well then, what ought she to do? It's not a real thing, you know, Mr. Jerningham. It's in a novel I was reading.
She said this hastily, and blushed as she spoke. Dear me, and it's quite an interesting case. Yes, I see. The question is, will she act most wisely in accepting the offer of a man who loves her exceedingly, but for whom she entertains only a moderate affection?
Yes, just a liking. He's just a friend.
Exactly. Or in marrying the other, whom she loves
That's not it. How can she marry him? He hasn't asked her, you see.
True, I forgot. Let us assume, though, for the moment, that he has asked her. She would then have to consider which marriage would probably be productive of the greater sum total of...
Oh, but you needn't consider that.
But it seems the best logical order. We can afterward make allowance for the element of uncertainty caused by...
Oh no, I don't want it like that. I know perfectly well which she'd do if he, the other man, you know, asked her.
You apprehend that...
Never mind what I apprehend. Take it as I told you.
Very good. A has asked her hand, B has not.
Yes.
May I take it that, but for the disturbing influence of B, A would be a satisfactory... candidate?
Yes, I think so.
She therefore enjoys the certainty of considerable happiness if she marries A?
Yes, not perfect, because of B, you know.
Quite so, but still a fair amount of happiness, is it not so?
Well, perhaps.
On the other hand, if B did ask her, we are to postulate a higher degree of happiness for her?
Yes, please, Mr. Jerningham, much higher.
For both of them?
For her, never mind him.
Very well, that again simplifies the problem. But his asking her is a contingency only?
Yes, that's all.
The philosopher spread out his hands. My dear young lady, he said, it becomes a question of degree. How probable or improbable is it?
I don't know. Not very probable, unless...
Well?
Unless he did happen to notice, you know.
Ah, yes. We suppose that, if he thought of it, he would probably take the desired step. At least, that he might be led to do so. Could she not, indicate her preference?
She might try. No, she couldn't do much. You see, he doesn't think about such things.
I understand precisely. And it seems to me, Miss May, that in that very fact we find our solution.
Do we? She asked.
I think so. He has evidently no natural inclination toward her. Perhaps not toward marriage at all. Any feeling aroused in him would be necessarily shallow, and, in a measure, artificial, and in all likelihood purely temporary. Moreover, if she took steps to arouse his attention, one of two things would be likely to happen. Are you following me?
Yes, Mr. Jerningham.
Either he would be repelled by her overtures, which you must admit is not improbable, and then the position would be unpleasant, and even degrading, for her. Or, on the other hand, he might, through a misplaced feeling of gallantry—
Through what?
Through a mistaken idea of politeness, or a mistaken view of what was kind, allow himself to be drawn into a connection for which he had no genuine liking. You agree with me that one or other of these things would be likely?
Yes, I suppose they would, unless he did come to care for her.
Ah, you return to that hypothesis. I think it's an extremely fanciful one. No, she need not marry A, but she must let B alone. The philosopher closed his book, took off his glasses, wiped them, replaced them, and leaned back against the trunk of the apple tree. The girl picked a dandelion in pieces. After a long pause, she asked,
You think B's feelings wouldn't be at all likely to change?
That depends on the sort of man he is. But if he is an able man, with intellectual interests which engross him, a man who has chosen his path in life, a man to whom women's society is not a necessity—
He's just like that,
said the girl, and she bit the head off a daisy. Then, said the philosopher, I see not the least reason for supposing that his feelings will change.
And would you advise her to marry the other, A?
Well, on the whole, I should. A is a good fellow. I think we made A a good fellow. He is a suitable match. His love for her is true and genuine.
It's tremendous.
Yes, and extreme. She likes him. There is every reason to hope that her liking will develop into a sufficiently deep and stable affection. She will get rid of her folly about B, and make A a good wife. Yes, Miss May, if I were the author of your novel, I should make her marry A, and I should call that a happy ending. A silence followed. It was broken by the philosopher. Is that all you wanted my opinion about, Miss May? He asked, with his finger between the leaves of the treatise on ontology.
Yes, I think so. I hope I haven't bored you.
I've enjoyed the discussion extremely. I had no idea that novels raised points of such psychological interest. I must find time to read one. The girl had shifted her position till, instead of her full face, her profile was turned toward him, looking away toward the paddock that lay brilliant in sunshine on the skirts of the apple orchard. She asked in low, slow tones, twisting her hands in her lap.
Don't you think that perhaps if B found out afterward, when she had married A, you know, that she had cared for him so very, very much, he might be a little sorry?
If he were a gentleman, he would regret it deeply.
I mean, sorry on his own account, that he had thrown away all that, you know.
The philosopher looked meditative. I think, he pronounced, that it is very possible he would. I can well imagine it.
He might never find anybody to love him like that again,
she said, gazing on the gleaming paddock. He probably would not, agreed the philosopher.
And most people like being loved, don't they?
To crave for love is an almost universal instinct, Miss May.
Yes, almost, she said, with a dreary little smile. You see, he'll get old, and have no one to look after him.
He will.
And no home.
Well, in a sense, none, corrected the philosopher, smiling. But really you'll frighten me. I'm a bachelor myself, you know, Miss May.
Yes,
she whispered, just audibly. And all your terrors are before me.
Well, unless—
Oh, we needn't have that unless, laughed the philosopher, cheerfully. There's no unless about it, Miss May. The girl jumped to her feet. For an instant she looked at the philosopher. She opened her lips as if to speak, and at the thought of what lay at her tongue's tip, her face grew red. But the philosopher was gazing past her, and his eyes rested in calm contemplation on the gleaming paddock.
A beautiful thing, sunshine, to be sure,
said he. Her blush faded away into paleness. Her lips closed. Without speaking, she turned and walked slowly away, her head drooping. The philosopher heard the rustle of her skirt in the long grass of the orchard. He watched her for a few moments. A pretty, graceful creature, said he, with a smile. Then he opened his book, took his pencil in his hand, and slipped in a careful forefinger to mark the flyleaf. The sun had passed mid-heaven, and began to decline westward before he finished the book. Then he stretched himself and looked at his watch. Good gracious, 2 o'clock! I shall be late for lunch. And he hurried to his feet. He was very late for lunch. "Everything's cold," wailed his hostess. "Where have you been, Mr. Jerningham?" "Only in the orchard, reading." "And you've missed May." "Missed Miss May? How do you mean? I had a long talk with her this morning. A most interesting talk." "But you weren't here to say good-bye. Now you don't mean to say that you forgot that she was leaving by the 2 o'clock train? What a man you are!" "Dear me, to think of my forgetting it," said the philosopher, shamefacedly. "She told me to say good-bye to you for her." "She's very kind. I can't forgive myself." His hostess looked at him for a moment. Then she sighed and smiled, and sighed again. "Have you everything you want?" she asked. "Everything, thank you," said he, sitting down opposite the cheese, and propping his book (he thought he would just run through the last chapter again) against the loaf. "Everything in the world that I want, thanks." His hostess did not tell him that the girl had come in from the apple orchard and run hastily upstairs, lest her friend should see what her friend did see in her eyes. So that he had no suspicion at all that he had received an offer of marriage, and refused it. And he did not refer to anything of that sort when he paused once in his reading and exclaimed, "I'm really sorry I missed Miss May. That was an interesting case of hers. But I gave the right answer. The girl ought to marry A." And so the girl did. End of The Philosopher in the Apple Orchard, by Anthony Hope. Read by Jesse Noar.
The Second Choice, by Theodore Dreiser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley. Dear. You don't want the letters? There are only 6 of them anyhow, and think, they're all I have of you to cheer me on my travels. What good would they be to you? Little bits of notes telling me you're sure to meet me. But me? Think of me. If I send them to you, you'll tear them up. Whereas if you leave them with me, I can dab them with musk and ambergris and keep them in a little silver box, always beside me. Ah, Shirley dear, you really don't know how sweet I think you are. How dear. There isn't a thing we have ever done together that isn't as clear in my mind as this great big skyscraper over the way here in Pittsburgh, and far more pleasing. In fact, my thoughts of you are the most precious and delicious things I have, Shirley. But I'm too young to marry now. You know that, Shirley, don't you? I haven't placed myself in any way yet, and I'm so restless that I don't know whether I ever will, really. Only yesterday, old Roxbaum, that's my new employer here, came to me and wanted to know if I would like an assistant overseership on one of his coffee plantations in Java. Said there would not be much money in it for a year or two, a bare living, but later there would be more. And I jumped at it. Just the thought of Java and going there did that. Although I knew I could make more staying right here. Can't you see how it is with me, Shirl? I'm too restless and too young. I couldn't take care of you right, and you wouldn't like me after a while if I didn't. But ah, Shirley, sweet, I think the dearest things of you. There isn't an hour, it seems, but some little bit of you comes back. The dear, sweet bit. The night we sat on the grass in Tregore Park and counted the stars through the trees. That first evening at Sparrow's Point, when we missed the last train and had to walk to Langley. Remember the tree toads, Shirl? And then that warm April Sunday in Athelby Woods. Ah, Shirl, you don't want the 6 notes. Let me keep them. But think of me, will you, sweet? Wherever you go and whatever you do, I'll always think of you and wish that you had met a better, saner man than me, and that I really could have married you and been all you wanted me to be. Bye-bye, sweet. I may start for Java within the month. If so, and you would want them, I'll send you some cards from there, if they have any. Your worthless Arthur. She sat and turned the letter in her hand, dumb with despair. It was the very last letter she would ever get from him. Of that she was certain. He was gone now, once and for all. She had written him only this once, not making an open plea, but asking him to return her letters. And then there had come this tender but evasive reply, saying nothing of a possible return, but desiring to keep her letters for old time's sake, the happy hours they had spent together. The happy hours. Oh, yes, 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 the happy hours. In her memory now, as she sat here in her home after the day's work, meditating on all that had been in the few short months since he had come and gone, was a world of color and light, a color and a light so transfiguring as to seem celestial, but now, alas, wholly dissipated. It had contained so much of all she had desired: love, romance, amusement, laughter. He had been so gay and thoughtless or headstrong, so youthfully romantic, and with such a love of play and change, and to be saying and doing anything and everything. Arthur could dance in a gay way, whistle, sing after a fashion, play. He could play cards and do tricks, and he had such a superior air, so genial and brisk, with a kind of innate courtesy in it, and yet an intolerance for slowness and stodginess or anything dull or dingy such as characterized. But here her thoughts fled from him. She refused to think of anyone but Arthur. Sitting in her little bedroom now, off the parlor on the ground floor in her home in Bethune Street, and looking out over the Kessel's yard, and beyond that, there being no fences in Bethune Street, over the yards or lawns of the Pollards, Bakers, Kreiders, and others, she thought of how dull it must have all seemed to him, with his fine, imaginative mind and experiences, his love of change and gaiety, his atmosphere of something better than she had ever known. How little she had been fitted, perhaps, by beauty or temperament to overcome the something, dullness in her work or her home, which possibly had driven him away. For although many had admired her to date, and she was young and pretty in her simple way, and constantly receiving suggestions that her beauty was disturbing to some, still he had not cared for her. He had gone. And now, as she meditated, it seemed that this scene, and all that it stood for, her parents, her work, her daily shuttling to and fro between the drug company for which she worked and this street and house, was typical of her life, and what she was destined to endure always. Some girls were so much more fortunate. They had fine clothes, fine homes, a world of pleasure and opportunity in which to move. They did not have to scrimp and save and work to pay their own way, and yet she had always been compelled to do it, but had never complained until now, or until he came, and after. Bethune Street, with its commonplace front yards and houses nearly all alike, and this house, so like the others, room for room and porch for porch. And her parents, too, really like all the others, had seemed good enough, quite satisfactory indeed, until then. But now, here in their kitchen was her mother, a thin, pale but kindly woman, peeling potatoes and washing lettuce, and putting a bit of steak or a chop or a piece of liver in a frying pan, day after day, morning and evening, month after month, year after year. And next door was Mrs. Kessel doing the same thing. And next door Mrs. Kreider. And next door Mrs. Pollard. But until now she had not thought it so bad. But now, oh. And on all the porches or lawns, all along this street, were the husbands and fathers, mostly middle-aged or old men like her father, reading their papers or cutting the grass before dinner, or smoking and meditating afterward. Her father was out in front now, a stooped, forbearing, meditative soul, who had rarely anything to say, leaving it all to his wife, her mother, but who was fond of her in his dull, quiet way. He was a pattern maker by trade, and had come into possession of this small, ordinary home via years of toil and saving, her mother helping him. They had no particular religion, as he often said, thinking reasonably human conduct a sufficient passport to heaven. But they had gone occasionally to the Methodist church over in Nicholas Street, and she had once joined it. But of late she had not gone, weaned away by the other commonplace pleasures of her world. And then, in the midst of it, the dull drift of things, as she now saw them to be, he had come. Arthur Bristow, young, energetic, good-looking, ambitious, dreamful, and instanter, and with her never knowing quite how, the whole thing had been changed. He had appeared so swiftly, out of nothing, as it were. Previous to him had been Barton Williams, stout, phlegmatic, good-natured, well-meaning, who was, or had been before Arthur came, asking her to marry him, and whom she allowed to half assume that she would. She had liked him, in a feeble, albeit, as she thought, tender way, thinking him the kind, according to the logic of her neighborhood, who would make her a good husband, and until Arthur appeared on the scene had really intended to marry him. It was not really a love match, as she saw now, but she thought it was, which was much the same thing, perhaps. But as she now recalled, when Arthur came, how the scales fell from her eyes. In a trice, as it were, nearly, there was a new heaven and a new earth. Arthur had arrived, and with him a sense of something different. Mabel Gove had asked her to come over to her house in Westley, the adjoining suburb, for Thanksgiving Eve and day, and without a thought of anything, and because Barton was busy handling a part of the work in the dispatcher's office of the Great Eastern and could not see her, she had gone. And then, to her surprise and strange, almost ineffable delight, the moment she had seen him, he was there. Arthur, with his slim, straight figure and dark hair and eyes, and clean-cut features, as clean and attractive as those of a coin. And as he had looked at her and smiled and narrated humorous bits of things that had happened to him, something had come over her, a spell. And after dinner they had all gone round to Edith Barringer's to dance, and there, as she had danced with him somehow, without any seeming boldness on his part, he had taken possession of her, as it were, drawn her close, and told her she had beautiful eyes and hair, and such a delicately rounded chin, and that he thought she danced gracefully and was sweet. She had nearly fainted with delight. "Do you like me?" he had asked in one place in the dance, and in spite of herself she had looked up into his eyes, and from that moment she was almost mad over him, could think of nothing else but his hair and eyes and his smile and his graceful figure. Mabel Gove had seen it all, in spite of her determination that no one should, and on their going to bed later back at Mabel's home, she had whispered, "Shirley, I saw. You like Arthur, don't you?" "I think he's very nice," Shirley recalled replying, for Mabel knew of her affair with Barton and liked him. "But I'm not crazy over him." And for this bit of treason she had sighed in her dreams nearly all night. And the next day, true to her request and the promise made by him, Arthur had called again at Mabel's to take her and Mabel to a movie which was not so far away, and from there they had gone to an ice cream parlor. And during it all, when Mabel was not looking, he had squeezed her arm and hand and kissed her neck, and she had held her breath, and her heart had seemed to stop. "And now you're going to let me come out to your place to see you, aren't you?" he had whispered. And she had replied, "Wednesday evening," and then written the address on a little piece of paper and given it to him. But now it was all gone. Gone. This house, which now looked so dreary. How romantic it had seemed that first night he called. The front room, with its commonplace furniture, and later in the spring the veranda with its vines just sprouting. And the moon in May. Oh, the moon in May, and June, and July, when he was here. How she had lied to Barton to make evenings for Arthur, and occasionally to Arthur to keep him from contact with Barton. She had not even mentioned Barton to Arthur because Arthur was so much better, and somehow, she admitted it to herself now, she had not been sure that Arthur would care for her long, if at all. And then, to be quite frank, Barton might be good enough. She did not exactly hate him because she had found Arthur, not at all. She still liked him in a way. He was so kind and faithful, so very dull and straightforward and thoughtful of her, which Arthur was certainly not. Before Arthur had appeared, as she well remembered, Barton had seemed to be plenty good enough. In fact, all that she desired in a pleasant, companionable way, calling for her, taking her places, bringing her flowers and candy, which Arthur rarely did. And for that, if nothing more, she could not help continuing to like him and to feel sorry for him. And besides, as she had admitted to herself before, if Arthur left her, weren't his parents better off than hers? And hadn't he a good position for such a man as he? $150 a month, and the certainty of more later on. A little while before meeting Arthur, she had thought this very good. Enough for two to live on at least. And she had thought some of trying it at some time or other. But now. And that first night he had called, how well she remembered it, how it had transfigured the parlor next this in which she was now, filling it with something it had never had before. And the porch outside, too, for that matter, with its gaunt, leafless vine, and this street, too, even. Dull, commonplace Bethune Street. There had been a flurry of snow during the afternoon while she was working at the store, and the ground was white with it. All the neighboring homes seemed to look sweeter and happier and more inviting than ever they had as she came past them, with their lights peeping from under curtains and drawn shades. She had hurried into hers and lighted the big red-shaded parlor lamp, her one artistic treasure, as she thought, and put it near the piano, between it and the window, and arranged the chairs, and then bustled to the task of making herself as pleasing as she might. For him she had gotten out her one best filmy house dress and done up her hair in the fashion she thought most becoming, and that he had not seen before, and powdered her cheeks and nose and darkened her eyelashes as some of the girls at the store did, and put on her new gray satin slippers, and then, being so arrayed, waited nervously, unable to eat anything or to think of anything but him. And at last, just when she had begun to think he might not be coming, he had appeared with that arch smile and "Hello! It's here you live, is it? I was wondering." "George, but you're twice as sweet as I thought you were, aren't you?" And then, in the little entryway behind the closed door, he had held her and kissed her on the mouth 12 times while she pretended to push against his coat and struggle and say that her parents might hear. And oh, the room afterward, with him in it in the red glow of the lamp, and with his pale, handsome face made handsomer thereby, as she thought. He had made her sit near him and had held her hands and told her about his work and his dreams, all that he expected to do in the future. And then she had found herself wishing intensely to share just such a life, his life, anything that he might wish to do. Only she kept wondering, with a slight pain, whether he would want her to. He was so young, dreamful, ambitious, much younger and more dreamful than herself, although in reality he was several years older. And then followed that glorious period from December to this late September, in which everything which was worth happening in love had happened. Oh, those wondrous days the following spring, when, with the first burst of buds and leaves, he had taken her one Sunday to Athelby, where all the great woods were, and they had hunted spring beauties in the grass and sat on a slope and looked at the river below and watched some boys fixing up a sailboat and setting forth in it quite as she wished she and Arthur might be doing, going somewhere together, far, far away from all the commonplace things in life. And then he had slipped his arm about her and kissed her cheek and neck and tweaked her ear and smoothed her hair. And there on the grass, with the spring flowers about her and a canopy of small green leaves above, the perfection of love had come. Love so wonderful that the mere thought of it made her eyes brim now. And then had been days, Saturday afternoons and Sundays, at Athelby and Sparrow's Point, where the great beach was, and in lovely Tregore Park, a mile or two from her home, where they could go of an evening and sit in or near the pavilion and have ice cream and dance or watch the dancers. Oh, the stars, the winds, the summer breath of those days. Ah, me. Ah, me. Naturally, her parents had wondered from the first about her and Arthur, and her and Barton, since Barton had already assumed a proprietary interest in her, and she had seemed to like him. But then she was an only child and a pet, and used to presuming on that, and they could not think of saying anything to her. After all, she was young and pretty, and was entitled to change her mind. Only, She had had to indulge in a career of lying and subterfuge in connection with Barton, since Arthur was headstrong and wanted every evening that he chose to call for her at the store and keep her downtown to dinner and to show. Arthur had never been like Barton, shy, phlegmatic, obedient, waiting long and patiently for each little favor, but instead masterful and eager, rifling her of kisses and caresses and every delight of love, and teasing and playing with her as a cat would a mouse. She could never resist him. He demanded of her her time and her affection without let or hindrance. He was not exactly selfish or cruel, as some might have been, but gay and unthinking at times, unconsciously so, and yet loving and tender at others, nearly always so. But always he would talk of things in the future as if they really did not include her, and this troubled her greatly. Of places he might go, things he might do, which somehow he seemed to think or assume that she could not or would not do with him. He was always going to go to Australia sometime, he thought, in a business way, or to South Africa, or possibly to India. He never seemed to have any fixed, clear future for himself in mind. A dreadful sense of helplessness and of impending disaster came over her at these times, of being involved in some predicament over which she had no control, and which would lead her on to some sad end. Arthur, although plainly in love, as she thought, and apparently delighted with her, might not always love her. She began, timidly at first, and always for that matter, to ask him pretty, seeking questions about himself and her, whether their future was certain to be together, whether he really wanted her, loved her, whether he might not want to marry someone else, or just her, and whether she wouldn't look nice in a pearl satin wedding dress with a long creamy veil and satin slippers and a bouquet of bridal wreath. She had been so slowly and surely saving to that end, even before he came, in connection with Barton. Only after he came, all thought of the import of it had been transferred to him. But now also she was beginning to ask herself sadly, would it ever be? Would it ever be? He was so airy, so inconsequential, so ready to say, yes, yes, and sure, sure. That's right, yes, indeedy, you bet. Say, Kitty, but you'll look sweet. But somehow it had always seemed as if this whole thing were a glorious interlude, and that it could not last. Arthur was too gay and ethereal, and too little settled in his own mind. His ideas of travel and living in different cities, finally winding up in New York or San Francisco, but never with her exactly until she asked him, was too ominous, although he always reassured her gaily, Of course, of course. But somehow she could never believe it, really, and it made her intensely sad at times, horribly gloomy. So often she wanted to cry, and she could scarcely tell why. And then, because of her intense affection for him, she had finally quarreled with Barton, or nearly that, if one could say that one ever really quarreled with him. It had been because of a certain Thursday evening a few weeks before about which she had disappointed him. In a fit of generosity, knowing that Arthur was coming Wednesday, and because Barton had stopped in at the store to see her, she had told him that he might come, having regretted it afterward, so enamored was she of Arthur. And then, when Wednesday came, Arthur had changed his mind, telling her he would come Friday instead. But on Thursday evening he had stopped in at the store and asked her to go to Sparrow's Point, with the result that she had no time to notify Barton. He'd gone to the house and sat with her parents until 10:30, and then, a few days later, although she had written him offering an excuse, had called at the store to complain slightly. "Do you think you did just right, Shirley? You might have sent word, mightn't you? Who was it? The new fellow you won't tell me about?" Shirley flared on the instant. "Supposing it was, what's it to you? I don't belong to you yet, do I? I told you there wasn't anyone, and I wish you'd let me alone about that. I couldn't help it last Thursday, that's all, and I don't want you to be fussing with me, that's all. If you don't want to, you needn't come any more anyhow." "Don't say that, Shirley," pleaded Barton. "You don't mean that. I won't bother you, though, if you don't want me any more." And because Shirley sulked, not knowing what else to do, he had gone, and she had not seen him since. And then some time later, when she had thus broken with Barton, avoiding the railway station where he worked, Arthur had failed to come at his appointed time, sending no word until the next day, when a note came to the store saying that he had been out of town for his firm over Sunday and had not been able to notify her, but that he would call Tuesday. It was an awful blow. At the time, Shirley had a vision of what was to follow. It seemed for the moment as if the whole world had suddenly been reduced to ashes. There was nothing but black, charred cinders anywhere. She felt that about all life. Yet it all came to her clearly then, that this was but the beginning of just such days and just such excuses, and that soon, he would come no more. He was beginning to be tired of her, and soon he would not even make excuses. She felt it, and it froze and terrified her. And then, soon after, the indifference which she feared did follow, almost created by her own thoughts, as it were. First it was a meeting he had to attend somewhere one Wednesday night when he was to have come for her. Then he was going out of town again over a Sunday. Then he was going away for a whole week. It was absolutely unavoidable, he said. His commercial duties were increasing, and once he had casually remarked that nothing could stand in the way where she was concerned. Never! She did not think of reproaching him with this. She was too proud. If he was going, he must go. She would not be willing to say to herself that she had ever attempted to hold any man. But just the same, she was agonized by the thought. When he was with her, he seemed tender enough. Only at times his eyes wandered, and he seemed slightly bored. Other girls, particularly pretty ones, seemed to interest him as much as she did. And the agony of the long days when he did not come any more for a week or two at a time. The waiting, the brooding, the wondering at the store and here in her home. In the former place making mistakes at times because she could not get her mind off him and being reminded of them, and here at her own home at nights, being so absent-minded that her parents remarked on it. She felt sure that her parents must be noticing that Arthur was not coming any more, or as much as he had, for she pretended to be going out with him, going to Mabel Gove's instead, and that Barton had deserted her too, he having been driven off by her indifference, never to come any more, perhaps, unless she sought him out. And then it was that the thought of saving her own face by taking up with Barton once more occurred to her, of using him and his affections and faithfulness and dullness, if you will, to cover up her own dilemma. Only this ruse was not to be tried until she had written Arthur this one letter, a pretext merely to see if there was a single ray of hope, a letter to be written in a gentle enough way and asking for the return of the few notes she had written him. She had not seen him now in nearly a month, and the last time she had, he had said he might soon be compelled to leave her a while, to go to Pittsburgh to work. And it was his reply to this that she now held in her hand. From Pittsburgh. It was frightful. The future without him. But Barton would never know really what had transpired if she went back to him. In spite of all her delicious hours with Arthur, she could call him back. She felt sure. She had never really entirely dropped him, and he knew it. He had bored her dreadfully on occasion, arriving on off days when Arthur was not about, with flowers or candy or both, and sitting on the porch steps and talking of the railroad business and of the whereabouts and doings of some of their old friends. It was shameful, she had thought at times, to see a man so patient, so hopeful, so good-natured as Barton, deceived in this way, and by her, who was so miserable over another. Her parents must see and know, she had thought at these times, but still, what else was she to do? I'm a bad girl, she kept telling herself. I'm all wrong. What right have I to offer Barton what is left? But still, somehow, she realized that Barton, if she chose to favor him, would only be too grateful for even the leavings of others where she was concerned, and that even yet, if she but deigned to crook a finger, she could have him. He was so simple, so good-natured, so stolid and matter-of-fact, so different to Arthur, whom she could not help smiling at the thought of it. She was loving now about as Barton loved her, slavishly, hopelessly. And then, as the days passed and Arthur did not write any more, just this one brief note, she at first grieved horribly, and then in a fit of numb despair attempted, bravely enough from one point of view, to adjust herself to the new situation. Why should she despair? Why die of agony where there were plenty who would still sigh for her? Barton among others. She was young and pretty. Very. Many told her so. She could, if she chose, achieve a vivacity which she did not feel. Why should she brook this unkindness without a thought of retaliation? Why shouldn't she enter upon a gay and heartless career, indulging in a dozen flirtations at once, dancing and killing all thoughts of Arthur in a round of frivolities? There were many who beckoned to her. She stood at her counter in the drugstore on many a day and brooded over this. But at the thought of which one to begin with, she faltered. After her late love, all were so tame. For the present, anyhow. And then, always, there was Barton, the humble or faithful, to whom she had been so unkind, and whom she had used, and whom she still really liked. So often self-reproaching thoughts in connection with him crept over her. He must have known, must have seen how badly she was using him all this while, and yet he had not failed to come and come, until she had actually quarreled with him, and anyone would have seen that it was literally hopeless. She could not help remembering, especially now in her pain, that he adored her. He was not calling on her now at all. By her indifference she had finally driven him away. But a word. She waited for days, weeks, hoping against hope. And then... The office of Barton Superior in the Great Eastern Terminal had always made him an easy object for her blandishments, coming and going as she frequently did via this very station. He was in the office of the assistant train dispatcher on the ground floor, where, passing to and from the local, which at times was quicker than a streetcar, she could easily see him by peering in. Only she had carefully avoided him for nearly a year. If she chose now, and would call for a message blank at the adjacent telegraph window, which was a part of his room, and raised her voice as she often had in the past, he could scarcely fail to hear, if he did not see her, and if he did, he would rise and come over. Of that she was sure, for he never could resist her. It had been a wile of hers in the old days to do this, or to make her presence felt by idling outside. After a month of brooding, she felt that she must act. Her position as a deserted girl was too much. She could not stand it any longer, really. The eyes of her mother, for one. It was 6:15 one evening, when, coming out of the store in which she worked, she turned her step disconsolately homeward. Her heart was heavy, her face rather pale and drawn. She had stopped in the store's retiring room before coming out to add to her charms as much as possible, by a little powder and rouge and to smooth her hair. It would not take much to reallure her former sweetheart, she felt sure. And yet it might not be so easy after all. Suppose he had found another. But she could not believe that. It had scarcely been long enough since he had last attempted to see her, and he was really so very, very fond of her, and so faithful. He was too slow and certain in his choosing. He had been so with her. Still, who knows? With this thought, she went forward in the evening, feeling for the first time the shame and pain that comes of deception, the agony of having to relinquish an ideal, and the feeling of despair that comes to those who find themselves in the position of suppliants, stooping to something which in better days and better fortune they would not know. Arthur was the cause of this. When she reached the station, the crowd that usually filled it at this hour was swarming. There were so many pairs like Arthur and herself, laughing and hurrying away, or so she felt. First glancing in the small mirror of a weighing scale to see if she were still of her former charm, she stopped thoughtfully at a little flower stand which stood outside, and for a few pennies purchased a tiny bunch of violets. She then went inside and stood near the window, peering first furtively to see if he were present. He was. Bent over his work, a green shade over his eyes, she could see his stolid, genial figure at a table. Stepping back a moment to ponder, she finally went forward and in a clear voice asked, "May I have a blank, please?" The infatuation of the discarded Barton was such that it brought him instantly to his feet. In his stodgy, stocky way he rose, his eyes glowing with a friendly hope, his mouth wreathed in smiles, and came over. At the sight of her pale but pretty, paler and prettier really than he had ever seen her, he thrilled dumbly. "How are you, Shirley?" he said sweetly, as he drew near, his eyes searching her face hopefully. He had not seen her for so long that he was intensely hungry, and her paler beauty appealed to him more than ever. Why wouldn't she have him, he was asking himself. Why wouldn't his persistent love yet win her? Perhaps it might. I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays, it seems. How are the folks?" "They're all right, Bart." She smiled archly. "And so am I. How have you been? It has been a long time since I've seen you. I've been wondering how you were. Have you been all right? I was just going to send a message." As he had approached, Shirley had pretended at first not to see him, a moment later to affect surprise, although she was really suppressing a heavy sigh. The sight of him, after Arthur, was not reassuring. Could she really interest herself in him any more? Could she? Sure, he replied genially. "I'm always all right. You couldn't kill me, you know." "Not going away, are you, Shirl?" he queried interestedly. "No, I'm just telegraphing Mabel. She promised to meet me tomorrow, and I want to be sure she will." "You don't come past here as often as you did, Shirley," he complained tenderly. "At least I don't seem to see you so often," he added with a smile. "It isn't anything I have done, is it?" he queried, and then, when she protested quickly, added, "What's the trouble, Shirl? Haven't been sick, have you?" She affected all her old gaiety and ease, feeling as though she would like to cry. "Oh, no," she returned. "I've been all right. I've been going through the other door, I suppose, or coming in and going out on the Langdon Avenue car." This was true, because she had been wanting to avoid him. "I've been in such a hurry most nights that I haven't had time to stop, Bart. You know how late the store keeps us at times." He remembered, too, that in the old days she had made time to stop or meet him occasionally. "Yes, I know," he said tactfully, "but you haven't been to any of our old card parties either of late, have you? Have you? At least I haven't seen you. I've gone to 2 or 3, thinking you might be there." That was another thing Arthur had done, broken up her interest in these old store and neighborhood parties and a banjo and mandolin club to which she had once belonged. They had all seemed so pleasing and amusing in the old days. But now... In those days, Bart had been her usual companion when his work permitted. "No," she replied evasively, but with a forced air of pleasant remembrance. "I have often thought of how much fun we had at those, though. It was a shame to drop them. You haven't seen Harry Stull or Trina Task recently, have you?" she inquired, more to be saying something than for any interest she felt. He shook his head negatively, then added, "Yes, I did, too. Here in the waiting room a few nights ago. They were coming downtown to a theater, I suppose." His face fell slightly as he recalled how it had been their custom to do this, and what their one quarrel had been about. Shirley noticed it. She felt the least bit sorry for him, but much more for herself, coming back disconsolately to all this. "Well, you're looking as pretty as ever, Shirley," he continued, noting that she had not written the telegram and that there was something wistful in her glance. "Prettier, I think." And she smiled sadly. Every word that she tolerated from him was as so much gold to him, so much of dead ashes to her. "You wouldn't like to come down some evening this week and see The Mousetrap, would you? We haven't been to a theater together, and I don't know when." His eyes sought hers in a hopeful, dog-like way. So she could have him again. That was the pity of it. To have what she really did not want, did not care for. At the least nod, now he would come. And this very devotion made it all but worthless, and so sad. She ought to marry him now for certain, if she began in this way, and could in a month's time if she chose, but oh, could she? For the moment she decided that she could not, would not. If he had only repulsed her, told her to go, ignored her. But no, it was her fate to be loved by him in this moving, pleading way, and hers not to love him as she wished to love, to be loved. Plainly, he needed someone like her, whereas she turned a little sick, a sense of the sacrilege of gaiety at this time creeping into her voice, and exclaimed, "No, no." Then, seeing his face change, a heavy sadness come over it, "Not this week, anyhow. I mean, not so soon," she had almost said. "I have several engagements this week, and I'm not feeling well. But," seeing his face change and the thought of her own state returning, "you might come out to the house some evening instead, and then we can go some other time." His face brightened intensely. It was wonderful how he longed to be with her, how the least favor from her comforted and lifted him up. She could see also now, however, how little it meant to her, how little it could ever mean, even if to him it was heaven. The old relationship would have to be resumed in toto once and for all. But did she want it that way now that she was feeling so miserable about this other affair? As she meditated, these various moods racing to and fro in her mind, Barton seemed to notice. And now it occurred to him that perhaps he had not pursued her enough, was too easily put off. She probably did like him yet. This evening, her present visit seemed to prove it. Sure, he agreed. "I'd like that. I'll come out Sunday, if you say. We can go any time to the play. I'm sorry, Shirley, if you're not feeling well. I've thought of you a lot these days. I'll come out Wednesday, if you don't mind." She smiled, a wan smile. It was all so much easier than she had expected, her triumph, and so ashen-like in consequence, a flavor of Dead Sea fruit and defeat about it all, that it was pathetic. How could she, after Arthur? How could he, really? "Make it Sunday?" she pleaded, naming the farthest day off, and then hurried out. Her faithful lover gazed after her, while she suffered an intense nausea. To think, it should all be coming to this. She had not used her telegraph blank, and now had forgotten all about it. It was not the simple trickery that discouraged her, but her own future, which could find no better outlet than this, could not rise above it, apparently, or that she had no heart to make it rise above it. Why couldn't she interest herself in someone different to Barton? Why did she have to return to him? Why not wait and meet some other, ignore him as before? But no, nothing mattered now. No one. It might as well be Barton really as anyone. And she would at least make him happy, and at the same time solve her own problem. She went out into the train shed and climbed into her train. Slowly, after the usual pushing and jostling of a crowd, it drew out toward Latonia, that suburban region in which her home lay. As she rode, she thought, "What have I just done? What am I doing?" She kept asking herself as the clacking wheels on the rails fell into a rhythmic dance, and the houses of the brown, dry, endless city fled past in a maze. Severing myself decisively from the past, the happy past, for supposing, once I'm married, Arthur should return. and want me again. Suppose. Below, at one place, under a shed, were some market gardeners disposing of the last remnants of their day's wares. A sickly, dull life, she thought. Here was Rutgers Avenue, with its line of red streetcars, many wagons and tracks and counter-streams of automobiles. How often she had passed it morning and evening in a shuttle-like way, and how often would, unless she got married. And here, now, was the river flowing smoothly between its banks lined with coal pockets and wharves, away to the huge deep sea which she and Arthur had enjoyed so much. Oh, to be in a small boat and drift out into the endless, restless, pathless deep. Somehow the sight of this water, tonight and every night, brought back those evenings in the open with Arthur at Sparrow's Point, the long line of dancers in Eckert's pavilion, the woods at Athelby, the park, with the dancers in the pavilion. She choked back a sob. Once Arthur had come this way with her on just such an evening as this, pressing her hand and saying how wonderful she was. Oh, Arthur, Arthur. And now Barton was to take his old place again, forever, no doubt. She could not trifle with her life any longer in this foolish way, or his. What was the use? But think of it. Yes, it must be. Forever now, she told herself. She must marry. Time would be slipping by, and she would become too old. It was her only future, marriage. It was the only future she had ever contemplated, really, a home, children, the love of some man whom she could love as she loved Arthur. Ah, what a happy home that would have been for her. But now. But there must be no turning back now, either. There was no other way. If Arthur ever came back, but fear not, he wouldn't. She had risked so much and lost him. Her little venture into true love had been a failure. Before Arthur had come, all had been well enough. Barton, stout and simple and frank and direct, had in some way, how she could scarcely realize now, offered sufficient of a future. But now. He had enough money, she knew, to build a cottage for the two of them. He had told her so. He would do his best always to make her happy. She was sure of that. They could live in about the same state her parents were living in, or a little better. Not much. And would never want. No doubt there would be children, because he craved them, several of them, and that would take up her time, long years of it. The sad, gray years. But then Arthur, whose children she would have thrilled to bear, would be no more, a mere memory. Think of that. And Barton, the dull, the commonplace, would have achieved his finest dream. And why? Because love was a failure for her. That was why. And in her life there could be no more true love. She would never love anyone again as she had Arthur. It could not be. She was sure of it. He was too fascinating, too wonderful. Always, wherever she might be, whoever she might marry, he would be coming back, intruding between her and any possible love, receiving any possible kiss. It would be Arthur she would be loving or kissing. She dabbed at her eyes with a tiny handkerchief, turned her face close to the window and stared out. and then as the environs of Latonia came into view, wondered, so deep is romance. What if Arthur should come back at some time? Or now? Supposing he should be here at the station now? Accidentally, or on purpose to welcome her, to soothe her weary heart. He had met her here before. How she would fly to him, lay her head on his shoulder, forget forever that Barton ever was, that they had ever separated for an hour. Oh, Arthur, Arthur! But no. Here was Latonia. Here the viaduct over her train. The long business street and the cars marked Center and Langdon Avenue, running back into the great city. A few blocks away in tree-shaded Bethune Street, duller and plainer than ever, was her parents' cottage and the routine of that old life which was now, she felt, more fully fastened upon her than ever before. The lawn-mowers, the lawns, the front porches, all alike. Now would come the going to and fro of Barton to business as her father and she now went to business. Her keeping house, cooking, washing, ironing, sewing for Barton, as her mother now did these things for her father and herself. And she would not be in love, really, as she wanted to be. Oh, dreadful. She could never escape it, really, now that she could endure it less, scarcely for another hour. And yet she must, for the sake of... She closed her eyes and dreamed. She walked up the street under the trees, past the houses and lawns, all alike to her own, and found her father on their veranda, reading the evening paper. She sighed at the sight. "Back, daughter?" he called pleasantly. "Yes." "Your mother's wondering if you would like steak or liver for dinner. Better tell her." "Oh, it doesn't matter." She hurried into her bedroom, threw down her hat and gloves, and herself on the bed to rest silently, and groaned in her soul. To think that it had all come to this, never to see him any more, to see only Barton, and marry him, and live in such a street, have 4 or 5 children, forget all her youthful companionships, and all to save her face before her parents and her future. Why must it be? Should it be really? She choked and stifled. After a little time, her mother, hearing her come in, came to the door. Thin, practical, affectionate, conventional. "What's wrong, honey? Aren't you feeling well tonight? Have you a headache? Let me feel." Her thin, cool fingers crept over her temples and hair. She suggested something to eat or a headache powder right away. "I'm all right, Mother. I'm just not feeling well now. Don't bother. I'll get up soon. Please don't." "Would you rather have liver or steak tonight, dear?" "Oh, anything." "Nothing. Please don't bother. Steak will do. Anything." If only she could get rid of her and be at rest. Her mother looked at her and shook her head sympathetically, then retreated quietly, saying no more. Lying so, she thought and thought, grinding, destroying thoughts about the beauty of the past, the darkness of the future. Until able to endure them no longer, she got up and, looking distractedly out of the window into the yard, in the house next door, stared at her future fixedly. What should she do? What should she really do? There was Mrs. Kessel in her kitchen, getting her dinner as usual, just as her own mother was now. and Mr. Kessel out on the front porch in his shirt-sleeves reading the evening paper. Beyond was Mr. Pollard in his yard cutting the grass. All along Bethune Street were such houses and such people, simple, commonplace souls all, clerks, managers, fairly successful craftsmen, like her father and Barton, excellent in their way, but not like Arthur the beloved, the lost. And here was she, perforce, or by decision of necessity, soon to be one of them, in some such street as this, no doubt, forever, and for the moment it choked and stifled her. She decided that she would not. No, no, no! There must be some other way, many ways. She did not have to do this unless she really wished to, would not, only... Then going to the mirror, she looked at her face and smoothed her hair. But what's the use? She asked of herself wearily and resignedly after a time. Why should I cry? Why shouldn't I marry Barton? I don't amount to anything anyhow. Arthur wouldn't have me. I wanted him, and I am compelled to take someone else, or no one. What difference does it really make who? My dreams are too high, that's all. I wanted Arthur, and he wouldn't have me. I don't want Barton, and he crawls at my feet. I'm a failure. That's what's the matter with me. And then, turning up her sleeves and removing a fichu, which stood out too prominently from her breast, she went into the kitchen, and looking about for an apron, observed, "Can't I help? Where's the tablecloth?" And finding it among napkins and silverware in a drawer in the adjoining room, proceeded to set the table. End of The Second Choice by Theodore Dreiser. Read by Mystery Teacher Michael Everding.
The Siege of Berlin by Alphonse Daudet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We were going up the Champs-Élysées with Dr. V, gathering from the walls pierced by shell, the pavement ploughed by grape shot, the history of the besieged Paris, when, just before reaching the Place de l'Étoile, the doctor stopped and pointed out to me one of those large corner houses, so pompously grouped around the Arc de Triomphe. "Do you see," said he, "those 4 closed windows on the balcony up there? In the beginning of August, that terrible month of August of '70, so laden with storm and disaster, I was summoned there to attend a case of apoplexy. The sufferer was Colonel Jouve, an old cuirassier of the First Empire, full of enthusiasm for glory and patriotism, who, at the commencement of the war, had taken an apartment with a balcony in the Champs-Élysées. For what do you think? To assist at the triumphal entry of our troops. Poor old man. The news of Wissembourg arrived as he was rising from table. On reading the name of Napoleon at the foot of that bulletin of defeat, he fell senseless. I found the old cuirassier stretched upon the floor, his face bleeding and inert as from the blow of a club. Standing, he would have been very tall. Lying, he looked immense, with fine features, beautiful teeth, and white curling hair, carrying his 80 years as though they had been 60. Beside him knelt his granddaughter in tears. She resembled him. Seeing them side by side, they reminded me of 2 Greek medallions stamped with the same impress. Only the one was antique, earth-stained, its outlines somewhat worn, the other beautiful and clear, in all the lustre of freshness. The child's sorrow touched me. Daughter and granddaughter of soldiers, for her father was on MacMahon's staff. The sight of this old man stretched before her evoked in her mind another vision no less terrible. I did my best to reassure her, though in reality I had but little hope. We had to contend with hemoptysis, from which at 80 there is small chance of recovery. For 3 days the patient remained in the same condition of immobility and stupor. Meanwhile came the news of Reichshofen. You remember how strangely? Till the evening we all believed in a great victory. 20,000 Prussians killed, the Crown Prince prisoner. I cannot tell by what miracle, by what magnetic current, an echo of this national joy can have reached our poor invalid, hitherto deaf to all around him. But that evening, on approaching the bed, I found a new man. His eye was almost clear, his speech less difficult, and he had the strength to smile and to stammer, "Victory! Victory!" Yes, Colonel, a great victory. And as I gave the details of MacMahon's splendid success, I saw his features relax and his countenance brighten. When I went out, his granddaughter was waiting for me, pale and sobbing. "But he is saved," said I, taking her hands. The poor child had hardly courage to answer me. The true Reichshofen had just been announced. MacMahon a fugitive, the whole army crushed. We looked at each other in consternation, she anxious at the thought of her father, I trembling for the grandfather. Certainly he would not bear this new shock. And yet what could we do? Let him enjoy the illusion which had revived him? But then we should have to deceive him.
"Well, then, I will deceive him,"
said the brave girl, and hastily wiping away her tears, she re-entered her grandfather's room with a beaming face. It was a hard task she had set herself. For the first few days it was comparatively easy, as the old man's head was weak, and he was as credulous as a child. But with returning health came clearer ideas. It was necessary to keep him au courant with the movements of the army and to invent military bulletins. It was pitiful to see that beautiful girl bending night and day over her map of Germany, marking it with little flags, forcing herself to combine the whole of a glorious campaign. Bazaine on the road to Berlin, Frossard in Bavaria, MacMahon on the Baltic. In all this she asked my counsel, and I helped her as far as I could. But it was the grandfather who did the most for us in this imaginary invasion. He had conquered Germany so often during the First Empire. He knew all the moves beforehand. Now they should go there. That is what they will do. And his anticipations were always realized, not a little to his pride. Unfortunately, we might take towns and gain battles, but we never went fast enough for the colonel. He was insatiable. Every day I was greeted with a fresh feat of arms.
"Doctor, we have taken Mayence,"
said the young girl, coming to meet me with a heart-rending smile, and through the door I heard a joyous voice crying, "We are getting on, we are getting on. In a week we shall enter Berlin." At that moment the Prussians were but a week from Paris. At first we thought it might be better to move to the provinces, but once out of doors the state of the country would have told him all, and I thought him still too weak, too enervated to know the truth. It was therefore decided that they should stay where they were. On the first day of the investment I went to see my patient, much agitated, I remember, and with that pang in my heart, which we all felt, at knowing that the gates of Paris were shut, that the war was under our walls, that our suburbs had become our frontiers. I found the old man jubilant and proud. "Well," said he, "the siege has begun." I looked at him stupefied. "How, Colonel, do you know?" His granddaughter turned to me.
"Oh, yes, doctor. It is great news. The siege of Berlin has commenced."
She said this composedly while drawing out her needle. How could he suspect anything? He could not hear the cannon, nor see that unhappy Paris so sullen and disorderly. All that he saw from his bed was calculated to keep up his delusion. Outside was the Arc de Triomphe, and in his room quite a collection of souvenirs of the First Empire. Portraits of marshals, engravings of battles, the King of Rome in his baby robes, the stiff consoles, ornamented with trophies in brass, were covered with imperial relics, medals, bronzes, a stone from St. Helena under a glass shade, miniatures all representing the same becurled lady, in ball dress, in a yellow gown with leg of mutton sleeves and light eyes. And all, the consuls, the King of Rome, the medals, the yellow ladies with short waists and sashes under their arms, in that style of awkward stiffness which was the grace of 1806. Good Colonel! It was this atmosphere of victory and conquest, rather than all we could say, which made him believe so naively in the siege of Berlin. From that day our military operations became much simpler. Taking Berlin was merely a matter of patience. Every now and then, when the old man was tired of waiting, a letter from his son was read to him, an imaginary letter, of course, as nothing could enter Paris, and as, since Sedan, MacMahon's aide-de-camp had been sent to a German fortress. Can you not imagine the despair of the poor girl, without tidings of her father, knowing him to be a prisoner, deprived of all comforts, perhaps ill, and yet obliged to make him speak in cheerful letters, somewhat short, as from a soldier in the field, always advancing in a conquered country. Sometimes, when the invalid was weaker than usual, weeks passed without fresh news. But was he anxious and unable to sleep, suddenly a letter arrived from Germany, which she read gaily at his bedside, struggling hard with her tears. The colonel listened religiously, smiling with an air of superiority, approving, criticizing, explaining. But it was in the answers to his son that he was at his best. "Never forget that you are a Frenchman," he wrote. "Be generous to those poor people. Do not make the invasion too hard for them." His advice was never-ending. Edifying sermons about respect of property, the politeness due to ladies, in short, quite a code of military honor for the use of conquerors. With all this he put in some general reflections on politics and the conditions of the peace to be imposed on the vanquished. With regard to the latter, I must say he was not exacting. "The war indemnity and nothing else. It is no good to take provinces. Can one turn Germany into France?" He dictated this with so firm a voice, and one felt so much sincerity in his words, so much patriotic faith, that it was impossible to listen to him unmoved. Meanwhile the siege went on. Not the siege of Berlin, alas. We were at the worst period of cold, of bombardment, of epidemic, of famine. But, thanks to our care and the indefatigable tenderness which surrounded him, the old man's serenity was never for a moment disturbed. Up to the end I was able to procure white bread and fresh meat for him, but for him only. You could not imagine anything more touching than those breakfasts of the grandfather, so innocently egotistic, sitting up in bed fresh and smiling, the napkin tied under his chin, at his side his granddaughter, pale from her privations, guiding his hands, making him drink, helping him to eat all these good, forbidden things. Then, revived by the repast, in the comfort of his warm room, with the wintry wind shut out and the snow eddying about the window, the old cuirassier would recall his northern campaigns and would relate to us that disastrous retreat in Russia, where there was nothing to eat but frozen biscuit and horseflesh. "Can you understand that, little one? We ate horseflesh." I should think she did understand it. For 2 months she had tasted nothing else. As convalescence approached, our task increased daily in difficulty. The numbness of the colonel's senses, as well as of his limbs, which had hitherto helped us so much, was beginning to pass away. Once or twice already those terrible volleys at the Porte Maillot had made him start and prick up his ears like a war horse. We were obliged to invent a recent victory of Bazaine's before Berlin, and salvos fired from the Invalides in honor of it. Another day, the Thursday of Buzenval, I think it was, his bed had been pushed to the window, whence he saw some of the National Guard massed upon the Avenue de la Grande Armée. "What soldiers are those?" he asked, and we heard him grumbling beneath his teeth. "Badly drilled, badly drilled." Nothing came of this, but we understood that henceforth greater precautions were necessary. Unfortunately, we were not careful enough. One evening I was met by the child in much trouble. "It is tomorrow they make their entry," she said. Could the grandfather's door have been opened? In thinking of it since, I remember that all that evening his face wore an extraordinary expression. Probably he had overheard us, only we spoke of the Prussians and he thought of the French, of the triumphal entry he had so long expected, MacMahon's descending the avenue amidst flowers and flourish of trumpets, his own son riding beside the marshal, and he himself on his balcony in full uniform as at Lutzen, saluting the ragged colours and the eagles blackened by powder. Poor Colonel Jouve! He no doubt imagined that we wished to prevent his assisting at the defile of our troops, lest the emotion should prove too much for him, and therefore took care to say nothing to us. But the next day, just at the time the Prussian battalions cautiously entered the long road leading from the Porte Maillot to the Tuileries, the window up there was softly opened, and the colonel appeared on the balcony with his helmet, his sword, all his long unused but glorious apparel of Milhaud's cuirassiers. I often ask myself what supreme effort of will, what sudden impulse of fading vitality had placed him thus erect in harness. All we know is that he was there, standing at the railing, wondering to find the wide avenue so silent, the shutters all closed, Paris like a great lazaret, flags everywhere, but such strange ones, white with red crosses, and no one to meet our soldiers. For a moment he may have thought himself mistaken, but no. There, behind the Arc de Triomphe, there was a confused sound, a black line advancing in the glowing daylight, then, little by little, the spikes of the helmets glisten, the little drums of Jena begin to beat, and under the Arc de l'Étoile, accompanied by the heavy tramp of the troops, by the clatter of sabres, burst forth Schubert's triumphal march. In the dead silence of the streets was heard a cry, a terrible cry. "To arms! To arms, the Prussians!" And the four Uhlans of the advance guard might have seen up there on the balcony a tall old man stagger, wave his arms, and fall. This time Colonel Jouve was dead. End of The Siege of Berlin by Alphonse Daudet.
The Sin of Monsieur Pettipon by Richard Connell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. The Sin of Monsieur Pettipon. Moistening the tip of his immaculate handkerchief, Monsieur Alphonse Marie Louis Camille Pettipon deftly and daintily rubbed an almost imperceptible speck of dust from the mirror in stateroom C341 of the liner Voltaire of the Paris-New York Steamship Company, and a little sigh of happiness fluttered his double chins. He set about his task of making up the berths in the stateroom with the air of a high priest performing a sacerdotal ritual. His big pink hands gently smoothed the crinkles from the linen pillow cases, the woolen blankets he arranged in neat folded triangles, and stood off to survey the effect as an artist might. And, indeed, Monsieur Pettipon considered himself an artist. To him the art of being a steward was just as estimable as the art of being a poet. He was a Shelley of the dustpan, a Keats of the sheets. To him the making up of a berth in one of the cabins he tended was a sonnet, An orange pip or burnt match on the floor was as intolerable as a false quantity. Few poets took as much pains with their pens as he did with his whisk. He loved his work with a zeal almost fanatical. Lowering himself to his plump knees, Monsieur Pettipon swept the floor with a busy brush, humming the while a little Provence song. My mamma's at Paris, my papa's at Versailles, but me I'm here, sleeping in the straw. Chorus, oh la la, oh la la, oh la, oh la, oh la la. As he sang the series of oh la las, he kept time with strokes of his brush, one stroke to each la, until a microscope could not have detected the smallest crumb of foreign matter on the red carpet. Then he hoisted himself wheezily to his feet, and with critical eye examined the cabin. It was perfection. Once more he sighed the happy little sigh of work well done. Then he gathered up his brush, his dustpan, and his collection of little cleaning rags, and entered the stateroom next door, where he expertly set about making things tidy to an accompaniment of oh-la-las. Suddenly, in the midst of a la-la, he broke off, and his wide brow puckered as an outward sign that some disquieting thought was stirring beneath it. He was not going to be able to buy his little son Napoleon a violin this trip either. The look of contentment he usually wore while doing the work he loved gave way to small furrows of worry. He was saying silently to himself, "Ah, Alphonse, old boy, this violin situation is getting serious. Your little Napoleon is 13, and it is at that tender age the virtuosos begin to find themselves. And what is a virtuoso without a violin? You should be a steward of the first class, old turnip, where each trip you would be tipped the price of a violin. On second-class tips one cannot buy even mouth organs, alas!" Each trip now for months, Monsieur Pettipon had said to his wife as he left his tiny flat in the Rue Dauphine, "This time, Therese, I will have a millionaire. He will see with what care I smooth his sheets and pick the banana skins from the floor, and he will say, 'This Pettipon is not such a bad lot. I will give him $20.' Or he will write to Monsieur Victor Ronsoy about me, and Monsieur Ronsoy will order the captain to order the chief steward to make me a steward of the first class. And then, my dear, I will buy a violin the most wonderful for our little cabbage." To which the practical Therese would reply, "Millionaires do not travel second class." And Monsieur Pettipon would smile hopefully and say, "Who can tell?" although he knew perfectly well that she was right. And Therese would pick a non-existent hair from the worn collar of his coat and remark, "Oh, if you were only a steward of the first class, my Alphonse!" "Patience, my dear Therese, patience," he would say, secretly glowing as men do when their life ambition is touched on. "Patience, patience, indeed!" she would exclaim. "Have you not crossed on the Voltaire 127 times? Has a speck of dust ever been found in one of your cabins? You should have been promoted long ago. You are being done a dirtiness, Monsieur Pettipon." And he would march off to his ship, wagging his big head. This trip clearly there was no millionaire. In C 341 was a young painter and his bride. His tip would be $2, and that would be enough, for was he not a fellow artist? In C 342 were two lingerie buyers from New York. They would exact much service, give hints of much reward, and, unless Monsieur Pettipon looked sharp, would slip away without tipping him at all. In C 343 were school teachers, 2 to a berth. Monsieur Pettipon appraised them at $5 for the party. C 344 contained 2 fat ladies, very sick, and C 345 contained 2 thin ladies, both sick. Say $1 each. In C 346 was a shaggy bearded individual, male of unknown derivation, who spoke an explosive brand of English, which burst out in a series of grunts, and who had economical habits in the use of soap. It was doubtful, reasoned Monsieur Pettipon, if the principle of tipping had ever penetrated the wild regions from which this being unquestionably hailed. Years of experience had taught Monsieur Pettipon to appraise with a quite uncanny accuracy the amount of tips he would get from his clients, as he called them. Still troubled in his mind over his inability to provide a new violin for the promising Napoleon, Monsieur Pettipon went about his work, and in the course of time reached stateroom C 346 and tapped with soft knuckles. "Come," grunted the shaggy occupant. Monsieur Pettipon, with an apologetic flood of pardons, entered. He stopped in some alarm. The shaggy one, in violently striped pajamas, was standing in the center of the cabin, plainly very indignant about something. He fixed upon Monsieur Pettipon a pair of accusing eyes. With the air of a conjurer doing a trick, he thrust his hand palm upward beneath the surprised nose of Monsieur Pettipon. "Behold!" cried the shaggy one in a voice of thunder. Monsieur Pettipon peered into the outstretched hand. In the cupped palm was a small dark object. It was alive. Monsieur Pettipon, speechless with horror, regarded the thing with round, unbelieving eyes. He felt as if he had been struck a heavy, stunning blow. At last, with a great effort, he asked weakly, "You found him here, monsieur?" "I found him here," declared the shaggy one, nodding his bushy head toward his berth. The world of Monsieur Pettipon seemed to come crashing down around his ears. "Impossible!" panted Monsieur Pettipon. "It could not be." "It could be," said the shaggy one sternly, "because it was." He continued to hold the damnatory evidence within a foot of Monsieur Pettipon's staring, incredulous eyes. "But, monsieur," protested the steward, "I tell you the thing could not be. 127 times have I crossed on this Voltaire, and such a thing has not been. Never, never, never." "I did not make him," put in the passenger, with a show of irony. No, of course monsieur did not make him. That is true, but perhaps monsieur—" The gesture of the overwhelmed Pettipon was delicate but pregnant. The shaggy passenger glared ferociously at the steward. "Do you mean I brought him with me?" he demanded in a terrible voice. Monsieur Pettipon shrugged his shoulders. "Such things happen," he said soothingly, "when one travels." The shaggy one interrupted him. "He's not mine," he exploded bellicosely. "He never was mine. I found him here, I tell you. Here! Something shall be done about this." Monsieur Pettipon had begun to tremble. Tiny moist drops bedewed his expanse of brow. To lose his job would be tragedy enough, but this would be worse than tragedy. It would be disgrace. His artistic reputation was at stake. His career was tottering on a hideous brink. All Paris, all France would know and would laugh at him. "Give me the little devil," he said humbly. "I myself personally will see to it that he troubles you no more. He shall perish at once, monsieur. He shall die the death.
You will have fresh bedding, fresh carpet, fresh everything. There will be fumigations. I beg that monsieur will think no more of it." Savagely he took the thing between plump thumb and forefinger and bore it from the stateroom, holding it at arm's length. In the corridor, with the door shut on the shaggy one, Monsieur Pettipon, feverishly agitated, muttered again and again, "He did bring it with him. He did bring it with him." All that night Monsieur Pettipon lay in his berth, stark awake and brooded. The material side of the affair was bad enough. The shaggy one would report the matter to the head steward of the second class. Monsieur Pettipon would be ignominiously discharged. The sin he had to admit merited the extremest penalty. Jobs are hard to get, particularly when one is fat and past 40. He saw the Pettipons ejected from their flat. He saw his little Napoleon a cafe waiter instead of a virtuoso. All this was misery enough, but it was the spiritual side that tortured him most poignantly, that made him toss and moan as the waves swished against the liner's sides and an ocean dawn stole foggily through the porthole. He was a failure at the work he loved. Consider the emotions of an artist who suddenly realizes that his masterpiece is a tawdry smear. Consider the shock to a gentleman, proud of his name, who finds a blot black as midnight on the escutcheon he had for many prideful years thought stainless. To the mind of the crushed Pettipon came the thought that, even though his job was irretrievably lost, he still might be able to save his honor. As early as it was possible, he went to the head steward of the second class, his immediate superior. There were tears in Monsieur Pettipon's eyes and voice as he said, "Monsieur Deveau, a great misfortune, as you have doubtless been informed, has overtaken me." The head steward of the second class looked up sharply. He was in a bearish mood, for he had lost 11 francs at card the night before. "Well, Monsieur Pettipon?" he asked brusquely. "Oh, he has heard about it. He has heard about it," thought Monsieur Pettipon, and his voice trembled as he said aloud, "I have done faithful work on the Voltaire for 22 years, Monsieur Deveau, and such a thing has never before happened." "What thing? Of what do you speak? Out with it, man." "This," cried Monsieur Pettipon tragically. He thrust out his great paw of a hand. In it nestled a small dark object, now lifeless. The head steward gave it a swift examination. "Ah!" he exclaimed petulantly. "Must you trouble me with your pets at this time when I'm busy?" "Pets, monsieur?" The aghast Pettipon raised protesting hands toward heaven. "Oh, never in this life, monsieur the head steward." "Then why do you bring him to me with such great care?" demanded the head steward. "Do you think, perhaps, Monsieur Pettipon, that I wish to discuss entomology at 6 in the morning? I assure you that such a thing is not a curiosity to me. I have lived, Monsieur Pettipon." But he was in one of my cabins," groaned Monsieur Pettipon. "Indeed?" The head steward was growing impatient. "I did not suppose you had caught him with a hook and line. Take him away, drown him, bury him, burn him. Do I care?" "He is furious," thought Monsieur Pettipon, "at my sin. But he is pretending not to be. He will save up his wrath until the Voltaire returns to France, and then he will denounce me before the whole ship's company. I know these long-nosed Normans. Even so, I must save my honor if I can." He leaned toward the head steward and said with great earnestness of tone, I assure you, monsieur the head steward, that I took every precaution. The passenger who occupies the cabin is, between ourselves, a fellow of great dirtiness. I am convinced he brought this aboard with him. I have my reasons, monsieur. Did I not say to Georges Prunier, he is steward in the corridor next to mine, George, old oyster, that hairy fellow in C 346 has a look of itchiness which I do not fancy. I must be on my guard. You can ask George Prunier, an honest fellow, monsieur the head steward, if I did not say this. And George said, Alphonse, my friend, I incline to agree with you. And I said to George, George, my brave, it would not surprise me if... The head steward of the second class broke in tartly. You should write a book of memoirs, Monsieur Pettipon. When I have nothing to do, I will read it. But now have I not 1,002 things to do? Take away your pet, have him stuffed, present him to a museum. Do I care? He started to turn from Monsieur Pettipon, whose cheeks were quivering like spilled jelly. I entreat you, Monsieur Deveau, begged Pettipon, to consider how for 22 years, 3 months and a day, such a thing had not happened in my cabins. This little rascal, and you can see how tiny he is the only one that has ever been found, and I give you my word, the word of a Pettipon, that he was not there when we sailed. The passenger brought him with him. I have my reasons. Enough, broke in the head steward of the second class with mounting irritation. I can stand no more. Go back to your work, Monsieur Pettipon. He presented his back to Monsieur Pettipon. Sick at heart, the adipose steward went back to his domain. As he made the cabins neat, he did not sing the little song with a chorus of oh-la-las. There was deep displeasure in that Norman's eye, said Monsieur Pettipon to himself. He does not believe that the passenger is to blame. Your goose is cooked, my poor Alphonse. You must appeal to the chief steward. To the chief steward in his elaborate office in the first class went Monsieur Pettipon, nervously opening and shutting his fat fists. The chief steward, a ton of man, bigger even than Monsieur Pettipon, peeped at his visitor from beneath waggish furry eyebrows. I am Monsieur Pettipon, said the visitor timidly. For 22 years, 3 months and a day, I have been second-class steward on the Voltaire, and never, monsieur the chief steward, has there been a complaint, one little complaint against me. 127 trips have I made, and never has a single passenger said. I'm sorry, interrupted the chief steward, but I can't make you a first-class steward. No vacancies. Next year, perhaps, or the year after. Oh, it isn't that, said Monsieur Pettipon miserably. It is this. He held out his hand so that the chief steward could see its contents. Ah, exclaimed the chief steward, arching his furry brows. Is this perhaps a bribe, monsieur? Monsieur the chief steward is good enough to jest, said Pettipon, standing first on one foot and then on the other in his embarrassment. But I assure you that it has been a most serious blow to me. Blow? Repeated the chief steward. Blow? Is that in the second class one comes to blows with them? He knows about it all, thought Monsieur Pettipon. He is making game of me. His moon face stricken and appealing. Monsieur Pettipon addressed the chief steward. He brought it with him, monsieur the chief steward. I have my reasons. Who brought what with whom? Queried the chief steward with a trace of asperity. The passenger brought this aboard with him, explained Monsieur Pettipon. I have good reasons, monsieur, for making so grave a charge. Did I not say to Georges Prunier, he is in charge of the corridor next to mine, George, old oyster, that hairy fellow in C 346 has a look of itchiness which I do not fancy. I must be on my guard. You can ask Georges Prunier, a thoroughly reliable fellow, monsieur, a wearer of the military medal, and the son of the leading veterinarian in Amiens. If I did not say this, and George said—" The chief steward held up a silencing hand. "Stop, I pray you, before my head bursts," he commanded. "Your repartee with George is most affecting, but I do not see how it concerns a busy man like me." "But the passenger said he found this in his berth," wailed Monsieur Pettipon, wringing his great hands. "My compliments to monsieur the passenger," said the chief steward, "and tell him that there is no reward." "Now I am sure he is angry with me," said Monsieur Pettipon to himself. "These sly, smiling, fat fellows, I must convince him of my innocence." Monsieur Pettipon laid an imploring hand on the chief steward's sleeve. "I can only say," said Monsieur Pettipon in the accents of a man on the gallows, "that I did all within the power of one poor human to prevent this dreadful occurrence. I hope monsieur the chief steward will believe that. I cannot deny that the thing exists." As he spoke, he sadly contemplated the palm of his hand. "And that the evidence is against me. But in my heart I know I am innocent. I can only hope that monsieur will take into account my long and blameless service, my 127 trips, my 22 years, 3 months, and—" "My dear Pettipon," said the chief steward with a ponderous jocosity, "try to bear your cross. The only way the Voltaire can atone for this monstrous sin of yours is to be sunk, here now and at once. But I'm afraid the captain and Monsieur Ronsoy might object. Get along now while I think up a suitable penance for you." As he went with slow, despairing steps to his quarters, Monsieur Pettipon said to himself, "It is clear he thinks me guilty. Hélas, poor Alphonse!" For long minutes he sat, his huge head in his hands, pondering. I shall appeal to him again," he said half aloud. "There are certain points he should know. What Georges Prunier said, for instance." So back he went to the chief steward. "Holy blue!" cried the official. "You again? Found another one?" No, monsieur, the chief steward," replied Monsieur Pettipon in agonies. "There is only one. In 22 years there have been only one. He brought it with him. Ask Georges Prunier if I did not say—" "Name of a name!" burst out the chief steward. "Am I to hear all that again? Did I not say to forget the matter?" "Forget, monsieur? Could Napoleon forget Waterloo? I beg that you permit me to explain." "Oh, bother you and your explanations!" cried the chief steward with the sudden impatience common to fat men. "Take them to some less busy man, the captain, for example." Monsieur Pettipon bowed himself from the office, covered with confusion and despair. Had not the chief steward refused to hear him? Did not the chief steward's words imply that the crime was too heinous for any one less than the captain himself to pass judgment on it? To Captain Monsieur Pettipon would have to go, although he dreaded to do it, for the captain was notoriously the busiest and least approachable man on the ship. Desperation gave him courage. Breathless at his own temerity, pink as a peony with shame, Monsieur Pettipon found himself bowing before a blur of gold and multi-hued decorations that instinct rather than his reason told him was the captain of the Voltaire. The captain was worried about the fog, and about the presence aboard of Monsieur Victor Ronsoy, the president of the line, and his manner was brisk and chilly. "Did I ring for you?" he asked. "No," jerked out Monsieur Pettipon, "but if the captain will pardon the great liberty, I have a matter of the utmost importance on which I wish to address him." "Speak, man, speak!" shot out the captain, alarmed by Monsieur Pettipon's serious aspect. "Leak? Fire? Somebody overboard? What?" "No, no," cried Monsieur Pettipon, trickles of moist emotion sliding down the creases of his round face. "Nobody overboard, no leak, no fire, but Monsieur the Captain, behold this." He extended his hand, and the captain bent his head over it with quick interest. For a second the captain stared at the thing in Monsieur Pettipon's hand. Then he stared at Monsieur Pettipon. 10,000 million little blue devils! What does this mean?" roared the captain. "Have you been drinking?" Monsieur Pettipon quaked to the end of his toes. "No, no," he stammered. "I'm only too sober, Monsieur the Captain, and I do not blame you for being enraged. The Voltaire is your ship, and you love her, as I do. I feel this disgrace even more than you can, Monsieur the Captain, believe me. But I beg of you, do not be hasty. My honor is involved. I admit that this thing was found in one of my cabins. Consider my horror when he was found. It was no less than yours, Monsieur the Captain. But I give you my word, the word of a Pettipon, that—" The captain stopped the rush of words with, "Compose yourself. Come to the point." "Point, Monsieur the Captain?" gasped Pettipon. "Is it not enough point that this thing was found in one of my cabins? Such a thing in the cabin of Monsieur Alphonse Marie Louis Camille Pettipon? Is that nothing? For 22 years have I been steward in the second class, and not one of these, not so much as a baby one, has ever been found. I am beside myself with chagrin. My only defense is that a passenger, a fellow of dirtiness, Monsieur the Captain, brought it with him. He denies it. I denounce him as a liar the most barefaced. For did I not say to George Prunier, a fellow steward and a man of integrity, 'George, old oyster, that hairy fellow in C346 has a look of itchiness, which I do not fancy. I must be on my guard.' And George said—" The captain, with something like a smile playing about among his whiskers, interrupted with, "So this is the first one in 22 years, eh? We'll have to look into this, Monsieur Pettipon. Good day." "Look into this," groaned Pettipon as he stumbled down a gangway. "I know what that means. Ah, poor Therese, poor Napoleon." He looked down at the great green hungry waves with a calculating eye. He wondered if they would be cold. He placed a tentative hand on the rail. Then an inspiration came to him. Monsieur Victor Ronsoy was aboard. He was the last court of appeal. Monsieur Pettipon would dare, for the sake of his honor, to go to the president of the line himself. For tortured minutes Alphonse Pettipon paced up and down, and something closely resembling sobs shook his huge frame as he looked about his little kingdom and thought of his impending banishment. At last, by a supreme effort of will, he nerved himself to go to the suite of Monsieur Ronsoy. It was a splendid suite of 5 rooms, and Monsieur Pettipon had more than once peeked into it when it was empty, and had noted with fascinated eyes the perfection of its appointments. But now he twice turned from the door, his courage oozing from him. On the third attempt, with the recklessness of a condemned man, he rapped on the door. The president of the line was a white-haired giant with a chin like an anvil and bright, humorous eyes like a kingfisher. "Monsieur Ronsard," began the flustered, damp-browed Pettipon in a faltering voice, "I have only apologies to make for this intrusion. Only a matter of the utmost consequence could cause me to take the liberty." The president's brow knitted anxiously. "Out with it," he ordered. "Are we sinking? Have we hit an iceberg?" No, monsieur the president. But surely you have heard what I, Alphonse Pettipon, steward in the second class, found in one of my cabins?" "Oh, so you're Pettipon," explained the president, and his frown vanished. Ah, yes. "He knows my disgrace," thought Monsieur Pettipon, mopping his streaming brow. "Now all is lost indeed." Hanging his head, he addressed the president. "Alas, yes, I am none other than that unhappy Pettipon," he said mournfully. "But yesterday, monsieur, I was a proud man. This was my 128th trip on the Voltaire. I had not a mark against me, but the world has been black for me, monsieur the president, since I found this." He held out his hand so that the president could view the remains lying in it. "Ah!" exclaimed the president, adjusting his pince-nez. "A perfect specimen." "But note, monsieur the president," begged Monsieur Pettipon, "that he is a mere infant, but a few days old, I am sure. He could not have been aboard long. One can see that. I am convinced that it was the passenger who brought him with him. I have my reasons for making this serious charge, Monsieur Ronsard. Good reasons, too. Did I not say to Georges Prunier, a steward of the strictest honesty, monsieur, 'George, old oyster, that hairy fellow in C 346 has a look of itchiness which I do not fancy,' and George said, 'Alphonse, my friend.'" "Most interesting," murmured the president. "Pray proceed." With a wealth of detail and with no little passion, Monsieur Pettipon told his story. The eyes of the president encouraged him, and he told of little Napoleon and the violin, and of his 22 years on the Voltaire, and how proud he was of his work as a steward, and how severe a blow the affair had been to him. When he had finished, Monsieur Ronsard said, "And you thought it necessary to report your discovery to the head steward of the second class?" "Yes, monsieur." "And to the chief steward?" "Yes, monsieur." "And to the captain?" "Yes, monsieur." "And finally to me, the president of the line?" "Even so, monsieur," said the perspiring Pettipon. Monsieur Victor Ronsard regarded him thoughtfully. "Monsieur Pettipon," he said, "the sort of man I like is the man who takes his job seriously. You would not have raised such a devil of a fuss about a small thing as this if you were not that sort of man. I am going to have you made steward of my suite immediately, Monsieur Pettipon. Now you may toss that thing out of the porthole." "Oh no, monsieur!" cried Alphonse Pettipon, great grateful tears rushing to his eyes. "Never in this life. Him I shall keep always in my watch charm." End of the Sin of Monsieur Pettipon by Richard Connell. Read by Lars, Rolander.
The Story of Muhammad Din by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Who is the happy man? He that sees in his own house, at home, little children crowned with dust, leaping and falling and crying. Munichandra, translated by Professor Peterson. The polo ball was an old one, scarred, chipped and dinted. It stood on the mantelpiece among the pipe stems, which Imam Din, Kitmagar, was cleaning for me. "Does the heaven-born want this ball?" said Imam Din deferentially. The heaven-born set no particular store by it, but of what use was a polo ball to a Kitmagar? "By your honour's favour, I have a little son. He has seen this ball, and desires it to play with. I do not want it for myself." No one would for an instant accuse portly old Imam Din of wanting to play with polo balls. He carried out the battered thing into the verandah, and there followed a hurricane of joyful squeaks, a patter of small feet, and the thud, thud, thud of the ball rolling along the ground. Evidently the little son had been waiting outside the door to secure his treasure. But how had he managed to see that polo ball? Next day, coming back from office half an hour earlier than usual, I was aware of a small figure in the dining-room, a tiny, plump figure in a ridiculously inadequate shirt which came perhaps half-way down the tubby stomach. It wandered around the room, thumb in mouth, crooning to itself, as it took stock of the pictures. Undoubtedly, this was the little son. He had no business in my room, of course, but was so deeply absorbed in his discoveries that he never noticed me in the doorway. I stepped into the room, and startled him nearly into a fit. He sat down on the ground with a gasp. His eyes opened, and his mouth followed suit. I knew what was coming, and fled, followed by a long, dry howl, which reached the servants' quarters far more quickly than any command of mine had ever done. In 10 seconds Imam Din was in the dining-room. Then despairing sobs arose, and I returned to find Imam Din admonishing the small sinner who was using most of his shirt as a handkerchief. "This boy," said Imam Din judicially, "is a budmash, a big budmash. He will, without doubt, go to the jail khan for his behaviour." Renewed yells from the penitent, and an elaborate apology to myself from Imam Din. "Tell the baby," said I, "that the Sahib is not angry, and take him away." Imam Din conveyed my forgiveness to the offender, who had now gathered all his shirt around his neck, string-wise, and the yell subsided into a sob. The two set off for the door. "His name," said Imam Din, as though the name were part of the crime, "is Muhammad Din, and he is a budmash." Freed from present danger, Muhammad Din turned around in his father's arms and said gravely, "It is true that my name is Muhammad Din, Taib, but I am not a budmash. I am a man." From that day dated my acquaintance with Muhammad Din. Never again did he come into my dining-room, but on the neutral ground of the compound we greeted each other with much state, though our conversation was confined to "Talaam, Taib," from his side, and "Salaam, Muhammad Din," from mine. Daily on my return from office, the little white shirt and the fat little body used to rise from the shade of the creeper-covered trellis where they had been hid, and daily I checked my horse here, that my salutation might not be slurred over or given unseemly. Muhammad Din never had any companions. He used to trot about the compound, in and out of the castor-oil bushes, on mysterious errands of his own. One day I stumbled upon some of his handiwork far down the ground. He had half buried the polo ball in dust, and stuck 6 shriveled old marigold flowers in a circle around it. Outside that circle again was a rude square, traced out in bits of red brick, alternating with fragments of broken china, the whole bounded by a little bank of dust. The beastie from the well curb put in a plea for the small architect, saying that it was only the play of a baby and did not much disfigure my garden. Heaven knows that I had no intention of touching the child's work then or later, but that evening a stroll through the garden brought me unawares full on it, so that I trampled, before I knew, marigold heads, dust bank, and fragments of broken soap dish, into a confusion past all hope of mending. Next morning I came upon Muhammad Din crying softly to himself over the ruin I had wrought. Some one had cruelly told him that the Sahib was very angry with him for spoiling the garden, and had scattered his rubbish, using bad language the while. Muhammad Din laboured for an hour at effacing every trace of the dust bank and pottery fragments, and it was with a tearful, apologetic face that he said, "Talaam, Taib," when I came home from the office. A hasty inquiry resulted in Imam Din informing Muhammad Din that by my singular favour he was permitted to disport himself as he pleased, whereat the child took heart and fell to tracing the ground plan of an edifice which was to eclipse the marigold polo ball creation. For some months the chubby little eccentricity revolved in his humble orbit among the castor oil bushes and in the dust, always fashioning magnificent palaces from stale flowers thrown away by the bearer, smooth water-worn pebbles, bits of broken glass, and feathers pulled, I fancy, from my fowls, always alone and always crooning to himself. A gaily spotted seashell was dropped one day close to the last of his little buildings, and I looked that Muhammad Din should build something more than ordinarily splendid on the strength of it. Nor was I disappointed. He meditated for the better part of an hour, and his crooning rose to a jubilant song. Then he began tracing in dust. It would certainly be a wondrous palace, this one, for it was 2 yards long and a yard broad in ground plan. But the palace was never completed. Next day there was no sign of Muhammad Din at the head of the carriage drive, and no Talaam Taib to welcome my return. I had grown accustomed to the greeting, and its omission troubled me. Next day Imam Din told me that the child was suffering slightly from fever and needed quinine. He got the medicine and an English doctor. "They have no stamina, these brats," said the doctor, as he left Imam Din's quarters. A week later, though I would have given much to have avoided it, I met on the road to the Mussulman burying ground Imam Din, accompanied by one other friend, carrying in his arms, wrapped in a white cloth, all that was left of little Muhammad Din. End of the story of Muhammad Din by Rudyard Kipling. Read by NoelBadrian.
Summer Resources by Fanny Hurst. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Summer Resources by Fanny Hurst. At 7 o'clock the Seaside Hotel struggled into full dress. Ladies emerged from siestas and curl papers. Dowagers wormed into straight fronts, and spread the spousal vestments of boiled shirt, U-shaped waistcoat, et al. Across the bed. Slim young men in the swelter of their inside $2.50 a day rooms carefully extracted their braided at the seams trousers from beneath the mattresses and removed trees from patent leather pumps. At 7:30 young girls fluttered in and out from the dining room like brilliant night moths. The straight front dowagers, U-vested spouses, and slim young men in braided trouser seams crowded about the desk for the influx of mail, and read their tailor and modiste duns with the rapt and misleading expression that suggested a love rune rather than a "please remit." Interested mothers elbowed for the most desirable veranda rockers. The blather of voices, the imp-umph of the 3 nights-a-week orchestra, and the remote pound of the ocean joined in united effort. At 8 o'clock Miss Myra Sternberger yawned in her wicker rocker and raised 2 round and bare to the elbow arms high above her head. "Gee, she said. "This place is so slow it gets on my nerves. It does." Mrs. Blondheim, who carried toast away from the breakfast table, concealed beneath a napkin for her daughter, who remained abed until noon, paused in her Irish crochet, spread a lace wheel upon her ample knee, and regarded it approvingly. "What you got to kick about, Miss Sternberger? Didn't I see you in the surf this morning with that shirtwaist drummer from Cincinnati?" "Mr. Eckstein? Oh, I've been meeting him down here in July for 2 years. He's a nice fellow and makes a good living, but he ain't my style. Girls are too particular nowadays. Take my Bella. Why, that girl's had chances you wouldn't believe. But she always says to me, she says, 'Mama, I ain't gonna marry till Mr. Right comes along.'" "That's just the same way with me." "My Bella had chances, not one, but 6. You can ask anybody who knows us in New York the chances that girl has had." "I ain't in a hurry to take the first man that asks me, neither." Mrs. Blondheim wrapped the forefinger of her left hand with the mercerized cotton thread, and her needle flashed deftly. "What about the little Baltimore fellow that went away yesterday? I seen he was keeping you pretty busy." "Aw, Mrs. Blondheim, can't a girl have a good time with a fellow without getting serious?" But she giggled in pleased self-consciousness, and pushed her combs into place. Miss Sternberger wore her hair oval about her face like Mona Lisa. Her cheeks were pink tinted, like the lining of a conch shell. "My Bella always says a girl can't be too careful at these here summer resorts. That's why she ain't out every night like some of these girls. She won't go out with a young man till she knows he comes from nice people." Miss Sternberger patted the back of her hand against her mouth and stifled a yawn. "One thing I must say for my Bella. No matter where I take that girl, everybody says what a nice retiring girl she is." "Bella does retire rather early," agreed Miss Sternberger in tones drippingly sweet. "I try to make her rest up in summer," pursued Mrs. Blondheim, unpunctured. "You girls wear yourselves out. Nothing but beaux, beaux all the time. There ain't a night in New York that my Bella ain't out with some young man. I always say to her, 'Bella, the theayters ought to give you a commission.'" Miss Sternberger rocked. "Where did you say you live in New York, Miss Sternberger?" "West 111th Street." "Oh, yes. Are you related to the Morris Sternbergers in the boys' pants business?" "I think, on my father's side." "Honest now, Carrie Sternberger married my brother-in-law, and they're doing grand, too. He's built up a fine business there. Ain't this a small world after all?" "It is that," agreed Miss Sternberger. "Why, last summer I was eating 3 meals a day next to my first cousin and didn't know it." "Look," said Mrs. Blondheim, "there's those made-up Rosenstein girls coming out of the dining room. Look at the agony they put on, would you? I knew 'em when they were living over their hair store on 23rd Street. I wonder where my Bella is. That's a stylish messaline the second one's got on, all right. I think them beaded tunics are swell. If it hadn't been for the false hair craze, old man Rosenstein wouldn't." Mrs. Blondheim leaned forward in her chair. Her little flowered silk work bag dropped to the floor. "There's Bella now. Honest, that Mr. Arnheim's ain't left her once to day. And he only got here this morning, too. Such a fine young man, the clerk says. He's been abroad 6 months and just landed yesterday, and been with her all day. When I think of the chances that girl had. Why, Marcus Finbeck, who was down here last week, was crazy about her." "Did you say that fellow's name was Arnheim?" "Yes. Ain't you heard of the Arnheim models? He's a grand boy, the clerk says, and the swellest importer of ladies' wear in New York." Miss Sternberger leaned forward in her chair. "Is that Simon Arnheim?" "Sure. He's the one that introduced the hobble skirt. My Bella was one of the first to wear one. There ain't a fad that he don't go over to Europe and get. He made a fortune off the hobble skirt alone." "Is that so? Believe me, if he wasn't all right, my Bella wouldn't let him hang on her that way." I've heard of him. I wish you could see that Babette Dreyfus eyeing my Bella. She's just green because Bella's got him. Do you use the double stitch in your crochet, Mrs. Blondheim? That's a pretty pattern you're working on. Yes, I've just finished a set of doilies you'd pay $25 for anywhere. Miss Sternberger rose languidly to her feet. Well, she said, I guess I'll take a stroll and go up to bed. Don't be so fidgety, Miss Sternberger. Sit down by me and talk. Miss Sternberger smiled. I'll see you later, Miss Blondheim. And don't forget that preparation I was telling you about. Sloane's mosquito skit. Just rub the bottle stopper over your pillow and see if it'll work. She moved away with the dignity of an emperor moth, slim and supple-hipped in a tight-wrapped gown. The seaside hotel lobby leaned forward in its chairs. Young men moved their feet from the veranda rail and gazed after her. Pleasantries fell in her pathway as roses before a queen. A splay-mouthed youth, his face and neck sunburnt to a beefy red, tugged at her gold-colored scarf as she passed. "Oh, you, Myra!" he sang. "Quit your kidding, Izzy," she parried back. "Who was that blonde I seen you with down at the beach this morning?" A voluptuous brunette in a rose-pink dress and diamonds dragged her down to the arm of her rocker. "I got a trade list for you, Myra." "For me?" "Yes." "Give it to me, Clara." "No, I said a trade, and a dandy, too." "Who from? Man?" "Yes." "Well, I got one for you, too. Leon Eckstein says he thinks you're an awfully sweet girl, and will make some man a grand wife." Clara giggled and fingered the gold fringe edging of Miss Sternberger's sleeve. She spoke slowly and stressed each word alike. "Well, there's a fellow just got here from Paris yesterday. Says you sure know how to dress and that you got a swell figure." "Who said it?" "Yes." "I should know." "That fellow over there with Bella Blondheim, the one with the smooth face and grayish hair. I hear he's a swell New York fella in the important business." "How'd Bella grab him?" "She's been holding on to him like a crawfish all day. She won't let anybody get near him. Neither will her mother. Here comes Izzy over here after me. If there's one fellow I can't stand, it's him." Miss Sternberger moved away with her chin tilted at a sharp angle. At a turn in the veranda she came suddenly upon Miss Bella Blondheim and a sleek, well-dressed young man with grayish hair. Miss Blondheim's hand was hooked with a deadlock clutch to the arm of her companion. Miss Sternberger threw herself before them like a melodrama queen flagging a train. "Hello, Bella," she said in a voice as low as a cello. Miss Blondheim, who had once sold the greatest number of aprons at a charity bazaar, turned cold eyes upon the intruder. "Hello, Myra," she said in cool tones of dismissal. There was a pause. The color swept up and surged over Miss Blondheim's face. "Are you finished with 'Love in a Cottage,' Bella? I promised it to Mrs. Weiss when you were finished with it." "Yes," said Bella. "I'll bring it down tonight." There was another pause. The young man with the grayish hair coughed. "Mr. Arnheim, let me introduce you to my friend, Miss Sternberger." Miss Sternberger extended a highly groomed hand. "Pleased to meet you," she said. "Howdy do, Miss Sternberger." His arm squirmed free from the deadlock clutch. "Won't you join us?" "Thanks," said Myra, smiling until an amazing quantity of small white teeth showed. "But I just stopped by to tell Bella that Mrs. Blondheim was asking for her." There was a third pause. "Won't you come along, Mr. Arnheim? Mamma's always so worried about me, and I'd like for you to meet mamma," said Bella anxiously. With a heroic jerk, Mr. Arnheim managed to free himself entirely. "Thanks," he said, "but I think I'll stay out and have a smoke." Miss Blondheim's lips dropped at the corners. She entered the bright, gabbling lobby, threading her way To her mother's stronghold, the maternal glance that greeted her was cold and withering. "I knew if I couldn't hold her, she'd get him away. That's why I didn't go and play lotto with the ladies." "Well, I couldn't help it, could I? You're always nosing after me so. Anybody could say you want me and not be lying." "That's the thanks I get for trying to do the right thing by my children. When I was your age, I had more gumption in my little finger than you got in your whole hand. I'd like to see a little piece like her get ahead of me. No wonder you ain't got no luck." Miss Blondheim sat down wearily beside her mother. "I wish I knew how she does it." "Nerve, that's how. Ain't I been preaching nerve to you ever since you could talk? You'd be married to Marcus Binberg now, if you'd 'a' worked it right and listened to your mother." "Aw, Ma, lemme alone. I couldn't make him pop, could I? I don't see other girls' mothers always butting in." Out in the cool of the veranda, Miss Sternberger strolled over to the railing and leaned her back against a white wooden column. Her eyes, upslanting and full of languor, looked out over the toiling, moiling ocean. She was outlined as gently as a Rembrandt. "A penny for your thoughts, Miss Sternberger." Mr. Arnheim, the glowing end of a newly lighted cigar in one corner of his mouth, peered his head over her shoulder. "Oh, Mr. Arnheim, how you scared me!" Miss Sternberger placed the well-groomed left hand with a seal ring on the third finger upon the thread-lace bosom of her gown. "How you frightened me!" "It's a nice night, Miss Sternberger. Want to walk on the beach?" "Don't mind if I do," she said. They strolled the length of the veranda, down the steps to the boardwalk and the beach beyond. Mrs. Blondheim rolled her crochet into a tight ball and stuck her needle upright. "Come on, Bella, let's go to bed." They trailed past the desk like birds with damp feathers. "Send up some ice water to 318," said Miss Bella over the counter, her eyes straining meanwhile past the veranda to the beach below. Without, a moon low and heavy and red came out from the horizon. It cast a copper gold band across the water. "Let's go down to the edge, kiddo." Mr. Arnheim helped Miss Sternberger plow daintily through the sand. "If I get sand in my shoes, I'll blame you, Mr. Arnheim." "Little slippers like yours can't hold much," she giggled. They seated themselves like small dunes on the white expanse of beach. He drew his knees up under his chin and nursed them. In the eerie light they might have been a fay and a faun in evening dress. "Well," said Mr. Arnheim, exhaling loudly, "this is something like it." "Ain't it a grand moon, though, Mr. Arnheim?" "The moon ain't got a show when you're around, little one." "I'll bet you say that to every girl you meet." "Nix I do, but I know when a girl looks good to me." "I wish I knew if you was jollying me or not." He tossed the cigar into the surf that curled at their very feet, leaving a rim of foam and scum. The red end died with a fizz. Then he turned his dark eyes full upon her, with a steady focus. "If you knew me better, you'd know that I ain't that sort of a fellow. When I say a thing, I mean it." His hand lay outstretched. She poured rivulets of white sand between the fingers. They watched the little mounds of sand which she patted into shape. "I'll bet you're a New York girl." "Why?" "I can tell them every time, style and all." "I'll bet you're a New York fellow, too." "Little New York is good enough for me. I've been over in Paris 4 months now, and believe me, it looked good yesterday to see the old girlie holding a lamp over the harbor." Miss Sternberger ran her hand over the smooth sheen of her dress. Her gown was chaste, even stern, in its simplicity, the expensive simplicity that is artful rather than artless. "That's a neat little model you're wearing." "Oh, Mr. Arnheim, what do you know about clothes?" Mr. Arnheim threw back his head and laughed long and loud. "What do I know about clothes? I only been in the biz for 8 years. What I don't know about ladies' wear ain't in the dictionary." "Well," said Miss Sternberger, That's so. I did hear you was in the business. I'm in the important line, I am. Why, girl, I put through every fad that's taken hold in the last 5 years. Brought them over myself, too. I've dressed Broadway and Fifth Avenue and everything from Rainy Day to harem skirts. Honest? Sure. I've imported more good sellers than any dealer in New York. I got a new model now passing customs that's to be a bigger hit than the sheath was. Say, when I brought over the hobble, every house on the avenue laughed in my face. And when I finally dumped a consignment onto one of them, the firm was scared stiff and wanted to countermand. But I had 'em, and they couldn't jump me. Just think! By Jove, it wasn't 2 weeks before that very model was the talk of New York, and Lillian Russell was wearing one in the second act of her show, and when she wears a model, it's as good as made. Gee, she said, I could just sit and listen to you talk and talk. He hunched close. I sold the first dozen pannier dresses for a sum that would give you the blind staggers. I was just as scared as she was, too, but all you gotta do with women is to get a few good looking bell sheep to lead, and the others will follow fast. She regarded him in the wan moonlight. If there's anything I admire, she said, it's a smart man. Oh, I don't know, he said. I've just got a little better judgment than the next fellow. Those things come natural, that's all. In my line, a fellow's got to know human nature. If I'd sprung the hobble on the avenue 5 years ago, I'd gone broke on the gamble. But I sprung the idea on him at just the right time. Her hand, long and slim, lay like a bit of carved ivory on the sand. He leaned forward and covered it with his. I want to see a great deal of you while I'm down here. She did not reply, but drew her hand away with a shy diffidence. I'll bet I could show you some things that would warm you up all right. I'm going into New York with the swellest bunch of French novelties you ever seen. I've got a peach-colored piqué model I brought over that's gonna be the talk of the town. A piqué? He laughed delightedly. Sure, you never heard of the firm? Wait till you see 'em on show at the opening. It's got the new butterfly back, and believe me, it wasn't no cinch to grab that pattern neither. I laid low in Paris 2 months before I even got a smell at it. You talk just like a story book, she said. He stretched himself full length on the sand and looked up into her face. I'll show you a thing or two when we get back to New York, little one. You ain't like most of the boys I know, Mr. Arnheim. You got something different about you. And you got a face like the kind you see painted on fans, on the order of a Japanese dame. I got some swell Japanese imports, too. Everybody says that about me. I take after Pa. Say, little one, I want your telephone number when I get back to New York. I'll be pleased to have you call me up, Mr. Arnheim. Will I call you up? Well, rather. I know some nice girls I'll introduce you to. He looked at her insinuatingly. I know one nice girl, and that's enough, he said. Oh, Mr. Arnheim, of all the jolliers I ever knew, you got 'em beat. She rose to her feet, like a gold-colored phoenix from a mound of white sand. When I meet a fellow I like, I don't want him to tell me nothing but the truth. That's just the way with me. When I meet a girl that looks good, I want to treat her white, and I want her to do the same by me. They strolled along the edge of the beach. Once the foaming surf threatened to lap over her slippers. He caught her deftly and raised her high above the swirl. Oh, she cried a little breathlessly, ain't you strong? Then she laughed in a high-pitched voice. They dallied until the moon hardened from a soft low ball to a high yellow disk, and the night damp seeped into their clothes. Miss Sternberger's yellow scarf lay like a limp rag on her shoulders. You're a perfect 36, ain't you, little one? That's what they say when I try on ready-mades, she replied with sweet reticence. Gee, he said, Wouldn't I like you in some of my models? Maybe if you ain't no snitch, I'll show you the colored plate some day." "I ain't no snitch," she said. Her voice was like a faraway echo. They climbed the wooden steps to their hotel like glorified children who had been caught in a silver weft of enchantment. The lobby was semi-dark. They asked for their keys in whispers and exchanged good nights in long drawn undertones. "Until tomorrow, little one." "Until tomorrow." She entered the elevator with a smile on her lips and in her eyes. They regarded each other through the iron framework until she shot from sight. At breakfast next morning, Mrs. Blondheim drew up before her small steak, French fried potatoes, jelly omelette, buttered toast, buckwheat cakes, and coffee. "Well, of all the nerve!" she exclaimed to her vis-à-vis, Mrs. Epstein. "If there ain't Myra Sternberger eating breakfast with that Mr. Arnheim!" Mrs. Epstein opened a steaming muffin, inserted a lump of butter, and pressed the halves together. "I said to my husband last night," she remarked, "I'm glad we ain't got no daughters till they're married off and all. It ain't no fun. With my Louie, now, it's different. When he came out of the business school my husband put him in business, and now I ain't got no worry. My Bella ain't never given me a day's worry, neither. And I ain't in no hurry to marry her off. She always says to me, 'Mama,' she says, 'I ain't in no hurry to marry till Mr. Right comes along.' My Louie is coming down today or tomorrow on his vacation if he can get away from business. Louie's a good boy, if I do say so myself. I don't want to talk, but I often say what my Bella gets when she marries is enough to give any young man a fine start in a good business." "I must have my Louie meet Miss Bella. The notes and letters Louie gets from girls you wouldn't believe. He don't pay no attention to 'em. He's an awful mamma boy, Mrs. Blondheim." "It will be grand for them to meet," said Mrs. Blondheim. "If I do say it, my Bella's had proposals you wouldn't believe. Look at Simon Arnheim over there. He only met her yesterday, and do you think he would leave her side all day? No siree. Honest, it makes me mad sometimes. A grand young man comes along and Bella introduces him to everyone, but she won't have nothing to do with him." "Try some of this liver and onions, Mrs. Blondheim. It's delicious." Mrs. Blondheim partook and nibbled between her front teeth. "I got a grand recipe for sus and sour liver. When we're at home my Bella always says, 'Mama, let's have some liver and gedampftes Fleisch for lunch.'" "Do you soak your liver first?" inquired Mrs. Epstein. "My Louie won't eat nothing sus and sour. It makes me so mad. I got to cook different for every one in my family. Louie won't eat this and his father won't eat that." "I'll give you the recipe when I give you the one for the noodles. Bella says it's the best she ever ate. My husband gets so mad when I go down in the kitchen, me with 2 grand girls and a washerwoman 2 days a week. But the girls can't cook to suit me. Excuse me, too, from American cooking." Mrs. Blondheim's interest and gaze wandered down the dining hall. "I wish you'd look at that Steinberger girl acting up. Ain't it disgusting? Please pass the salt, Mrs. Blondheim. That's the trouble with hotel cooking. They don't season. At home we like plenty of it, too. I season and season, and then at the table my husband has to have more." "She wouldn't have met him at all if it hadn't have been for Bella," pursued Mrs. Blondheim. The object of Mrs. Blondheim's solicitude, fresh as spring in crisp white linen, turned her long eyes upon Mr. Arnheim. "You ought to feel flattered, Mr. Arnheim, that I let you come over to my table." Mr. Arnheim regarded her through a mist of fragrant coffee steam. "You bet your life I feel flattered. I'd get up earlier than this to have breakfast with the little queen." "Ain't you ever going to quit jollying?" He leaned across the table. "That ain't a bad linen model you're wearing. It's domestic goods, too. Where'd you get it?" "At Lipman's." "I sold them a consignment last year. But say, if you want to see real classy white goods, you ought to see some ratteen cutaways I'm bringing over. I've brought a model I'm going to call the Phoebe Snow. It's the niftiest thing for early fall you ever saw." "Ratine? You never heard of it? That's where I get my work in. It's the new lines, the novelty stuff, that gets the money. Are you going in the surf this morning, Mr. Arnheim?" "I'm going where you go, little one." He dropped 2 lumps of sugar into her coffee cup. "Sweets to the sweet," he said. "Silly!" But she giggled under her breath. They pushed back their chairs and strolled down the aisle between the tables. She smiled brightly to her right and left. "Good morning, Mrs. Blondheim. Is it warm enough for you?" "Good morning," replied Mrs. Blondheim, stabbing a bit of omelet with vindictive fork. Mr. Epstein looked after the pair with warming eyes. "She is a stylish dresser, ain't she? I wish you'd seen the white linen my Bella's got. It's got 16 yards of Cluny lace in the waist alone. And such Cluny, too. I paid $1.50 a yard wholesale." "Just look at this waist I'm wearing, Mrs. Blondheim. You wouldn't think I paid 3.50 for the lace, would you?" "Oh yes, I can always tell good stuff when I see it, and I always say it pays best in the end," said Mrs. Blondheim, feeling the heavy lace edge of Mrs. Epstein's sleeve between discriminating thumb and forefinger. Suddenly Mrs. Epstein's eyes widened. She rose to her feet, drawing a corner of the tablecloth awry. "If it ain't my Louie!" Mr. Louis Epstein, a faithful replica of his mother, with close black hair that curled on his head like the nap of a Persian lamb, imprinted a large moist kiss upon the maternal lips. "Hello, Ma. Didn't you expect me?" "Not till the 10 o'clock train, Louie. How's papa?" "He'th fine. I left him billin' thom goods to Spokane." "How's business, Louie?" "Not tho bad, but Pa can't get away yet for a week. The fall goods ain't all out yet. Ain't it awful the way that man is all for business, Mrs. Blondheim? This is my son Louie." "Well, well, Mr. Epstein, I've heard a lot about you. I want you to meet my daughter Bella. You ought to make friends." "Yeth'm," said Mr. Epstein. Out on the clean washed beach the sun glinted on the water and sent points of light dancing on the wavelets like bits of glass. Children in blue rompers burrowed and jangled their painted spades and pails. Nursemaids planted umbrellas in the sand and watched their charges romp. Parasols flashed past like gay-colored meteors. In the white-capped surf, bathers bobbed and shouted, and all along the shoreline the tide ran gently up the beach and down again, leaving a smooth, damp stretch of sand which soughed and sucked beneath the steps of the bathers. Far out, where the waters were highest and the whitecaps maddest, Mr. Arnheim held Miss Sternberger about her slim waist and raised her high over each rushing breaker. They caught the swells and lay back against the heavy tow, letting the wavelets lap up to their chins. Mr. Arnheim, with little rivulets running down his cheeks, shook the water out of his grayish hair and looked at her with salt-bitten, red-rimmed eyes. "Gee!" he wheezed. "You're a spunky little devil. Excuse me from the beach walkers. I like 'em when they're game like you." She danced about like an amphitrite. "Who would be afraid of the water with a dandy swimmer like you?" "This ain't nothing," said Mr. Arnheim. "You ought to see me in Stillwater. At Auvergne last summer I was the talk of the place." They emerged from the water, dripping and heavy-footed. She wrung out her brief little skirts and stamped her feet on the sand. Mr. Arnheim hopped on one foot and then on the other, holding his head aslant. Then they stretched out on the white, sun-baked beach. Miss Sternberger loosened her hair, and it showered about her. "Gee, ain't you got a swell bunch of hair?" She shook and fluffed it. "You ought to seen it before I had typhoid. I could sit on it then." "That Phoebe Snow model that I got in mind for Lillian Russell would make you look like a queen with that hair of yourn." She buried his arm in the sand and patted the mound. "Now," she said, "I got you, and you can't do anything without asking me." "You got me anyway," he said, with an expressive glance. "Yes," she purred, "that's what you say now. But when you get back to New York you'll forget all about the little girl you met down at the shore." "That's all you know about me. I don't take up with every girl." "I'm glad you don't." "But I'll bet you got a different fellow for every day when you're in New York." "Nothing like that," she said. "But anyway, there's always room for one more." Two young men without hats passed. Miss Sternberger called out her greeting. "Hello, Manny. Wasn't the water grand? What? Well, you tell Leo he don't know nothing. No, we don't want to have our pictures taken. Mr. Arnheim, I want to introduce you to Mr. Landauer, a neckwear man out of Baltimore, and Mr. Manny Sinai, also neckwear, out of New York." They posed, with the white sunlight in their eyes. "I hope we won't break the camera," said Arnheim. The remark was greeted with laughter. The little machine clicked, the newcomers departed, and then Miss Sternberger and Mr. Arnheim turned to each other again. "You ain't tired, are you, Myra?" "No, Simon." She danced to her feet and tossed the hair back from her face. "I ain't tired." They walked down the beach toward the bathhouse, humming softly to themselves. "I'll be out in 10 minutes," she said, pausing at the door of her locker. "Me too." When they met again they were regroomed and full of verve. She was as cool as a rose. They laughed at their crinkly fingertips, wrinkled by the water like parchment, and his neck, where it rose above the soft high collar, was branded by the sun a flaming red. "Gee!" she cried, "ain't you sunburnt?" "I always tan red," he said. "And me, I always tan." They exchanged these pithy and inspired bits of autobiography in warm, intimate tones. At their hotel steps she sighed with a delicious weariness. "I wish I could do everything for you, little one, even walk upstairs." "I ain't tired, Simon, only, oh, I don't know." "Little one," he said softly. In the lobby Miss Bella Blondheim leaned an elbow on the clerk's desk and talked to a stout young man with a gold mounted elk's tooth on his watch fob and black hair that curled close to his head. They made a group of four for a moment, Miss Blondheim regarding the arrivals with bright, triumphant eyes. "My friend, Mr. Louis Epstein," she said. The men shook hands. "Related to the Epstein and Son Millinery Company, Broadway and Spring?" "Certainly am. I happen to be the son myself." "Was you in the surf this morning, Bella? It was grand." "No, Myra," replied her friend. "Mr. Epstein and me took a trip to Ocean View." "You missed the water this morning. It was fine and dandy," volunteered Mr. Arnheim. "Me and Mr. Epstein are going this afternoon, ain't we?" "We certainly are," agreed Mr. Epstein, regarding Miss Blondheim with small, admiring eyes. Miss Sternberger edged away. "Pleased to have met you, Mr. Epstein." Mr. Arnheim edged with her, and they moved on their way toward the dining room. Mrs. Blondheim, from her point of vantage, the wicker rocker, leaned toward her sister in law. "Look, Hannah, that's Louis Epstein, of the Epstein and Son Millinery Company, with Bella. He's a grand boy. I meet his mother at Dr. Bergenthal's lecture every Saturday morning. Epstein and Son have got a grand business, and Bella could do a whole lot worse." "Well, I wish her luck," said Mrs. Blondheim's sister-in-law. "I smell fried smelts. Let's go in to lunch." Mrs. Blondheim stabbed her crochet needle into her spool. "I usually dip my smelts in bread crumbs. Have you ever tried 'em that way, Hannah?" "Julius doesn't eat smelts." They moved toward the dining room. Late that afternoon Miss Sternberger and Mr. Arnheim returned from a sail. Their faces were flushed and full of shy, sweet mystery. "I can't show you the models the way I'd like to, dearie, but I got 'em in colors just like the real thing." "Oh, Simon, you're doing a thing like this for me without me even asking you." His hold of her arm tightened. "I wouldn't show these here to my own sister before the 25th of the month. Now you know how you stand with me, little one." "Oh," she cried, "I'm so excited. It's just like looking behind the scenes in a theater." He left her and returned a few moments later with a flat, red-covered portfolio. They sought out an unmolested spot and snuggled in a corner of a plush divan in one of the deserted parlors. He drew back the cover and their heads bent low. At each turn of the pages she breathed her ecstasy and gave out shrills and calls of admiration. "Oh, Simon, ain't that pink one a beauty? Ain't that skirt the swellest thing you ever seen?" "That's the piqué model, girlie. You and all New York will be buying it in another month. Ain't it the selectest little thing ever?" Her face was rapt. "It's the swellest thing I've ever seen," she declared. He turned to another plate. "Oh!" she cried. "Ain't that a beauty? That there is going to be the biggest hit I've had yet. Watch out for the Phoebe Snow. I've got the original model in my trunks. That cutaway effect can't be beat." "Oh!" she repeated. They passed slowly over the gay colored plates. "There's that flame colored one I'd like to see you in." "Gee!" she said, "there's some class to that." After a while the book was laid aside and they talked in low, serious tones. Occasionally his hand stroked hers. The afternoon waned. The lobby thinned. The dowagers and their daughters asked for room keys and disappeared for siestas and more mysterious processes. Children trailed off to rest. The hot land breezes, dry and listless, stirred the lace curtains of the parlor. But they remained on the plush divan, wrapped as might have been Paolo and Francesca in their romance-imbued arbor. "How long will you be down here?" she asked. "As long as you," he replied, not taking his eyes from her face. "Honest?" "Sure. I don't have to go into New York for a week or 10 days yet. My season ain't on yet." She leaned her head against the back of the divan. "All things must end," she said, with the cello note in her voice. "Oh, I don't know," he replied, with what might have been triple significance. They finally walked toward the elevator, loath to part for the interim of dressing. That evening they strolled together on the beach until the last lights of the hotel were blinking out. Then they stole into the semi-dark lobby like thieves, but soft voiced, joyous thieves. A few straggling couples like themselves came in with the same sheepish but bright-eyed hesitancy. At the elevator, Miss Blondheim and Mr. Epstein were lingering over good nights. The quartet rode to their respective floors together, the girls regarding each other with shy, happy eyes, the men covering up their self-consciousness with sallies. "Ain't you ashamed to keep such late hours, Miss Blondheim?" said Mr. Arnheim. "I don't see no early to bed, early to rise medals on none of us," she said diffidently. "The thummer were thort. Sure ain't got no place for a minither's thun," said Mr. Epstein. Laughter. "Remember, Mr. Arnheim, whoever's up first, wait in the leather chair opposite the elevator." "Sure thing, Miss Sternberger." Her last glance, full of significance, was for Mr. Arnheim. The floor above he also left the elevator, the smile still on his lips. Left alone, Mr. Epstein turned to Miss Blondheim. "Good night, dearie. Sweet dreams." "Good night, Louie," she replied. "Same to you." Mr. Arnheim awoke to a scudding rain, his ocean-ward window sill dripping and a great patch of carpet beneath the window dark and soggy. Downstairs the lobby buzzed with restrained energies. A few venturesome ones in oils and turned-up collars paced the veranda without. Mr. Arnheim, in his invariable soft collar and shadow-checked suit, skirted the edge of the crowd in matinal ill humor and deposited his room key at the desk. The clerk gave him in return a folded newspaper and his morning mail. Mr. Arnheim's morning aspect was undeniable. He suggested too generous use of soap and bay rum, and his eyes had not lost the swollen heaviness that comes with too much or too little sleep. He yawned and seated himself in the heavy leather chair opposite the elevator. His first letter was unstamped and addressed to him on hotel stationery. The handwriting was an unfamiliar backhand, and the enclosure brief. Dear Mr. Arnheim, I am very sorry we could not keep our date, but I got a message and I got to go in on the 7:10 train. Hope to see you when I come back. Sincerely, Myra Sternberger. Mr. Arnheim replaced the letter slowly in the envelope. There were two remaining: a communication from a cloak manufacturing firm and a check from a banking house. He read them and placed them in his inside coat pocket. Then he settled the back of his neck against the rim of the chair, crossed one leg over the other, rattled his newspaper open, and turned to the stock market reports. 1 week later, Mr. Simon Arnheim, a red portfolio under one arm, walked into the mahogany, green carpeted, soft lighted establishment of an importing house on Fifth Avenue. Mrs. S. Schlimberg, senior member, greeted him in her third floor office behind the fitting rooms. Well, well, wie geht's, Arnheim? I thought it was getting time for you. Mr. Arnheim shook hands and settled himself in a chair beside the desk. You know you can always depend on me, madam, to look you up the minute I get back. Don't I always give you first choice? Mrs. Schlimberg weighed a crystal paperweight up and down in her pudgy ringed hands. None of your fancy prices for me this season, Arnheim. There's too many good things lying loose. That's why I got my opening a month sooner. I got a designer came in special off her vacation with some good things. Mr. Arnheim winked. Schlem, I got some models here to show you that you can't beat. When you see 'em, you'll pay any price. I can't pay your fancy prices no more. I paid you too much for that plush fad last winter, and it never was a go. Mr. Arnheim chuckled. When you see a couple of the designs I brought over this trip, you'll be willing to pay me twice as much as for the hobble. Come on, own up, Schlem. You can't beat my styles. Why, you can copy them for your import room and make 90% on any one of 'em. They won't pay the prices, I tell you. Some of my best customers have gone over to other houses for the cheaper goods. You can't put over domestic stuff on your trade, Schlem. You might as well admit it. You gotta sting your class of trade in order to have 'em appreciate you. Now, just to show you that I know what I'm talking about, Arnheim, I got the best lines of new models for this season I've had since I'm in business. Every one of them domestics, too. I'm putting some made in America models in the import room today that will open your eyes. Mr. Arnheim laughed and opened his portfolio. I'll show you these till my trunks come up, he said. Just a minute, Arnheim. I want to show you some stuff. Miss Sternberger! Mrs. Schlimberg raised her voice slightly. Miss Sternberger! Almost immediately a svelte, black-gowned figure appeared in the doorway. She wore her hair oval about her face, like a Mona Lisa, and her hands were long in the dusky white of ivory. Mr. Arnheim, I want to introduce you to a designer we've got since you went away. Mr. Arnheim, Miss Sternberger. The whir of sewing machines from the workrooms cut silence. How do you do? Said Miss Sternberger. How do you do? Said Mr. Arnheim. Miss Sternberger is like you, Mr. Arnheim. She's always out after novelties, and I will say for her she don't miss out. She put out a line of uncut velvets last winter that was the best sellers we had. Mr. Arnheim bowed. Miss Schlimberg turned to Miss Sternberger. Miss Sternberger, will you bring in some of those new models that are going like hot cakes? Just some of the forms will do. Certainly. She disappeared from the doorway. Miss Schlimberg tapped her forefinger on the desk. There's the finest little designer we've ever had. I got her off a Philadelphia house, and I ain't never regretted the money I'm paying her. She's done more for the house in 8 months than Miss Isaacs did in 10 years. Miss Sternberger returned. A stock boy wheeled in the new models on wooden figures, while Mrs. Schlimberg and her new designer arranged them for display. Mrs. Schlemberg turned to Mr. Arnheim. "How's the wife and boys, Arnheim? I ain't seen 'em since you brought 'em all in to see the Labor Day parade from the store windows last fall. Them's fine boys you got there, Arnheim." "Thanks," said Arnheim. "Now, Arnheim, I'm here to ask you if you can't beat these. Look at that there peach bloom piquette. Look! Can you beat it? That there's the new butterfly skirt, just 1 year ahead of anything that's being shown this season." Mrs. Schlemberg turned to a second model. "Look at this here ratteen cutaway. If the Phoebe Snow ain't the talk of New York before next week, then I don't know my own name. Ain't it so, Miss Sternberger?" Miss Sternberger ran her smooth hand over the lace shoulder of the gown. "This is a great seller," she replied, smiling at Mr. Arnheim. "Lillian Russell is going to wear it in the second act of her new play, when she opens to morrow night." "I guess we're slow in here," chuckled Mrs. Schlemberg, nudging Mr. Arnheim with the point of her elbow. Miss Sternberger spread the square train of a flame colored robe full length on the green carpet, and drew back a corner of the hem to display the lacy avalanche beneath. Then she bowed slightly and turned toward the door. Mrs. Schlemberg laid a detaining hand on her sleeve. "Just a minute, Miss Sternberger. Mr. Arnheim's brought in some models he wants us to look at." End of Summer Resources by Fanny Hurst.